at our place in the stars.
This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it.
The end is in our sights.
The future is already here.
No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed.
Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself.
I can see the end inside.
Three, two, one. Hardwired.
sound, back to the sound. Back to the sound. Get out my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come on for the 100 pound. All of the talk, but don't run them out. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. then eyes can't see. I'm not binary. What an irony. My mirror shows the other side of me. All these ones and zeros, nothing in between. But there's so much more to me than eyes can see. Than eyes can see. I'm not binary.
The Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet tournament. It's been a lot of preparation going into it to get this ready, and we are just so excited to have everyone here. I'm here. My name's Sarkopels. I'm here with Cantor. Cantor, want to say hi?
Hi there, how's it going? It's great to be here, guys.
Awesome. We are going to get the action going in just a second, but first we want to remind everyone that this is a charity tournament. You can type in !Tiltify into the Twitch chat and it will pull up the Tiltify link for you to follow. We've so far raised $510 already, which is crazy. I think originally our goal was like $150. So we are well over that. We're hoping to raise $800 by the end of the 2 days. So please, if you are willing, go and donate. That would be awesome. We've already had some really generous donations. We want to give a special thank you to Star. She's a member of our server and has donated $300. So huge thank you to her, as well as everyone else who has donated. It means a lot to be able to raise money for the Trevor Project. That is our cause for this tournament. They are the world's largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning young people. They work to save lives by providing support through free and confidential suicide prevention and crisis intervention programs on platforms where young people spend time. A 24/7 phone lifeline, chat, text, and through Trevor Space. They also provide public education, engage in advocacy efforts, and develop research. But enough about that. We're going to get into the games here. We have two teams playing. We have Bozo Brigade and Non-Americans. One is a returning team from the last tournament that I hosted, and they took second place, so they're a real threat. The other team is a new challenger, Bozo Brigade, and they're going to be facing off on Bind. Cantor, what are you thinking about this? How do you think this is going to go?
So I have seen a little bit from Miko here. I also co-casted with him in our scrimmage matches, and he was pretty impressive. And I think that non-Americans, not North Americans, tendency to say that the NA being North American, they are the higher seed in the bracket here. And me not being a betting man myself, I think they might be able to take this first game.
Really a fair call. I am curious to see how the ping will go for them. They are, non-Americans. They are European representatives for this tournament, the only European team who is playing in this tournament. And they are, since we're playing on NA servers, they have some pretty high ping to play with. So I'm worried that that'll be a disadvantage. So I've also played with Curse and mostly Ghostly on the side of Bozo Brigade. They are crazy players. Curse tends to play like the Sky role a lot and is a menace with those flashes. So definitely could see them taking this one. It's going to be a close match for sure. They're going to get into that lobby right now. Headed into that lobby. It's going to be Bind, Bozo Brigade on the I believe attack, and non-Americans on the defense. Let's see what these agent picks.
Let's see. I saw a KO player on the non-American side. I'm excited to see if they pick him.
For sure.
We've got a few standard agents being locked in. Any thoughts on these?
Double Sentinel on the side of non-Americans will be interesting.
That was a very quick pick phase compared to what we've been seeing.
They've got the double controller on the other side on Bozo Brigade.
Now, Bind is the third most preferred map on both teams, so both teams are fairly familiar with the map. So we'll see who gets the edge here early on.
Mm-hmm. Both these teams have really good stats on this map. I think it's going to be a really strong, close map. That's what I'm hoping for.
Let's see what they're going to pick up in the buy phase. Looks like a ghost. Is that classics there? And then a frenzy. So we'll see what happens.
Mostly classics. It's looking like it's going to be a bit of an A lane for the first round. Maybe an A split, but yeah, looking like it's going to be.
Cypher lurking in hookah there. See if he decides to back up or if he's just setting up his util. Be curious to see how B plays this. If they go slow, they might end up losing the round just off of time.
For sure. It's going to be hard to get through those trips, but we're getting in now.
Looking at Abu Sail here, holding U-Haul. Turret already down. I hear a Skywolf coming in. Let's see what Jocelyn can find. Smoked off by Viper here. Looking to find a way onto site. Trying to get some picks. There comes the Astra Gravity Well into the KO trap. Killjoy trap, sorry. A few trades going out. Yuppie getting a kill, and then Yuppie going down to Omen there. Yet another kill for Abu Snail. Curse going down. It's now a 3v4. They're committing to the A push, even though they have solid defense on this. I would like to see them rotate off here. That Heaven's going to be really hard to push, and they are completely entrenched. Viper getting a pick. That does help their odds. Okay, looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate off. That's probably a good call. There is still Cypher lurking with full util, sorry.
They're going to run into that tripwire. Let's see if Nico's going to be able to hold that down.
Ooh, he doesn't spot it out.
Player standing.
Gets immediately taken down. Killjoy here, stuck in hookah.
Cage triggered.
They know where Killjoy is. Let's see. Jocelyn trying to make an escape here. Has the spike, so if he was able to get to A here, they could probably take it. Looks like he's pinned. Ooh, there it goes. Okay, so the defending side getting a slow but secure victory there. Three still alive.
Team Ace for the side of non-Americans as well. Really good discipline on not over-rotating, leaving Miko on the anchor. Those tripwires are in a really cheeky spot to be able to catch. Really, that was what happened. The rotate came through, and the tripwires did enough to just stop the push from being able to come in. You know, those low tripwires, easy to jump over, but you gotta spot them first. Looks like we're gonna get
Miko.
This goes here.
Looks like we're gonna get another setup over there, but the hit's gonna come from A again. The light buy.
Yeah, good on Miko. They demonstrated a lot of patience lurking that site the entire time. Ooh, got a flash coming out from the sky. She's pushing bathrooms. Let's see. Making a bathroom push. Will they tag the ulti orb here? They choose not to, just to not give away their play. Another A assault. They did not have much purchase here last time. Two going down immediately on the side of on red side. If they get onto site, they traded one back. Wow, that's a lot of picks going down very quickly there. Viper in a 1v3 scenario, 1v4 scenario. Has to get the spike. Trapped in bathrooms here. Sasquatch has the line on it. He's not going to peek the bathroom. There it is. Yep. Tap water from heaven. Ends up taking the Viper down. I want to see if they're going to try something different here. Maybe B.
For sure. It's hard when you have the weapon advantage. You know, if you win the pistol, getting the force up. So, you know, that was a hard battle. They got a pick. Maybe want more out of that eco round, but not necessarily a round you let bother you too much. It's going to be the bonus for NA now. So hopefully Bozo Brigade is able to now convert this round. This is what you'd expect them to win. You know, if NA is able to win the bonus, then, you know, that might be a concern. But until then, they have the gun advantage. It looks like it's going to be a B push for this first.
Yes. Curious to see how the B defenders hold up here.
Still in sight.
Tapwater peeking alleyway gets destroyed in long.
Absolute firing squad of like 5 players.
All right, they have Hookah and Long locked down, although the rotate is coming in very quickly for the side of non-Americans. Let's see if they can defend this. The bomb plant is going out. Sky picking up a kill there. Curse now has full access. Oh, it's looking very bad for the non-Americans. They have, back hallway dead. That's the triple kill for mostly Ghosty. And they pick up their first round of the match.
They do, and you can see that the guns really made a difference there. Even getting caught in the tripwire, Curse was able to get the kill, you know, with the gun difference 3 and 2 already. You know, really able to help the team. And it's, you know, it's pretty neck and neck. Looking really good for both teams. This is really where the action starts picked up. You know, the pistol rounds and the bonus round went about how you'd expect them to. So now it comes down to this is, you know, a really big round for breaking into the half.
This puts non-Americans backs against the wall in terms of eco here. They will be very, very broke if they don't win this round. It looks like they're gonna go for another slow B push here. Just Cypher and Reyna on the site. Miko spots out the Skywolf. They're about to be peeking hookah here.
Camera there.
Yeah, that's a very nice camera positioning for him. Viper smokes off the site. They're looking to try and secure a plant. Sky flashes herself and then moves on. Curse gets caught by the tripwire. Pick comes through for Miko. He's still on site, surrounded by attacking enemies. What is he going to do here? He stalls out enough time for his team to make it. Holding the site, pushed in by the Viper wall. Hard for them to get purchase. He finds the Viper in A long. Can he get the kill? He does pick it up, the headshot after multiple sprays. The defenders win the round.
Really good hold for Miko. They're just doing a fantastic job on that, but also really good kills coming through from the rest of NA as well to be able to scale off that and take those fights. Clean rounds from NA so far. You know, this is a really big round for them to win. It's gonna put Boza Brigade on a bit of a force buy.
All those kills happen so quickly there, all in the matter of a few seconds.
Time to hunt.
Let's see. Yuppie Psycho going for the wolf, just to spot out, find some utility, see if he can figure out where they're going. He does spot Sky on the A push. Let's see what they do here. Knowing they've been spotted out, will they continue to commit to the site? They're playing default here, so they haven't tipped their hand too far yet. Finds a tripwire. Knows they've been playing the back of the site, but will he be able to figure out where exactly? They're very patient on non-American side. They do not peek when they don't need to. Waiting until they have a clear advantage. They've been in this position before. This Viper wall is very oppressive, though. They're backed into a corner, and Tapwater finds a pick on Dylan. Miko on wavelength there in A long.
No one able to trade them out.
Let's see, and it's again a 5v3 position. This is going to be hard if they continue to attack B. I don't know if they know that they've rotated yet. Let's see. Opus now picking up a kill there as well. So it's a 2v5, 1v5 position. Sky versus the world finds a pick, but unable to continue on. Opus now picking up the last kill of the round. He's been doing pretty well this game as well.
For sure. I think this defender side, you know, being able to have the like double sentinel setups on either side is letting them really anchor these sites and going to make it hard to entry. We'll see how it changes on the attack for them. As far as Boza Brigade goes, we're seeing some, you know, really good ideas. I think the Viper wall's working well for them, and Curse's flashes have been really effective for them so far. I think they're just having some struggles, you know, getting that trade, and they're going to be in a light buy this round now.
Yeah. Mostly Ghosty trying to push B long. I would like to see them try and push a little bit more rapidly. They do wait a long time and let the rotates come out. But again, they know where they are. They're not changing their strategies at all. So we know that Miko and... Ooh, Miko's being brought dangerously low there. Tapwater still behind Big Box. Gets caught. Tries to spray the wall, doesn't quite get it. They push on the B side, but Tapwater gets a kill on Wavelength. Miko taking down Johnson. See, Tapwater gets taken down by Curse. Abusno takes Curse down. And then it's just Reyna versus the world here. Mostly Ghosty. They're very low, but getting healed up rapidly by Sage. Just the Ghost. Fitting for the name. Can he find a way to push it? No, it does not make it in. And what you said earlier in the pre-round about them having a double sentinel setup, this is something that they can't normally do in solo queue because you don't know if you're going to attack or defend. But knowing they're starting off with defense here, they're picking the two characters that are going to benefit that the most, get the early advantage, and hopefully demoralize the enemy team. Interesting strategy.
For sure. Really good ult there too, making sure that that last player can cause damage. Again, it was an eco round, so you know, Boza Brigade is really just looking to cause damage more than anything, but hopefully they can get back in this round. They got the full buy, and it's going to be an A hit from here.
Looking like they're going for A. Begins. And the non-Americans have not changed up their strategy very much at all. They are staying very strictly to the A and B split. But it's been working well for them the entire time. Oh, gets taken down by the Killjoy trap there. Unfortunate. They do find a trade in return. Dylan gets a wall bang. Let's see. Cypher has not rotated from B site yet, so if they're able to find a... Well, actually, it's a 2v3 on site, 2v2 now, and then Curse makes it a 1v2 on the site, so Cypher has to rotate, forcing to get there. He's going to go ahead and push through Link, maybe going to Heaven. He's going to decide to go for Link, backing up behind the Astra there. Viper and the Sky don't know where they are. If they push forward, they may be in some trouble here because they are watching that angle. I would like to see if they try to rotate or take teleporter. Okay, they see them in Link. They know that at least one's there in Link. They don't know where the Astra is, I don't think. Okay, Viper going to go ahead and choose to put down the Toxin Wall.
Makes sense. Have to go get that spike somehow.
Yeah. Oh, good flank there. Very slow play from Sasquatch. He was lurking the entire time, never revealed his position. Able to take the final kill of the round right there.
You know, a close round there. Almost had it on the side of Bozo Brigade, but we're seeing some of the preparation coming out from non-Americans. That trap play on A short with the, you know, it was the Astra suck and then the Killjoy alarm bot and Molly to make the player vulnerable, suck there as the nade goes off. That was a pretty nasty trap play to get out, and it took down mostly Ghostly out pretty early. So they're going to be on another save round. Trying to just get some econ damage again. Maybe take the round if they can.
What I've seen so far, it's very clear why the non-Americans were a favorite going into this round. They are playing very well, very consistently. Looking to attack Hookah here once more on a save round. Again, no surprises as to where the defenders are. Oh, wow, finds a great pick on Tapwater from Hookah there. Let's see, they're pushing onto site rapidly. If they can go there and get that gun, they might have a chance to play the round out. Ooh, finding a pick on Miko, finding a pick before he gets taken down. They have full control of B site. This is looking optimistic for the Bozo Brigade. Let's see if they can continue to hold the round. This is the easy part for them. Ooh, Sky being taken down, pushing a little too far up there. Now they're going to have to find a way to assault these people with guns who are taking their site rapidly. Getting taken down, Wavelength. Let's see here. Abu Snell versus the world. Can she find a way? It's going to be hard finding... Ooh, very nice. Mostly Ghosty taking out Abu Snell. Getting a little revenge from last round after the trap.
For sure. And a fantastic round. That was a light buy from them to be able to convert that. Those flashes from Curse as well as the ult were fantastic for pushing out, you know, some of the Sentinel utility. The dog comes through first to be able to clear out some of the tripwires instead of it being a player. And then the flash behind, making it so that Miko, you know, couldn't hold the site anymore. And then just really good scaling off of that utility from the rest of the team. That Viper Molly kind of delayed the push back in as well. So really well played from all members of that team, especially on the light buy.
And it does put the non-Americans' eco in jeopardy if they were to lose this round. Let's see if they can find an assault here. They're playing a little bit quicker. Reyna Molly flash coming out, but they're not going to push. Oh, they are pushing behind it. Let's see here. Oh, they find one pick. Jocelyn taking out Yuppie. There's one playing Heaven. Reyna is overwatching the flash coming out, but she gets taken pretty low there. Let's see, this is looking very good for Bozo Brigade. This has been one of the most successful A assaults we've seen so far. They know that they're in the bathroom, but they're not going to play any faster than they need to. Tapwater peeking again, and Heaven gets taken down. He was very low. Ooh, wow. Very nice. Curse and Wavelength finishing up the round there. Miko going down. I think they found that if they stay away from Miko, they might have more success, so they're going to A more often.
Trades coming out from them too. They were able to like really capitalize off, you know, identifying where players were and then trade them out. You know, a close round for both, but ultimately a victory for Bozo Brigade. And they're really starting to build back in that. You know, they've built 2 rounds in a row. The momentum's starting to shift, and definitely like a winnable situation now for them. It looks like they found their groove and are like the communication is flowing.
I'm going to go ahead and say this is a must-win round for non-Americans here because their eco is going to be devastated going into the end of this SAP. And if we give too many rounds up on defense, I think the Bozo Brigade has a really good chance of defending on the next half of the game.
You should run.
Oh, look at this camera positioning from Cypher there. That's incredible. Killjoy going out. They've secured a plant on site. Non-Americans have to give this up. Tapwater finds a pick. Let's see if they can get out and try and formulate a re-assault here. Smoke going down from Cypher there.
A really well done Killjoy ult to force him off. You know, when you're dealing with this kind of utility, you want to be able to force people back if possible.
Oh, Miko going down from Curse right there. And it's a very tricky game to play with that Killjoy ult. If you push too early, they'll still be there. And be able to take you down. Tapwater finding another kill on Curse. Looking to push onto the site here. It's a 3v3. Team health bars are a little bit lower on the side of the Bozo Brigade. Ooh, spraying everywhere around, tracing an outline of the Reyna on the wall, but almost. Last player standing. Killjoy, you have to have some setup here. Let's see what they can do.
Standing.
Oh, is it going to be enough? Yes. And they take the round again. The eco of non-Americans is absolutely devastated right now.
Easy. Both teams.
This is exciting. This is getting pulled back closer than I thought it would be.
For sure, the momentum was there in the was lost for Bozo Brigade in the first half, but they've started to bring it back now, and it's really looking like a totally different story from the first beginning. Being able to win those 3 rounds in a row, and again, like you said, the light by now, a bit of a chaotic round. The ult invested, but a really well invested ult. Now they've got this momentum back. They're starting to hit those shots. First with 10 kills.
Things are looking dire here on the side of non-Americans just for this first half, but they've shown that they can hold with barely anything before. So let's see what we can do. The Skywolf not spotting anyone out. They have no idea that Reyna's lurking an elbow there. Sitting in the smoke. This could be a bad flank for the Bozo Brigade. Let's see what Reyna does. Sitting in the smoke. Oh, gets spotted out by Curse, taken down. They get the bomb planted, and now they're going to go ahead and stem that assault that's coming from the side of non-Americans.
But do they know that someone's in hookah? I guess jumped out now.
Viper ult is down.
They've able to take out Yuppie.
They're playing very slowly, very methodically, not wanting to give up a pick any sooner than they have to. It's a 3v5 scenario. They find the Viper in her ult, takes it down. Okay, but it doesn't look like they're going to get much purchase here. It's still a 3v1 there. Yeah. For Abus now, you can't expect her to do that, especially not with the eco situation of that round. But man, I can't wait to see what happens next round. This is 6-5. This is going to see who's going to be having the advantage going in to the next half. I think the defenders are heavily favored if they go into it even.
For sure. It looks like the ult invested really smartly on the side of Bozo Brigade. Wavelength has been really strong, being able to just get that utility down. Her utility usage has been instrumental in bringing back some of these rounds. I'd like to see them clear sight a little bit more before they plant.
They are pushing on and ignoring corners. You've got to be sure that there's nobody there to flank you. They almost got paid for it. Had Reyna had a gun last round, that they would have been in some serious trouble there. Ooh, just the one defending on B here. They read the A push. Let's see what happens. Hard committing there on the Bozo Brigade. They do not know that they're playing Xbox right there. Sky being found, but finds the pick. Dylan also getting a pick. It's now a 3v2 on the site. Bomb is down. Killjoy and Sky are going to have to find a way to assault this. They need to win this round. So Killjoy coming out absolutely devastating. Finds 2 picks there. It's now a 2v1. Let's see. The Killjoy is still on play. Baiting the ult. Let's see if this plays out the way they think it will. They are aware where this guy is, playing U-Haul. Can Sky get the kill? She does find it. Curse in a 1v1 scenario could potentially determine the fate of this game. Wow, finds the headshot, but do they have enough time to defuse? Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh, I don't know if they have it. Abu Snail, please. No. Oh my god, a heartbreaking defeat there to tie it up going into the half.
Curse coming through, absolutely clutch there. Interesting play with the ult bay. I couldn't tell if it was intentional or not there.
It seemed like it was, unless they just weren't aware of where it started, because they walked into it. I would hope it was intentional, but it was a good idea if it was. It just didn't quite work out. They did win the fight, but they weren't able to take the round. It was just milliseconds off.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit faster, and they would have had that. So far, these teams are neck and neck. It's insane how those 2 rounds turned around for both teams. But now we get to see the defense on the side of Bozo Brigade and see what they're able to put together. They're playing the Viper and the Killjoy. I think Viper kind of serves it as a mix of a controller and a Sentinel. So yeah. I think they do have a chance for really strong defense here, but we'll have to see how it goes.
And not only that, but now the non-Americans are kind of disadvantaged because they have 2 Sentinels on attack, and we'll see how that pans out for them. They'll be able to hold the flanks very well, but getting onto site may prove to be a problem.
For sure, especially because... very slow indeed, I'd say, especially because this is a defense-sided map tends to be.
The Wavelength seemingly getting impatient, pushing up a little bit, holding the corner, but doesn't know that there are 2 lurking in short there. Oh no, Wavelength gets found there, and they find a pick on A. Got a little too impatient. No need to tip your hand whenever they haven't made any moves, and now they're going to go ahead and commit to A. Reyna just playing U-Haul, but has no way to defend realistically from the rest of the team. Wow, I say that, but Ghosty finds a way. Gets the flash down. Going to go ahead and play Heaven here and find a better position to hold.
Smart to back out and wait for the rest of the team for support.
Can't die there, especially not on pistol round because it's anybody's game on pistol round. Ooh, getting a little too excited with the taps there. Abu Snell finding a pick on Curse. Jocelyn also finding a pick on Tapwater, keeping it even 3-3, but the bomb is down and they are on a ticking clock.
And no one's behind box.
They suspect the box, yeah. Very good read here from Dylan. Is he going to be able to capitalize? Astra getting a little impatient. Wow. Gets taken down, but the game sense there from Dylan, he was completely aware the entire time.
Goes the way of non-Americans. Good crosses set up to be able to secure that round. And it's 7-6 now. The pistol round going in favor of non-Americans, and they've won both pistols, which helps them a lot. I mean, the game's been close, and Bozo Brigade's been able to recover, but winning pistols in Valorant, being a first to 13, pistol rounds matter a lot.
Yeah, especially when the game is dead even. Completely level, winning the pistol round does mean everything. A lot, not everything. Let's see. Ooh, Yuppie, is that going to find the Ares kills there? Riot, please nerf the Ares. That's two. Ooh, wait. That's two. Is that non-Americans being taken down there? No, non-Americans are pushing. That's two Bozo Brigade members taken down. 3 now. And it's now a 1v4 for Bozo. Can Jocelyn find a way? Make a way even. Going to go ahead and push a link, or potentially just going to back out entirely. I would go ahead and try and get some of the maybe eco kills just to try and force them to buy again or something. For
sure. Even if you died to the bomb here, you get that econ a little bit. You get more money from dying to the bomb, so...
Ooh, wow. Yeah. Lockdown. A is going to prove to be a problem here for Bozo Brigade if they can't find a way to hold it down.
For sure. The entries have been really clean on the side of non-Americans. Just being able to come in, coordinate their utility. You can tell they've been practicing a lot. But, again, it's the full buy now for Bozo Brigade, so they should be able to, win this round if all goes well.
Also, finding early success on an attacking-sided team, it's very important, because usually it'll take a round or two to kind of feel where the defensive holes are, but they seem to have found a hole early on. So this, if it's exploited, could be devastating. Let's see what they do, though. Again, a slow push. Miko going to go ahead and scout out and see what's going on there, just to be sure there's no flank coming on. No funny business. Finding the Omen smoke. They pushed through it last time, choosing to take a more slow and methodical approach this time. Maybe waiting for somebody to get impatient and push up. 2 playing U-Haul here. Omen kind of playing A-Link, and then Reyna's going to go ahead and rotate over to A, having a feeling that something's going on. I don't believe any team has showed yet, but Reyna just having that game sense, knowing, hey, the last time they did this, they were over on the A site, and now they are spotted out by the Skywolf. Reyna having the overlook on Heaven. They're going to go ahead and choose to rotate here, going to Hookah. Killjoy is alone on the site. I'm hoping that they have some setup going down. I trust that Abu Snail knows what she's doing, so let's see what they can do. Turret spotting a few people out in Hookah, going to head, deploying the traps. It doesn't seem like it connects too much on anyone but Miko. Miko's going to go ahead and push to the box. Can Jocelyn find the kill? Headshot immediately. Going to get pushed by Sky here next. Oh my god, a double headshot. That puts a 3v4 scenario. 3 are now dead on the side of non-Americans. But they still have to push onto the site. And Viper finding a pick Wavelength. Getting a crucial pick there, and they're all taken down. Wow, what a solo defense from Killjoy. 2 headshots. And they get to defuse the bomb.
Really good, just stalling long enough, that even when Jocelyn went down, he was able to, slow them down enough, get those 2 picks that Dylan was able to come through and, help clean up, as well as I think mostly Ghostly came in from the flank. Dylan's smokes have been absolutely phenomenal this game as well, being able to slow down the defense. I believe that smoke in the dog was what deterred them from pushing A, and ultimately lost them around. But, the bonus, you're not necessarily expecting to win that with the weaker guns, so this is where it really matters for both teams. This round is absolutely critical.
There, yeah. That could have gotten out of hand, and Jocelyn really secured that round for them, keeping them in the game, keeping it tight. Looking like it's going to be a slow B push here. This is the first time they've started off on the B side of the map. Spike is down, however. It's sitting in the middle of hookah, or not hookah, but just kind of that connector there in between A and B. Let's see what they decide to do. Waiting to see a pick. Don't want to show bomb early. I understand that, but they're pushing into a whole lot of utility there in hookah if they choose to do that. There are two still holding on to B. There's somebody who's been spotted out. I think that was Jocelyn that's been tagged.
There's that turret, I believe, that they spotted.
Oh, I see, I see. There's one trap down. That's a little bit of util committed there. Turret spotting them out. Jocelyn, being in this position before, has more backup this time. That's a pick there for Jocelyn, finding a great headshot. Now, they haven't committed the bomb. That's the important thing. Oh, they're gonna walk right into the sky. Let's see what happens. Sky finding two. Kurse gets two. Can Kurse get the third? Doesn't know that they're there. Unfortunately, goes down, but 2 picks right there is crucial. Gonna be very integral to finding a way for the defenders to win this round. They're going to go ahead and commit to A. Omen looks like he's got the Overwatch on it. He does spot them out. Will he choose to re-peek? He finds the headshot. Dylan.
Blocking vision.
Let's see, and it's just Sasquatch versus 4 members of Bozo Brigade. Playing the corner, thinking about saving the Vandal. I imagine in this position, it's going to be very hard to get the bomb down and get 3 1v1. So hopefully Sasquatch is able to save his their eco.
10 seconds left.
They don't seem to know where Sasquatch is yet. I'm just imagining he's going to try and hide in that corner as long as he can until the round ends and someone tries to seek him out.
For sure. Looking nervous there.
Oh, Viper! Check your corners! Oh, okay, yeah, no one dies for it.
Close for both.
That was almost devastating,
a
yeah.
really critical round, though, for Bozo Brigade to be able to win. That
Keeping it
flank
tight.
coming in huge for Kurse, and that's going to make the economy so tight for the side of non-Americans. This is a must-win round, otherwise their econ's going to be totally broken.
Absolutely.
They've decided to force in, though. Makes sense when you're tied to try to, not let that advantage slip you. But again, that flank coming in huge, Dylan able to anchor the site. Really, really good communication from that team.
Very good, yeah, and both teams able to afford a full buy this round, but it could get ugly for the non-Americans if they do not win. Now they only have 1 Reyna on the B site there. It's mostly Ghosty trying to hold off the attack. They haven't been going B too often. The game sense, I'm assuming, I don't think they committed any util, but they are rotating over. Viper wall there, excellent. Drops the spike behind just to make sure he doesn't lose it if he gets killed. But there are 3 now defending on B. Can Jocelyn find the pick? Been incredibly consistent.
Picks.
It's wow. I would not continue to go B against Jocelyn. They're just insane.
I know exactly where you are.
Okay, the bomb is planted, but there are still 3 in that back alleyway. Can they find a counterattack? Dylan doesn't quite spot out Cypher, I don't believe. Doesn't have any...
Kurse was spotted by the cam on the flank.
Okay, I see. Oh, Dylan finding 2 kills. Those are very crucial. Okay, it's a 1v1. Dylan for the lead here. What is he going to choose to do? He double smokes it. Ooh, the Killjoy trap. Doesn't know that Killjoy's lurking in that Omen smoke, but there may not be anything he can do about it. Yeah. Wow, yeah. Does find the kill. They were pinging the bomb, I assume, and then that's all it was. Good defense, but the attack was even better.
For sure. Spraying through the smoke there, having that util, on the bomb, just able to slow it down. But, a lot of players went down, so it's not the strongest of buys for either team. The economy is really close.
Still very precarious.
Better,
both sides,
actually, on the side of Bozo Brigade, despite losing that round. Being able to pick up a couple rounds in a row has helped them a lot. This can be a critical round for both of them.
Coming into this tournament, the Dark Horse, they're definitely nothing to scoff at, keeping it close against a solid team in North Americans. Non-Americans, sorry.
This smoke's gonna prove, double smoke's gonna prove quite difficult.
They are staying a long time in that Viper smoke there. The decay is not gonna be pretty if they get hit. Tapwater finally gets picked on Wavelink there. Wavelink's been a little impatient on the defense there. Blinded. Sasquatch finding some more picks. It's now a 2v4 on A site, and both of them are having to rotate on. So it looks like Reyna's going to go ahead and take Heaven, and Killjoy's going to play Link there, trying to find a way to keep in it. It's going to be hard, though. They have a lot of crossfires set up, and they've already proven how effective they can be at holding them. Sky all committed. They aren't going to push with it, though.
Making sure they know where this final player is.
Jocelyn is very good, choosing to back up a little bit, probably going to save, setting up some utility just to be sure he knows when they're pushing. So, gonna play back here in the spawn just to save the Vandal. I think that's a great call because they're gonna need some kind of advantage in the next eco round to try and pull ahead.
For sure, you know, 1v4, that's gonna be a difficult ask. Might as well save the gun, especially when the econs are as close as they are. But a clean round from the side of non-Americans. Really good take and hold. They've been able to get those opening picks. I think you're right. There's a little bit of like over-aggression on the side of Boza Brigade that's leading to those first bloods going in favor of non-Americans. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a weak buy on the side of Boza Brigade, but they have something. It's a light buy. You know, it's not impossible for them to start, you know, pulling things together here.
I thought I had seen a Marshall pick up, but I think they may have refunded it. Let's see. And it's understandable. It's a tournament situation. May not be too used to the pressure. Getting INC is definitely something that can happen, even in solo queue. This is a much more slow hold. I like this. As long as Reyna doesn't push up, going to go ahead and hold U-Haul there. Good. This is what we need to do. Make them come to you. They are forced to push. Maybe getting spotted out in bathrooms here. Let's see what happens. Yep, so they do know that at least Cypher's there in the bathrooms. Will they call the rotate over? It doesn't look like it. They're still holding B. Sky is now going to go ahead and push from B side. That's going to come into play a couple seconds from now. Miko finding a pick on Dylan over there in the connector area. I think one is still in heaven. Okay, the teleporter has been taken. Sky about to flash in it. No, decides to go in dry. Doesn't get taken down. No trade was happening. Okay. Let's see Tapwater being taken down. Now Sky has full control over bathroom here. This is going to be a precarious position for non-Americans.
Sass finally
me up with that name.
Sass finally able to take down Sky though, and it's close.
2v2. Yeah, both trapped in that box area. I don't know if they know where they are yet though. That turret's certainly going to help. Wow. They do not know that Sky is lurking by the box as well, but it may be okay. Wavelength gonna go ahead and stick it. Pros never fake.
He gets around.
That's big.
Again.
Every time the non-Americans try to pull away, Bozo Brigade finds some insane way to keep it close. And I don't know. They're going to have to win it somehow, but if they go into overtime, it's win by 2. So we could be going on for a while here.
So close. Both these teams battling back and forth. You can really see Bozo Brigade is really strong on those like white buy rounds. They've really been able to convert them. You know, they've also got 4 ults on their side. That Viper's Pit, Killjoy ultimate, lockdown is going to be really big. So it seems like a round that they should be able to win by ultimate.
This is going to be bad. The non-Americans have read the B is not being held too heavily. They're pushing slowly though, allowing time for a rotate if one needs to happen.
The stars are starting.
Astra's putting down her stars, yeah. So they are aware that the B commit's coming. And they're rotating now. I think this. I disagree with the slow push. I think they need to go a little bit faster and give less time for Bozo Brigade to rotate off. That's a Killjoy ult coming in, securing the site potentially. Reyna finding a pick though in the Killjoy ult. Will she get out in time? She does, and the counter to Killjoy ult coming out. Oh wow, stimming the push. This is going to be tense for the non-Americans. They really depending on that Killjoy to get them on the site, and the counter ult was not ideal for them. Turret being taken down. Have not chosen to rotate off. I think Bozo Brigade may be getting a little impatient. They're rotating away from B after they'd shown their hand.
Just
so
cutting
again,
noise.
Yep.
Yeah, just being able to cut noise, and now Bozo Brigade's going to start to get aggressive looking for...
Ooh, yep, that was unnecessary.
30 seconds left.
At the end of the day, they have to push onto your site and plant that bomb to win the round unless they kill you all. There's no need to get pushy there. Curse finding 2 kills!
Flank! And those flanks has been a menace.
Yeah, she has, definitely has been. But they still haven't pushed onto the side. They only have 15 seconds. If Jocelyn's able to find a crazy defense again, they might lose the round. You've got to play faster here.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Jocelyn! Find the pick, hide! Oh my god, Jocelyn with the... It's every time. Don't play B against this player.
Those picks behind that 2 box, whatever people call it, has been devastating for both teams. Those sentinels sitting behind there and picking up their util. a really difficult scenario to be in, especially letting the clock run down. And Jocelyn with the ult and then the, just the utility to be able to stop this push. And
I'm continually impressed with Jocelyn. That's a very clutch player.
For sure. He's been able to bring it, I think early on he was at the bottom of the scoreboard and is now just helping.
Defense has really blossomed. He's just hard to beat.
And it's going to be an eco round for NA now.
Yeah.
Gonna lean toward B. Or A, excuse me.
Ooh, it's 10-10 tied up. Yeah, I think A is a good decision here, but I don't know if I agree with these slow pushes because it just gives so much time to rotate. Maybe there's no better way to do it, but giving the Bozo Brigade the time to react to you is just going to be hard. So they are aware that there are players on the A site. No one's been taken down yet. Sky looking to initiate the flank. Go ahead and take the teleporter there. I don't think that anyone heard Sky. They were all too far away to hear Sky there. Sky's on a flank, gonna find Miko. What will happen here? Miko, oh wait, sorry, that was Dylan. Killing Yuppie Psycho, yep.
One down.
Okay, that's two there for...
One coming through. Knows where one player is, and both players on NA are so low.
Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Pull cat.
What a pick. So it's just frantically running away. Sasquatch trying to get to B, but the... Ooh, wow. Excellent angle from Jocelyn there. Patience as well demonstrated from Jocelyn. He did not give the side, just choosing to anchor there the entire time.
And they've brought in the lead now.
Ahead. I think this is the first time in the game that they've been ahead.
I believe so as well. It's been neck and neck, and now they're finally going to pull ahead. But fortunately, there's a bye on the end of non-Americans. So, if they can turn this back, then it's going to be so close. This is crazy how close this game is.
And I do not believe that there's a loser's bracket in this tournament. If they were to lose this game on the side of non-Americans, they would be out of the tournament, which is...
No, it's a group stage, so...
Oh, it's groups? Oh, okay.
Yes. So
gotcha,
okay. So if they lose it, it's not the end of the world, but...
Okay. I would sincerely be surprised if they went down early. I had a lot of faith here in non-Americans. Choosing the slow B push again. Stars went down on A to throw it off, though. So they did put Stars on A to try and lead them away. I like that. A little distraction tactic. Skywolf going to go ahead and be spotted. And here come the rotate there from Bozo Brigade. Now it's up to the people who are holding on B site to play very slowly. You don't want to give the pick advantage there.
They're actually rotating back.
Watching Jocelyn, what's going to happen here? Oh, Jocelyn can't see anyone. There's no way. There's... Okay, Jocelyn doesn't get the pick. Okay. Looks like the non-Americans are able to push onto the site and form a dominant attack. But getting flanked by Wavelength. Is that the Oat? Or is that the Ares there? It's the Ares.
Last player standing.
Ooh, wow. Instant pick there from Yuppie. Reyna versus 3, trying to defend their lead. Let's see what Ghostly can do.
30 seconds
Peek,
left.
checking the corners very carefully. Now been put on a time pressure by the Sky. Gonna go ahead and take out the tumbleweed. Has
tumbleweed. I've never heard that before. I like it.
Let's see.
I normally call them squids.
The squids.
I like it. Tumbleweed. Haven't heard that one before.
What is Ghostly gonna do here? Choosing to push the site. Doesn't want to give it up. Checking angles very carefully. It's gonna be very hard. They're holding. They're dedicated to holding these angles, and I'm sure Killjoy's got some setup on that bomb. Ghostly truly committing to it. At least, yeah. Unfortunate. Obviously, now very good with the utility. We've seen it once on attack side to forward, so able to find the picks that they needed.
For sure. Those setups are really nasty. That alarm bot, and then off placing the Killjoy swarm grenade, so that way if the player tries to back up, like like most of Ghostly did, it just basically forces them to walk through the molly and end up taking them down. So really, really smart setups from Abysnail.
Very hard to deal with, yep. They're choosing to go back to A. They've had mixed success on A as well, so we'll see. It's too close to call on this part. What's Miko going to do here? I think Miko's going to go for the faster peek. There we go. There's the wall. Last time this happened.
Aggressive.
Curse gets a pick, though. Rewarded for it. Now, last time this happened, the Viper pushed a little too early and ended up getting picked off. Dylan almost does, but manages to make it out with 8 health. The rotate coming out from B. Tapwater taking down Dylan. 4v4. However, the wall is still dividing everything. Wow, that's almost a pick. Almost 2. They're very hurt on the side of non-Americans. Can Johnson find the rotate? Oh! So
Spike
close.
planted.
Finds 3 in the box
Last
score. Only one was
player
looking at him. Viper versus the world. Trying to prevent the 12th round lead. Can he find anything? No. Miko, too good getting the triple kill there. And ending the round. 12-11.
Match point.
Back in the lead for non-Americans.
3 players lived there. That was so close. You know, a couple hit shots and that would have, you know, been the round for.
Change the game, yep.
Exactly. But a nice try. Good idea. Just unfortunately a little bit of whiff shots, which happens to the best of us. And unfortunately, it's not a great buy again for the side of Bozo Brigade, which is unfortunately on match point. But they've made these eco rounds look good.
They're choosing to push into Johnson again. I can't write him off. Let's see what happens. They're going for the slow push. Haven't committed any util. Astra Stars are placed. Oh, not at all. Just the Cypher traps defensively to watch the flank. So we hear the Skywolf. Classic, just back up, shoot it. Do not peek. Give your team time to rotate. They already have 3 on the site. There, spotted everyone on the B site. Wow,
Spike
fighting
down.
2 more picks. Please stop pushing into this player. Johnson is not going to go down without a fight. Securing the overtime potentially here.
But that push into elbow, are they ready for it?
No, I don't think anyone hears it. Oh, they're rotating back to A. Let's see, in a smoke there. This could be a devastating flank by Miko here. Still in the Astra Star. I can't believe it. What a, wow! Curse finds the pick as well. I can't believe he didn't die there.
Blinded.
So it's Curse. Very close
Spike
to the enemy
planted.
team there. Is he going to be
One
patient enough to
enemy
find the
remaining.
pick? He is! And it's just going to be the... Wow. Curse
And we're-
getting a triple kill again. This is overtime. And I can't even predict who's going to win.
Kirk and Jocelyn coming up huge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jocelyn's never going to give up that B site, it seems like.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Overtime, switching sides. So they are back on attack. Haven't been here in about 12 rounds, so it's going to be curious to see what they decide to do. As I remember, Miko was devastating with his B hold, so just like Jocelyn was holding on that site, it's going to be hard to push through Miko as well, but they're going to choose to try and attack him, so we'll see. A lot of their failures, though, were going through hookah. They didn't try and play long as much against Miko, so it'll be curious to see how they fare going through long here. And again, non-Americans committed 3 people to A site, as is, you know, pretty common. But they're going to be playing that back box, so we'll see what happens. Very tense for both sides, I imagine. This is a very big win to go up 1-0 in the tournament this early. Let's see. Very slow
These
pushes
rounds
going
matter.
through long. Mm-hmm.
Even if you lose, being close like this helps a lot. in the
Okay,
case
they
of
have
a
tipped
tie.
their hand. They have sent smokes out. Let's see what's going to happen here. They're pushing through long. Miko's watching. Watching Hookah, actually. He's going to miss them pushing onto site. Reyna throwing a flash. Oh, wow. Miko taking out one. Tapwater getting another. Jocelyn finding the pick on Miko and Tapwater. B site is Jocelyn's site. Just watch out for him.
And
that's
the ult.
Killjoy ult already. That's incredible.
Are they ready for you?
I think it's a little premature, though.
Peeking this corner, though. Able to get the kill.
One player to take
Yuppie.
it. Let's see. Shooting the Reyna flash very quickly. Gonna go ahead and spray down that corner. They know that Reyna is lurking there. Let's see what's gonna happen. They've got to defend this bomb.
One enemy remaining.
I'm assuming the
Last
sound
player
play. I just didn't hear it on the stream, but oh, it's gonna be
Are they
too
gonna have
close.
time?
Sasquatch may have this. Ooh! Another
Brigade takes
heartbreaking
it!
destroyed.
These rounds have been so close. These teams are just neck and neck.
Switching
They
sides.
really are, and it is win by 2.
Match point.
Unfortunately, the defense is where they found most of their success for Bozo Brigade. So we'll see what happens. Non-Americans put in a perilous position here.
Wait, wasn't it 6-6 both halves though? I think these teams have literally
It
been
was,
neck and
yeah.
neck the whole time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Bozo Brigade.
Oh, I guess so.
definitely-
They found a hot streak towards the end of the first half. That's right.
Yeah. I know it feels like it wasn't that, but this is scary for if you're, NA, having it be this close.
I agree with the A push here. They've not had success on B. You can't go there. But will they tip their hand too early, allowing time for the rotate from Bozo Brigade? A few people lurking short. They have yet to commit. Looks like 2 of them are going to go to bathrooms there, trying to make this a 2-pronged push. Killjoy pushing up through the smoke, trying to get a little bit of an advantage in that corner without being spotted out. Sky choosing not to take the teleporter. She is going to long rotate. May find somebody going into bathrooms or in connector there. That's something to watch out for. Killjoy's still holding the site. Jocelyn's not rotating. Looks like there's about to be a bathroom peek here from Cypher. Gets spotted, and he picks going down. Yes, that's 1 each. So Dylan goes down by Miko. Or Dylan takes Miko down. Yeah, they get the trade out. But Sky has the flank now, finally coming to fruition. Sky getting 1. Sky getting 2. It's now a 4v2 for Bozo Brigade. Going up early in the tournament, 4v1.
Spike down A.
And the spike's down.
They do have the spike. They spotted out the Reyna. Are they going to get too greedy here and push the Reyna? They are, but will it work out for them? She's half health.
30 seconds
first
left.
pick.
Eyeball. Oh, wow! And Bozo Brigade takes the first
Okay, to
game.
win the round, and this game will ultimately go the way of Bozo Brigade, but super well fought by both teams. So close. But ultimately, Bozo Brigade, despite the strong start from NA, able to pull out that first victory.
First at the top of the leaderboard here, but I want to say that Jocelyn may have been the MVP on the B sites. They had a lot of very clutch kills there. Miko doing a very good job as well. That's
Both
not to discredit
teams.
Curse, but Jocelyn's B holds were phenomenal.
Phenomenal. Every single player had their moments to shine. I think Dylan Smokes, being able to come in and slow down those pushes. Mostly Ghostly had a couple of crazy rounds. Wavelength with that util, as well as Yuppie had fantastic dogs for that game. Sasquatch with some of those trap plays, coordinating with Abysnail. Tap being able to find a lot of those opening picks, and of course Miko anchoring that side. All players did really well. But we're gonna quickly have a post-match interview with one of the winning team players, so we're gonna get them in here in just a second.
Awesome.
So we're gonna get that sorted through for the post-match interview.
Yeah, not enough good things to say about the first game of the tournament. That was very close, very thrilling, and a come from behind victory for Bozo Brigade. A dark horse in the tournament. Haven't been in this one before.
For sure. But, NA is not out yet. They just need to be able to beat, if they can go 1-1 and 2-0 Treehouse, which I'm a little biased, might have to send them home. But, depending on what happens, they could easily make it out of groups. It's totally possible.
Awesome,
so we're going to have here with us the team captain for Bozo Brigade, Jocelyn. Pull Jocelyn in here. Hello, Jocelyn.
Hello.
Hey, howdy.
Congrats on the victory for your team. You guys played really well. It was a super close game. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty great. I mean, nerves are pretty high, but that was pretty fun.
Yeah, not enough good things to say about your B holds. They could not stop pushing into you, and you found picks every single time.
Thanks. I mean, fundamentally, I realized that they were playing incredibly slow the whole time on attacker side. So I figured so long as my team could hold one side, they couldn't really push past the util, it seemed, or they didn't really have anything that would benefit from pushing it.
Another thing that I noticed is they were tipping their hand. Not only were they playing slow, but they were showing you where they were going to go before they pushed on every single time. So you had time to prepare and time to rotate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great play.
They would drop like the Astro Orbs rather quickly on a site. So if they picked them up or put them down, it actually ended up being 2 Astros deficit. But their entire team played incredible. They were really fun to play.
Yeah, that was a great game. And you guys were down pretty heavily early. I think 5-1 at one point, and you swung it back, obviously, to win the game.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking that happened. We just kind of realized that if we maximized util and became more aggressive, because initially I think we were playing a little too slow, we weren't confident in our attacker. But once we realized how to synchronize the util and rush in with the blinds and everything, it ended up becoming a playground, so to speak, where regardless of which side we picked, we were able to push it, and it disoriented them that way.
Very
You
cool.
think, I guess, so I could definitely see that mid-round adaptation coming in really strong for y'all. What would you say were some of the difficult parts at first, and then like I don't know who's IGLing for you, who's the mastermind behind some of those calls and being able to adapt like that?
That was me.
The IGL and the carry a little bit. Curse was, I mean, all of you were really good. IGL and the anchor, but yeah, that's awesome. Again, what would you say are like some of the things that gave you trouble that you had to like think through and adapt to?
I cannot overstate how like well their team like synchronized and played together. So that was like a huge challenge because their team comp was made for that map. It felt like because Chamber or not Chamber, Cypher, Killjoy, and Astra going into an A site was the almost an arduous challenge, near impossible one unless we went showers. And even if we went showers, they had Sky with Dog pushing showers almost every time. So we realized at a certain point that the way to overcome that adversity would be to like go B. But I think
Yeah.
their team comp and their, like, synchronization was the biggest challenge overall,
Yeah.
like, going A site for sure.
I will
Well,
say on attacking side, you had I think Wavelength had pushed up a few times, getting seemingly impatient, maybe a little nerves got through, and got picked a few times, leading to round losses there. But seemingly checked it later on in the game, so they did learn from that.
Yeah, we tried to keep open comms to verify that we were playing together.
Mhm.
Sometimes someone would get cold feet or maybe go in too quickly.
Mhm.
So we were trying to, like, I guess, batten down the hatches and figure out how to play cohesively and read off of each other and get that game sense
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
well, thank you so much, Jocelyn, for coming in and doing the interview with us. We're going to cut to a quick break and be back with the next game. It's going to be Treehouse versus Bozo Brigade. So, Jocelyn, go get ready for that next game. We'll see y'all in a little bit.
Will do. Thank you.
Can you hear me? We could be
Legend.
I have nothing to lose.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Wake up. I know what's real.
Escape reality. Hardwired. Switch.
We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars.
This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it.
The end is in our sights.
The future is already here.
No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed.
Say Brace yourself.
I can see the end inside.
Three, two, one. Hardwired. Disconnect.
We could be
Legend.
I have nothing to lose.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Wake up. I know what's real.
Escape reality. Hardwired.
up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars.
This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it.
The end is in our sights.
The future is already here.
No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed.
Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself.
I can see the end inside.
Three, two, one. Hardwired. Disconnect.
and welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Tournament, where we have already raised $530 for the Trevor Project, which provides mental health and suicide prevention care to those LGBTQ+ youth who are going through some hard times. It's completely free to them, and very important. It's very important to be able to access mental health care. We support that, and we're about to be hopping back into the tournament with Bozo Brigade versus Treehouse. But first, I have my co-caster here, Toby, who will be playing later on today. If you'd like to introduce yourself, Toby.
How we doing, everybody? My name is Toby. Let's get into this
Awesome.
game.
Good deal. So we have Treehouse with Sarkopels, who had just casted with me last game, and then Bozo Brigade with Jocelyn, the MVP, who did a lot of work on defense last round. And I think we'll be getting right into it shortly.
Here we go, loading into
On
Ascent.
Ascent. Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting one for both of these teams because it's not in either of their top threes, and this is
Really?
a difficult map for the setups that these teams like to run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do love this map. That's one of my favorite ones to play.
Absolutely. I think it's a relatively diversified map. I think there's a lot of sort of attacking angles that people can take. You can take a lot of that mid control, push out the mains, and on defense, it's almost a paradise for your Sentinels, like we're mentioning. Austin taking the lead that last game. Hopefully, he can do it again.
So no lock-ins on Bozo Brigade's side, but quick lock-ins coming out from Treehouse, and I'm not familiar with this team. However, I do kind of expect, just looking at their rosters, this is about the team that I would expect. But looking over there at mostly Ghostly and Wavelength, they both played different champions in the first game. I'm excited to see what that might bring. Oh, locking in.
Mostly Ghostly seems like a pretty diverse character pool. Likes to run a lot of Reyna, a little bit of Jet here and there. So their team is very interchangeable. So we'll see what they pull out of the pockets this time.
Oh, wow, look at the synergy on the cards right there. Everybody picking the same thing. That's team synergy.
Nobody likes to go into these as a lone wolf, you know. Everyone's trying to play with the team here, so.
Also, if you're in the chat, please press F for the wide joy being taken out of the game. That's a tragedy.
F wide joy. She will be missed.
F wide
she will
joy.
Be back.
I hope so.
All
right.
Interesting start out for, we've got Bozo Brigade on attack. Looks like they're 5 stacking towards the A main, so it's definitely going to be an A push. We've got Astra and Reyna holding the defense there. Not too much. I mean, we're going to hope that those Astra pulls, the gravity wells are going to slow down.
Oh, wait a moment.
Attack.
Am I reading this wrong? Are they 5 stacking defense on A? No, okay, sorry. I'm looking at the map incorrectly. That's my fault.
Flipped it on its head there.
Okay, let's see. What is going on? Okay, yeah, so the A push is coming out like we expected. Let's see what we can find. Reyna gonna go ahead and peek here. Flashes from Sky. Now they look like they're gonna rotate back onto A. Reyna is in heaven. Finding a few shots going through. 2 picks being traded. THBR traded out for Wavelength, and then mostly Ghostly traded out THBR. It's gonna be a pick being found, so it's a 3v4. Holding in hell there, and Reyna's by Jet's by Tree Room. Nobody wanting to make the first move and push out.
Fantastically quick take from.
That does need to be. Wow, good target acquisition there for Sark. So it's a 3v2. They are playing in Wine though, which is a very notoriously hard position to deal with whenever you're trying to defuse this bomb. Excellent Shark Dart coming out there from Sova. Curse being pinned into a corner. 1v3. I think he'll be able to take it. Yep, going down there at the end. Bill Nye, taken out by Jocelyn.
Curse able to stay alive there to, you know, kind of confuse around the defense a little bit more. Now, I think that maybe the communication is still warming up a little bit.
Yeah,
we have
first game.
site. Still taking a little bit of time for the rotations from that first original spot there from the Reyna on defense. So.
Important to note, Bozo Brigade is coming out of a game, so they are still pretty hot.
Right.
Other teams warming up.
Right, absolutely, and it's definitely showing. It's definitely showing. See what they decide to do this time. They might choose the good old, if it's working, why change it? And continue to stack towards A. Looks like somebody might be having some rough ping for now.
Oh, Jocelyn. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I can't quite tell who. Maybe choosing to take a tech pause, perhaps? Not yet, okay.
I don't know if there's a pause there, but
Okay.
Figure things out. Looks like they're going to go with the A push again, and the same setup. I would have liked to see that shuffle a little bit, maybe throw the sky a little bit.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of util to defend the A with. Immediately popping the Skywolf, gonna go ahead and tip their hand, telling them we're gonna come to the site and you can't stop us. So they're pushing on now. Gonna go ahead and look at Angelicism here. Not choosing to peek out, doesn't want to get a quick death there. There comes the Skywolf hopping on. He does get the look like the stun on Curse over there. They're gonna go ahead and choose to play Tree Room. It's 4-4 on the side. They're holding Hells. It's very hard to push them out once they're entrenched. Looks like they are 3v4 now, and Sarkopels is going to go ahead and try and get a flank going on for Treehouse here. Potentially walking into danger, though. There's a Hell watching that arch right there. Let's see what happens. Sarkopel does find a pick on Ghostly.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Reyna almost going down, able to heal all the way back up. Probably getting armor back as well. Sark unable to find a way onto the site. Looks like they are just going to take the death. Yeah, unfortunate.
That puts money in their pockets. You know, the Spectre was picked up. Maybe that could have been saved to go into the next round, but it looked like they might be able to get a full buy here because that was a nice save from them.
They are.
Hells did what they could, but here we are again. It looks like they're now going for a little bit of a defensive shuffle. We're seeing that Cypher go over to A to stop the full rush, but
that's a good prediction there from BB.
Yeah. From GG here, or BB rather, we are now seeing a B push.
Yeah.
You know, get them sorted out on A, and then switch it up.
Managing to avoid the Cypher here, just I guess out of intuition. That's going to be very big, especially they only have the Sova on the site right now. There comes the Wolf, spotting out the Sova. They know where he is, but we... Wow! Sark getting a pick, so it's 4 for 4. Only one other person on the B site. They're planting the bomb. Treehouse needs to rotate quickly, and they need to play this with a lot of control. Spotting out the boathouse there, managing to avoid the death on lane, however being taken down by the Reyna from behind. It's a 3v3 still. The health bars are looking dangerously low on the side of Bozo Brigade though. Knowing there's one in Treehouse, can he find the pick? They do. The Reyna playing box right there. Astra is on site. They have 3 people on the site. The bomb is surrounded. Seemingly going to, with the pick there on mostly Ghosty, Thane will secure the round. Good, getting back into it. Like to see it just remaining close.
Absolutely, such a solid retake from TH there. Mostly Ghostly's position there, deciding to take the Jet and just leave her in main to pick off that lane push, to just hold back, wait for them to start pushing up on the site. She takes one, but couldn't convert on any more, and that left a pretty solid retake for TH to get on the site, get that full control, and then just turn around and clean up. So we're gonna see another A push come out. They're like, hey, the B's not working too much.
Notably this time,
but this Cypher is gonna
they're pushing into the Cypher, which is gonna be good. Cypher's yet to see any action this entire game. There it is, the Cypher trap. Able to find a pick with it. That's excellent for Treehouse. They're able to slow down this push, get the spike down even. Ooh, Cypher did give the angle up. He couldn't see the bomb be picked up there. He's a little bit late on the spray down, but they are looking like they're going to rotate through mid, but Angelicism is going to go ahead and find the pick at top mid, backing off, trying to play it slow down the round, give your team time to respond to the pick that you just got. They anticipate them being top mid. They do not know, though, so they don't know that they're rotating back to their spawn.
And this is going to get them a lot of time to reset. It looks like we're already really...
Wow, excellent pick there from Sarkopels. Look at that. Yeah, it gives them time to breathe, time to slow down, and they find another pick. Keeping up the pressure there, Angelicism is. And Astra's alone, afraid, has the spike in her own spawn, but she's able to be taken down by Angelicism from top mid. That's a 4K. He's looking dangerous.
Absolutely. TH coming back into it as well. Reyna putting in work. That Cypher on A stopped everything in the track. If we had an Astra pull there too, half the team would have been gone right there. But they did a good job piecing them apart throughout the rest of the round.
Both Reynas have their ult here.
Absolutely. See if they pop them. We're 4 or 5 rounds in, so see if we can get a quick take onto this B site now.
Let's see what we got. Hard B push. They're full committing it. They're not going slow. I think they realized their major problem last game was going too slowly, and they're pushing on very quickly.
Still in sight.
Let's see, swinging out there from B main. A pick is found by Angelism on lane.
B.
The health bars are getting low as well. Angelism fighting 2. 3v4 here, but their health bars again are low and they're trapped into a corner here. It's just a shooting gallery for Treehouse. All grouped up. That's a pick there for Angelism again. Ooh, taken down there.
One
Still
enemy
9.
remaining.
Being found. Last one's behind box in the smoke, taken down again. Angelism another 3K. He's hot.
Absolutely, this Reyna's holding this together right now. We're seeing that BB's really trying to push through onto these sites really fast. Just like you said, we had 3 or 4 people out onto the lane, almost on the site, while Tarkapals is using utility on stairs, being pulled, being completely shut down. So I think they're really trying to take this quick mentality, but this Reyna's going to be very dangerous for them. And with the Cypher on A, let's see if they're going to be able to break it.
And that's something to be considered. This is a very different team than they played last round, obviously, because going slow was is hurting them then. But now maybe they need to slow it down, take a little bit more time to figure out where you're going to go. Maybe not push into those kills early on.
Absolutely.
You should run.
Looks like the A push is coming out through arches. Cypher did spot them out with his cage. Is he going to choose to spray? He does not. Blinded there, pushing behind double box, gets nearly taken out. Finds the trade-off with Curse there. That's going to be big. 4v4. Site is, however, taken, and THBR is contained. Sova drone coming out, trying to slow the game back down. Tags the Astra there in the corner. Wavelength being taken down. 3v3. Again, the health bars are a little lower than they'd like to be on the side of BB.
Taken out.
There goes the curse. 2v2. Hell's being held. I'm thinking the last one is going to be... Wait, where is the last? Okay, yeah, they haven't checked it. Wow. Wow. That's incredible. Jocelyn. Another valiant defense by Jocelyn, getting them enough time to win the round. Was consistently coming up with big plays last game. Finds another one right there to keep it even.
They were able to get onto that A site nice and quick. They had to run through a lot of utility there, but they used 2 ultimates. They used the Killjoy ult, they used the Sky ult, and a whole lot of utility to break that Cypher off. He's still going to go hold that A and hope that next time they just don't have the utility. Hoping to see a little bit of mid control come out of Boza Brigade here. We haven't seen any mid pushes or any mid control.
No, there's no
this
contests at all.
A lot of these teams run into on this map specifically. So we go main, and only mid. Here we
Oh,
go
wow. Sark with the hard read. Able to find any kills? Unfortunately not, but does get a tag, dissuading the A push. Holding them off a little longer. I think a big problem that BB's having is their smokes aren't being used effectively here. Can he find a pick? Does find a pick on Dylan right there. They're not smoking out. They're smoking, the entrances that they were used to the Viper wall from earlier, getting them onto the site and able to consistently push, but they don't have that this game to rely on. And Jealousy usually finding the picks there, but Ghostly takes them down, yeah.
Everyone hiding.
Yeah, they popped the Astro wall, but then they abandoned it. It seems like, yeah. They're gonna go ahead and go to B, but being red, yeah. Sorry.
That really slowed them down there. And here's another Astro wall shutting down the B push.
Yeah.
Read like a book on this one.
So they're gonna have to go through mid. I think the play here would be to try to go through mid because they're all committing to the B site. There we go. There's a mid pick, and it's looking like they're gonna draw them a few people off of the B site to try and allow them the time to push on. Cypher going all the way back to A, in fact. Although it looks like he's gonna read it out. They're going to the A push now. Not knowing that Cypher's in heaven, I don't think they heard him cross over. BR taking out Wavelength there on B site. I don't know why Wavelength chose to push on there.
Spike planted.
I don't think he's revealed his hand, though. Now they're going to try and find a defensive position to hold. And they are going to Wine, which is one of my favorite places to play. It's hard to assault Wine, especially if someone else is holding your long. Triple kill there for mostly Ghosty. Can he find the ace? He's in a position to be able to do it. That's one! Can he get the fifth? No, unable to take it down against a 4K. It's a 1v1. Sky versus Sky to try and secure this round and the lead here. And Sky is able to take it out on the side of blue team, getting the defuse. Bill Nye with the clutch.
That is just a sad round for Boza Brigade.
It is.
On the Jet 4. Unfortunately, she's unable to connect those last shots, and nobody else is that last pick.
That's tough.
Regardless. They really lost momentum on that pick in A main. They decided to push past it. You've got the Cypher trip gone now after that first pick. The best move there, push that Cypher. While you've still got some advantage, while you've still got the numbers. But we're going to go towards B here and see if this Reyna and Sova can slow down this push.
Hawk out!
B push is coming out straight through main. They're going quickly again.
Time to hunt.
No smoke's coming down. I mean, there's a few Astra ones blocking off the opposite side, but once they get onto site, it's completely wide open. Ooh, Reyna with the jump peek, getting onto site, potentially planting the bomb there. Dawson finding a pickup with the classic. Health bars are dwindling on the side of BB once again. 3v4, 3v3 now though. Planting the bomb, spraying down boxes. They're all playing in that boathouse towards the back of the map.
I've got your trail.
3v3.
Remaining.
Gotta play it slow. Sky, last one alive. Goes down. More success here for Treehouse.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You know, the last alive there, Curse, that's one of the best people that you want to be the last alive, but unfortunately when it comes to taking out 3 other players, it's probably not in the cards.
It gets
there.
hard, yeah.
Unfortunately for Bowser Brigade, none of these players really main Astra, and we're really starting to see that lead. It's hard to see that, you know, a lot of the smoke spots aren't smoked properly, you know, common pole spots. You've got stuns that aren't being used. It's really unfortunate. We're seeing a little bit of a here though coming into this next round. We've got Curse up on top mid, maybe taking this duel with
that could be interesting. Yeah, let's see. If you win mid, you can win this game. Waiting a little bit longer than typically expected. Oh, he's gonna go for the lurk on the Reyna. Doesn't spot him out. There it is. Gets the pick. Excellent. So now Sky has to make advantage of this. Has to push through. Might get spotted here by the Cypher if he's not quick enough. Does in fact get the mid priority here. So now he's got a choice on his hands. Can he go back and flank through CT spawn, or is he gonna lurk around?
Spike down mid.
Sky has yet to encounter another person. There was a trade going on in mid there. 3v4 now.
They were able to confirm a lot mid there.
Nice pick there by Lucy. Now let's see what'll be spotted out here. We see 2 people on those ramps right there. That means you gotta go B, execute quickly, and find great angles to hold. You have plenty of time. That mid play was huge there.
Spike planted.
By Curse.
It was a good
Healing
start
up the
to
team.
This round. They even baited this push over towards A.
Vision.
Now they've secured B
Need
site.
that back.
The attack coming in from Market here. Sarkapel's trying to get some info. Knows at least one's on lane. Doesn't know about the second, I don't believe.
Last player
Okay, drop down. Sarkapel's in a 1v3 scenario here. Looking like they're going to go ahead and try and back up and just save the Phantom, which I don't disagree with. That's going to be really hard to push onto.
Absolutely. We're not sure what their econ's looking like quite right now, but we can imagine they're pretty pretty low on econ right now.
Need to keep this.
Suffering a little bit, so
this one will definitely help line the pockets of Bozo Brigade. Well, that's interesting. They pushed much more slowly, and they sent one to mid, and that was seemingly much more effective for them. I think they might be trying to figure out the shot calling there from Jocelyn last game was crucial. I think as he gets time to think about it, gets time to work, he may come up with a plan.
I've played this map enough with Jocelyn that in my ramblings, mid control will win this map 110% of the time. As long as they're sending 1 or 2 mid, those duels, we're really seeing that pay off for them.
Choosing to go all A again. However, there's no real defenders on A. I mean, they have a Sova and they have an Astra, but Astra's not too confident on it. Let's see. Killjoy ult coming down. They're pushing into it. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yep, seemingly securing the site uncontested. And this is big because for the first time this game, they've been able to get all 5 characters on site without being taken down or incredibly low. So now they have a full defense against the full attack of blue side.
Smokes are everywhere. Everyone's fully set up.
Bane being picked off by Jocelyn there. Although Sarkapel's finding big picks right there on Curse and Wavelength, finding 2, making it a 3v3. Let's see. I don't think Ghosty's been spotted out. Ghostly getting a little Oh, wow, the trigger
Last
discipline.
player standing.
Waited just long enough. Finds the double kill. That's awesome. Good job, Ghostly there. Just holding his corner, not playing too quickly, not getting nervous.
Absolutely. Honestly, a clinic in the post plant there. We have two of your players sitting back on the A main, the line positioning. You've got Molotov set up, and you leave one or two players on that site to pick off the stragglers while they push in towards that main to take care of those rats in the corner, you know?
Yep. Yeah, that was very good.
Swap over to the other side now. We're looking at a 5-man B push again.
They've been able to avoid the Cypher quite frequently this game. I think only encountering him twice on the initial assault. Astra has some stars set up here. Will they choose to use them? They're across the map. Looks like they stemmed the push onto B site, choosing to flank instead. Going through mid, I like this play, but they don't know the range is right there. They need to check that corner the second they peek it. Will they peek the Reyna properly here? The jiggle coming out, potentially a molly.
They put up that star and smoke.
First finding 2 there.
I've got your trail.
Now what will they do with that? The team is split. Curse is seemingly assaulting the Sova on B site. Choosing not to go with the rest of his team there, instead trying to cut off the Sova, getting picked out for it. I disagree with that play a little bit, but Sova's going to go ahead and try and make his way to A, or their way to A. Actually finding another pick on Thane. 2v4 here. We heard Sarkapel's right there. Sark looking like they're going to take the right pick there, though. Excellent smoke off there from Reyna. Yeah, that's going to help her. Very risky to do, but Wavelength is going to be helped by it in the end. Sark choosing not to peek there.
Yeah, doing more. Looking like we're trying to take exit frags. The Reyna's up in top mid right now. See if they can break that econ a little bit.
Astra suspects they're there. Yes, unfortunately, I want to go take it down. Sark finding two good picks, yeah, on Treehouse's side. 3 with the bomb being taken down. Yeah. Okay.
Last round before the switch.
A good win on the side of BB, but great exit frags on the side of Treehouse, trying to keep the eco close.
Doesn't look like BB's got the money to break, and we are moving into this last round of the half. So let's see if DH is going to be able to even it out. We're at a 5-6 game right now. This is turning out to be pretty close.
It is close, yeah. Back and forth on both sides there. I think BB found their groove after the first few rounds.
Absolutely. Might be a quick B here.
No mid contest again. They really don't like contesting mid on the side of BB.
Starting to pull rotates off of A.
Now they are in the wide open. Reyna has an angle on it. Getting across there with the dismiss.
They will cover.
Popping ult as well. Gonna go ahead and recontest, although they might be gone by the time Reyna's able to peek it.
There.
Oh no, they are gonna go ahead and push into the ulting Reyna here. One smoke out. Sorry, flashbang out. Another dismiss finds the angle for Reyna, able to get
down, mid.
one. And Jealous go ahead and dismisses away one more. Suspects Ghosty's still over there. Wavelength also over there on the B main area.
Yeah, they've
really
got
tall task.
Right down in mid outside of market. Yeah. This is going to be a tough pickup.
They're going to split up here. Jet is pushing B main. Sarkapels just gave up a little bit of space there, but not needing to hold it per se. Because now it's a 1v4 scenario. Let's see what mostly Ghost is able to do here. I'm gonna go ahead and peek. Probably going to encounter Sova at some point. Gonna hear the shock dart go off for sure. Does find him there. Assuming people are in market, plays close to the wall. What's gonna happen here? Going around through CT. Has to find an incredible series of kills here in order to win the round. Ooh, the ace from Angelus. Ace. Huge play.
Absolutely massive round.
Switching
right
sides.
6. We're at a 6-6 game, and the sides are swapping now. It was very interesting to see how BB started that game with so much control, and seeing TH start to claw back and really start to understand the pushes and act accordingly. Let's see if both of is able to do the same thing on defense. We've already got the Killjoy set up on B. We're leaning 3 towards A. We're really relying on Jocelyn being able to hold this site on his own until rotates come through.
I have a lot of faith in Jocelyn's defense, so we'll see.
He's going to have to hold with a 5-man B, 4-man B. We've got Thane going over, maybe for that mid control.
Yes, I do like seeing the player in mid. I don't like seeing nobody contesting mid on the other side. But we'll see what happens here as they kind of slowly unfold onto B. Jocelyn's got crazy setup on it, so it's going to be hard to push through him. He's very consistent at anchoring. Let's see here. There's the turret spot, so they are aware they are B. One shock dart out, misses, just barely.
Thane gets that pick in mid. And another.
I'm not sure how hard Thane was hit there, but a few shots that certainly landed 25 HP. Okay, so they do have a few characters up, but they are pretty low. The Sky healing up.
Offers
That's
him
going
so
to be
much
tough.
space to just walk through mid and take A.
It does, and Astra may be late to the heaven by just a few seconds here, so they're going to be established by the time the smoke goes down. Let's see what happens. I'm sure some people are already pre-aiming it. Ooh, Sova getting taken down. Starkville's pushing Jocelyn, able to find the pick. They don't know that BR's in that corner right there. Oh, they did spot him. I don't know if he was able to recognize it, though. Let's see what happens. They're going to try and push onto the site. Ooh, 1v4, 3. Attackers win once again.
Tough round. An absolutely valiant attempt by BB there, but I think their rotates just went a little bit too early. Thane got those spectacular picks out mid and offered them the space to just walk across to A as fast as they absolutely could. Leave Dawson on his own island, go take A while the rotates are coming through CT. You've got so much time and space to just get on the site, plant, take up positions, and that's exactly what they did. Spectacular attack from TH. They're going to try it again.
Two-pronged defense here. Oh, big sprays coming through. So Market's being held by Reyna, and then Jocelyn's going to be playing lower boathouse. So let's see what happens here. A slow B push, but they are tipping their hand with the Skywolf. Rotate's coming out from the jet over there. Ghost is going to be trying to push through Market right behind Reyna. I don't know if they quite took the turret down yet, but they did get a few shots onto it. No, turret is still up. Sarkopel's pushing lane here, unaware that Jocelyn's sitting back there and... Oh. There we go, that's one kill down, but just the classic's not going to be enough to make anything more than that. Those LMGs are too much to kind of defend. Now let's see how this retake goes, because Cypher did just get a pick over there in B main. 2v4 on the push. They find themselves in the position that BB found themselves in many times in the first half. Where you have this site, but you don't have a lot to defend it with.
Player standing.
Just Jet alone. Let's see what's gonna happen. Being taken down. The eco round, not an unexpected loss, but it would have been nice to see a few more picks come out.
Absolutely. Now they should have this full buy here. We're going into maybe a round for TH. It looks like most everybody was able to survive, so maybe we're looking at a hero gun round.
I think I would like to see Jocelyn change it up a little bit here. He's been going B a couple times. Seemingly no success. They are able to get on pretty much each time, so let's see what could happen.
Not even seeing any interesting Molotov setups. You know, normally we have those Molotovs on lane to really deter that push on the site. But the A setup,
slight B main contest there. Thane may walk into this if Ghostly continues to hold it.
This is a full default. This is a first so far in this game.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what happens here. Thane is about to cross over mid, but it looks like Ghostly gave the angle up. Oh wow, they're gonna push mid as soon as Ghostly gives up his angle. That's so unfortunate for them. Because Ghostly's gonna find a little surprise here if he peeks that corner too late. Oh yep. Ghostly's gonna go ahead and back up, unaware that they're all on on mid there. Ghostly's about to walk into a whole ton of people, and he does. That's unfortunate. Angelic Tim able to find the pick there, healing all the way back up to full 125, 150 overshield. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Give me a corpse.
I think they're lurking right over there. Yep.
Everyone hiding.
Oh, okay, gonna be spotted out by the Cypher ult right there.
B site.
Yep.
free B site.
Yeah, completely free, and they are aware of it too with the Cypher ult. So let's see how BB is able to try and recontest this. They only have 3 members alive. This is a pretty big round. They need to win this because they're going to be super broke if they don't.
Camera taken out.
3v5. Hard ask. 2 shots going into the smoke, finding no purchase. The Wolf's coming out to try and get some info. He finds 2 people. What will they do with the information they found?
Careful now.
I almost think you should... Ooh, yeah. People are going down through the wall. I think you should almost try to save here. There's no way you'll be able to take out 4 people unless there's a big pick coming out here from Wavelink. Going immediately to the bomb. Unfortunately, time is ticking down rapidly, and Dylan and Wavelink go down. This is going to be devastating for their eco.
Absolutely aggressive round from TH. Able to trade up these guns. Those Brigade really suffering on this Econ right now. Gonna have to go for light buy. It's gonna be real tough. TH is making this well known that they are pretty dominant on attack right now. Let's see what they can do. They're liking this mid control. Getting that mid control is offering them the chance to just rotate anywhere on the map that they want to very quickly. And it's really making these rounds for them. See what they're doing now.
Picking up the Marshall. Let's see if we find anything crazy here. Marshall being held. Ooh, excellent headshot there from Ghostly. Can he find out that there were 2 people up there, but they seemingly gave the angle up after that pick was found. So they have not committed to a site yet. In fact, Soba's holding mid with the bomb, so if they push on to A, they can do nothing with it. Yet to commit once again. Looks like mid is going to be taken here. They're going through catwalk and a push onto tree room, potentially taking the stairs down. Maybe he's going to truly go through mid.
Here.
It's uncontested for the most part. Sky choosing to not go down, but the Jet does. Cypher's holding the angle. Finds the pick there. That's big. So now they're tipped off, though. They're aware that most of the team is in mid. The collapse is coming slowly. Reyna's holding the market platform, and then Sky's holding that angle in CT. Astra may unwittingly walk through and get picked off there if she's not careful.
Cutting their vision.
Let's see what happens. Yes, Dylan does find a pick on Sarkfeld. Bill Nye trading it back onto Curse. Wavelink taking down Bill Nye. Angelic Tim taking down Dylan, finding themselves in a 2v2. Reyna is very low, though.
They have this B site to themselves, though. Plant set up.
There comes the bomb going down. Angelic Tim. Very, very low. Only a few shots to take him down. But if he does find a pick, may end up being able to heal all the way up. Killjoy and Astra here looking for the split offense on the site. Wavelength finding a big pick. That's going to be huge. Now they have to work together here, use their 2v2 advantage. Oh no! Angelic Tim able to find 2 kills for the triple at the end of the round. Had they pushed together, maybe they'd have a better chance, but great shots from Angelic Tim.
Again, we got a light buy round from BB. We're going to hope that with this gun round, they might be able to figure something out to pull this back, but I'm really seeing some star plays from Thane here. It's not 3Ks, 4Ks, and aces, but we are seeing him really understand his role as a sentinel on attack, taking up so much space, catching the tail, rotates, whatever you can do on attack. We saw him pushing up into market, taking that first pick, and that set everything up for TH that round.
Okay, push. We haven't seen a whole lot of these. Let's see what they'll do. It looks like going to be turning into more of just a fishing game here. Seeing if they can find a pick. They are not giving the bomb to it. Just scoping it out, seeing what they can find.
There.
Don't think a whole lot of information has been gathered yet. They're aware at least one person's there with the Sky, but they don't know about the Jet in the tree room, I don't believe. Damage coming out. Mostly Ghosty finding a pick on Sarkapels. Angelic Tim trading it back on the Mostly Ghosty. Let's see. I believe that's Curse sitting there in the corner. Yes, it is. Curse is being pushed in on all sides. Astra finding the pick. BR planting the bomb now. 2v4 trying to go ahead and assault here. Wavelink up there, avoiding the flashbang from Reyna, getting the pick onto the box. Unaware about the generator lurk here from Sky. Sorry, Sage.
One enemy
Top of the bomb finds the leg. BR being taken down. This is a big win for Treehouse. They needed this.
This is the round they needed. They can bring up these guns now. This is hopefully going to help them get into that next round. Wavelength had a massive round there. And again, we're seeing just these little picks are helping either team really isolate these duels and convert these rounds for them. It's interesting. It was interesting to me to see that that smoke go down on Generator, because Curse might have been able to get out of that. It was interesting not to see a stun or a pull come out, but it paid off for them. It looked like Curse maybe got a little too confused. Shots from the left, lurk on the right. Didn't know which side of that smoke they were coming out of. Might have done good to flash out.
I've got your trail.
That corner is very dangerous for that. Yeah, he puts himself available to 2 different angles being attacked. So. Looks like a hard B push, yes. And there's no Killjoy on here to stem this push here this time. Oh, wide open. Finds a pick. Finds 2.
Right in the back.
Curse getting redemption for last round. Pops the ultimate ability. Pushes. Oh, gets it. That's 3 for Curse there.
One
heroic
enemy
stand
remaining.
on B.
Last
It's going to
player
be enough to
standing.
secure the round. That's 1 more pick. Just got to find 1 more in lane. It looks like he was pulling his knife out, unfortunately. BR goes down. Yep. Wow, they might be pulling this game back. I think that's 2 in a row there for BB.
Really, TH got to feel a little bit burned on that one. That's the first time they've really heavy hit a site, and they didn't have the Killjoy on that site either. Was really able to stand his ground in both house. I think Curse is a fancy shooter. I think we're looking at a 22% percentage. So with all that utility, the flashes, able to convert 3K to hold that site. We see a much slower remid to a main here.
You have to wonder if that's gotten into their head a little bit, because they've been very confident sending it down the sites each time, and now they're all lurking in mid, seemingly not really getting any information, just sitting around hoping they find a pick, somebody walks into them blindly, but they're not going to find any such luck. They're holding the sites very well on BB's side.
They had a little ping towards mid. They're like, hey, this Reyna's always sitting here.
Still nothing committed. Both sides are unaware as to where the others are. They have a good idea that people will be defending.
Ghostly.
I don't see that one too often.
Ooh. It's a high risk, high reward.
Yeah. He's praying they kind of get onto site without them noticing him, and he can maybe find a few picks like he did that 1 round before. But he's got to be patient with it. Ooh, wow, the spray's almost coming through, taking him down, but Sarkapels is able to avoid it. Wavelength finding a jug. Tim, that's a big pick. That's usually their kill leader each round. Mostly Ghostly finding Thane. BR trading back onto Ghostly, and Wavelength finding Bill Nye. Although this ult is ticking down, forcing them off the site. 30 seconds left. This is where that sitting in the top of mid is going to come back to bite them. They don't have a lot of time to push through mid here, and it looks like Killjoy's got a little angle on it. Oh, choosing to give it up, though. Playing for the safer route, choosing not to die. They know they have the numbers advantage, and they know they have to go to B at this point. So, let's see when this clash is going to happen. Wow, that's one. A headshot going down with the Ghost, but it wasn't enough. Is it going to be? Let's see. He's got to get the plant out. 3 seconds. No longer go for the plant. Has to get kills or survive. And it's looking like he's going to just wait for time to tick down and
hold on to the
choose to save the gun. Yeah. Is that 3 in a row now for BB?
It is. Spectacular hold from them. We saw that Killjoy ult come in. Shut everything
It was
down.
a patient Killjoy ult as well. It wasn't thrown down too early. It was enough to force them off of that site. And you have to wonder here what's going through the mind of TH. Are they rattled a little bit, having been stemmed 3 times in a row, and they're not used to that? They did not get really shut out at all throughout the first half of this half.
They started this half really dominant. You know, we're starting to see that 25, 30 seconds wasted in mid. No push. They said, all right, let's slow it down again. But nobody really did anything. No info coming out.
They weren't gathering information.
They're split towards B now. And here comes the drone. This is the info
Aware
we
of the
wanted.
Reyna, but that's not entirely unexpected. They know they're going to have 2 people holding it. Pushing out. Astra Smoke's coming down. They're being popped. Okay. Here comes the Skydog. It turned around for some reason. Oh, wow. Big pick there from Sarkapels.
I'm recalling my bot.
Moving to a 1-man advantage. Ooh, wow. Deeping headshot there. Curse able to take out Bill Nye. 3v2 there. Let's see. Treehouse has a numbers advantage. Gotta plant the spike here, though. seemingly without an issue.
Spike planted.
Now it's up to Ghostly and Wavelength to try and find an assault onto this site. If they win this round, they will be in a phenomenal position.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's a very unfortunate Cypher Trap there. Another Cypher Trap lurking just out of sight, and they're able to take down a Wavelength at the end of the round, securing a 2-round advantage. Things are looking dire here for BB.
Rare showing from 2 people on TH there. We had Sarcopals taking a 3 or 4K that round. Really solid shooting, really good support for the team. Lane helping that post plant, but taking that lurking role this round really helped you. Already again, the tripwires on the stairs and on lane made that 2v3 push on the side almost impossible.
We survived.
Now, I am a little nervous here because it seems like Treehouse is lurking in that top mid position again. Hopefully they commit to A and don't waste more time. Only one person even watching the A site. Jet is lurking on the catwalk there.
But this Astra is solid. We're seeing a smoke and pull combo coming out, and then you can just go to town.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Only a classic to her name, though.
Couple of headshots, no big deal.
There's the smoke. Dismissed. Free aim. They're revealing their position there. It does find the pick, unfortunately. For BB, and the wall dividing the entire site. That's going to be really hard to push through whenever you're coming back through heaven. Good shot, but unfortunately shoots down the door to reveal a wall. So it's going to be a 4v3. BB is going to have to find a way to take this site with just a few pistols. A daunting task considering how well they've been playing prior. Dylan being taken down. So Ghostly's got an Ares and a Dream here. 2v2. This is doable. They've got to play quickly though. Both of them are lurking in hell. That's a Vandal. Gonna go ahead and tap the bomb. Still sticking it. Pros don't fake.
Last player standing.
Oh, so close. TH is able to seal the round though, going up 12-9. This is really, really bad here for BB.
Point.
Absolutely. We saw that intimidation pull come in from Star. It wasn't quite far enough away from the diffuser to pull Ghostly off of it. If she just held on, they might have taken that round without even realizing.
Yeah, that's true. It was a valiant eco round there for BB. They nearly pulled it off.
We're now at that 12-9 mark. We've got that last round. Hopefully BB can see a couple of rounds and we can push back over to OT. It's their last hope.
Must go 3-0 here to secure the victory. Sarcopel's holding on to that scanning dart. Let's see what she finds. Closing the door. Looks like they're onto site here. Again, a 4v5. Able to break down the door. Angles are going to be hard to find, though. Especially when the entire team gets into the site. Ooh, Jet's lurking that corner. Oh, wow. Ghostly finds a pick on a Thane, and Tim finds Ghostly, and then Curse and Dylan find 2 picks. That kind of evens things up. It's a 3v2. This could be a round that they could win. Spray's going down. BR being taken out by Dylan. I would like to see somebody go and tap the bomb, trying to draw Sarcopels out from where she is, but they're spotted out. And the defuse is coming in from Jocelyn. This round is going to be over either way. Dylan trying to take out the last kill, and he does get it. Excellent job.
Exactly what they needed.
They did need that. Although the eco is going to be great on the side of Treehouse, and it's still 2-0. They have to win 2 rounds to 0 losses in order to continue on.
Buzzard Brigade played that textbook. You're talking, hey, we got 1 picked off site, that's okay, back up. Let's play a retake. 4-5 retake. TH starts to get a little too aggressive. Little jump in the gun, 12-9.
Ooh, I'm excited. Dylan's taking an odd angle here on the B site, and Jocelyn's also over here. This could be an electric defense here. They haven't sent 3B yet. Oh, okay. Jocelyn's going to watch market. Oh, backing up a little bit. Okay. Unfortunate, though. I think their defense was perfect. They backed off a little too soon. Rainer rotated off before we knew any information at all.
Watch this.
Very, very slow push. I only wish they had more people on B, but Treehouse is potentially going to capitalize if they don't. Oh, all of the Killjoy util is completely ignored because they walked by it too quickly. And now Sky finds herself in Boathouse, trapped, surrounded by the enemy
Spike
team. Finds
down,
one pick
B.
to trade off, but the bomb is on the site, and they can easily get a plant off before they're able to rotate. Jocelyn's going to have to figure out some way to attack this site. It is a 3v4, but the defensive positions are absolutely going to be an advantage here for the attacking team. What's going to happen here? BR trade out Dylan, making it a 2v3, 2v2 now. Sky and Reyna versus Jet and Astra.
Last player
It's going to be
standing.
Ghostly here versus the World. Ghostly in a 1v1 to try and secure their tournament position. He finds the pick. The game continues on. Waveling, that's a big pickup.
Absolutely. We're seeing one for one to close out that round. We're coming back. We've got a 12-11. We're going to hope that we get one more round to convert it over to OT. A nice, tight, close game here.
This is going to be something.
That Reyna rotate on defense.
1 second, peeps.
They might have been able to shut down that B push
Yeah,
a little
I
bit
agree.
faster had they just kept
Very
that
hasty.
Reyna in CT, but everyone's a little nervous right now.
Yeah,
The guns on.
definitely nerves are coming out. And this was a very cool Bozo Brigade from last game. They were calm and collected, even down like 6 rounds. So I'm surprised to see the nerves coming in once again, but Wavelength really turned it on there at the end of the round. Oh, is this the first mid push? We're going to see a full mid commit. Usually Ghostly's watching this, but Ghostly seemingly gave up the angle. I can't believe it. Ghostly's been watching this the entire game. They did decide to go to B, a more traditional route. But Jocelyn's watching through market. If they push up the wrong way, this could be very bad. Jocelyn's got a ton of utility. If they make a single step, he's going to set off that Killjoy utility. They're going to have to walk up through mid very carefully here. There's the turret. So they're aware of the mid push. Are they aware of the B push as well, though? That's the question. Finding a pick there in Courtyard. Goes to the Ghostly. Finding 2! This is going to be incredibly big. That's dangerous. What's going to happen here? Ghostly still having the mid. Oh, they could walk right into him if they're not careful. Ghostly seemingly unaware that they're coming from behind him, though. He needs to turn around. Jocelyn is there watching the mid, though. Lower mid, kind of by that little stone fountain area.
You want to find it?
Oh, they're completely trapped. But they're aware that they're coming from that area because of the Sky Wolf. What's going to happen? I can't quite tell what's going on.
Your trail.
Oh, they're pushing up through Catwalk. Oh, that was almost a pick. Oh, no. A devastating attack from Treehouse. Let's see, it's going to be a 3v3. Yep. Astra is already up there. Wavelength. Shots are going down. Sarkabell killing Wavelength, but taking a lot of damage in the process. They have a Sky able to heal it up. 2v3 here. Half a must-win round. Treehouse looking to go 1-0 in groups here. BB playing for 2-0.
Hawk blinded.
There's a stun, or a flashbang. Right there!
Can't see this enemy
So close, he has no idea he's there. Only we can see that on the screen.
Player standing.
Ooh, nearly finding the pick anyway.
One enemy remaining.
Jocelyn in a 1v2 scenario, trying to secure their tournament lives here. He's not going to fake it. Oh my god, what a play from
Attackers
Sarkabell.
win.
That was nearly it. Sending us to OT, but Treehouse does secure the win, going 1-0 and sending Bozo Brigade to 1-1 in the group stage. That was awesome. So shortly enough, we'll be getting a post-game interview coming in. Yeah, that was awesome. That was a wonderful game. Very close again.
Spectacular watch there. Honestly, both teams super close. BB unable to close it out, but they did their best there. Almost down to that, just down to that 1v1.
That was incredibly impressive. Yeah, Jocelyn, I wouldn't have put it past him to get that 1v1 right there. So let's see who they're going to go ahead and send in from Treehouse to come enlighten us on that game. It was close the entire way through.
Absolutely.
As we see here, Angelic Tim taking the top of the scoreboard deservedly because he had some crazy 1v3s, 1v2s, a few 4Ks. I think he may have even gotten an ace at some point.
An ace, yeah, ace definitely came out at least one time there. I mean, you give Tim a Reyna, it's hard to compete with that. Tim does have some nice aim, some quick movement as well, and I think honestly that's what wins a lot of these fights, especially down with these players.
And from a mental perspective as well, going into a Fed Reyna who's doing really well, shooting hot, it's hard to try and contest that. You're definitely in your own mind. Yeah, right here.
Absolutely.
Got a 5K. Looks like it was round 12, the end of the first half. Yeah, it's definitely hard to contest a Reyna whose guns shooting hot.
Of course, it's got to shake BB a little bit, or anybody who's really coming up against it.
I'm going to go ahead and drop down to the Treehouse voice chat, see if we can find somebody who wants to come do an interview. Okay, I'll be right back.
Absolutely. See who we end up getting from this Treehouse team.
Here.
There he is.
I just got pulled into Goblin Gang.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hello.
I saw Woodrow hop in.
Let's see. We have Thane here from Treehouse going to do a post-game interview. You guys
There we go.
very close, but decisive win against Bozo Brigade, who was showing they were calm, cool, and collected, capable of formulating some strategies. What'd you think about that last game?
It was pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, there was definitely a moment towards the end we were getting really scared. We were worried because we lost that second to last round, where that was like our last big buy, and so we were really worried. But yeah, I'm really happy that we pulled that one out. They were terrifying to play against.
I was feeling for you in the first half because as Cypher, I think they only encountered you like 2 times on their initial pushes because seemingly they managed to avoid you the entire time, which definitely doesn't feel great as Cypher, but you were able to make yourself useful towards the end of the round as well, with a late round like double trap that ended up winning you the round.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of times it felt like where I would be like, okay, they went B last round, they've gone B every time, I'm going to go B now, and then they go A.
Yeah, out of nowhere. After they win the round on B, there's no reason for them to go A, but they choose to switch it up anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was a really good time. I mean, honestly, so like it was it was really hard because so I was IGLing and making the calls in the middle of the round. Like they just had such a good defense. Like there was always so unpredictable. Like I feel like early in our attack half, I managed to catch a few people trying to flank, but after a round or 2 of that happening, they just stopped. And suddenly it was like if we sat there, nothing was going to happen. So we had to push somewhere.
Yeah, and I noticed sorry to interrupt there.
Good.
So I noticed at one time during the attack phase, you guys had lurked around in the top of mid, seemingly being a little bit indecisive. What was going on there? You didn't quite gather enough info and ended up running out of time later on in the round.
I'm trying to remember which round you're talking about. I think what had happened was that the same round where like there was one where we got absolutely ruined in A main by an Astra suck, and I think the rest of us ended up in mid, and then like we just couldn't figure out what to do. Yeah. Honestly, I think so. Like I was very frazzled in that round just because like that was totally on me. I think I should have been more decisive making some calls for the team. I think that's something I still need to work on, like as an IGL. Kind of separating the calls I'm making from my personal gameplay. Because if I get frustrated by a kill I feel like I should have gotten, then suddenly it's really hard for me to focus the rest of the round, even if I'm not playing. But I think there were definitely more than a few rounds like that.
Yeah. Well, you guys able to pull it out in the end? That was phenomenal gameplay.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm really psyched for Bozo Brigade as well. I really hope we get to play them again because that was so fun.
They were cool. All right, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and go to the break.
Cool. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me? We could be
Legend.
I have nothing to lose.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
Wake up. I know what's real.
Escape reality. Hardwired.
One shot, one chance, one shot, one chance, one move, one dance, one shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance, one shot. Brace yourself for the Vegas. One shot. For the Vegas. Where we leaving?
plastic. Don't gotta flex, I know what you asking. You need a lift, you look like you crashing. Here it come, what's in my cup? Only top shelf. Drink that, what's in my leaf? Gon' stake this whole place out. Big facts, I do what I want, I do what it does. I'm moving around, I'm getting the love. It's me that you want, my schedule is plugged. But I'm here now. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving, all I really need to know is when we leaving.
welcome back to the stream. We've got Treehouse right back at it again after a powerful game on Ascent versus NA, the non-Americans.
Yeah,
I'm
not
very
only did
excited.
Treehouse have just get out of a game, it was a close game and a pretty dominant start off by him. So hopefully they can
Oh,
find that again and take off and have a good
when I
start.
tell you, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Oh my gosh, especially
I
like
was in
that
being the
later
observer
half.
for that game and I couldn't even keep track.
Oh, there was just so much happening, but like in a good way. Like there were so many different strategies going on and just so much adaptation to what was happening. Like I just was amazed to be sitting back and watching it happen.
Yeah, so now going from Ascent now onto Breeze, I wonder if Thane's gonna be able to keep up what he had going, have the nice reads and you know handle what he needs to against the non-Americans.
I think they'll do pretty well. I will say I personally am not a Breeze fan. In fact, I am an avid non-Breeze fan, but
I know
it's
some people that
somebody's
would
map.
agree with you. I myself kind of enjoy Breeze because of the different break and pace from the way this game normally goes. But
Mm.
looking at the map stats for these teams, it looks like it's number 3 for Treehouse and I guess I was number 2. Yeah, number.
Oh.
Oh, actually, no, I take that back. Not even on
Oh,
non-American.
it's not on
So
the top 3, yeah.
yeah, so it looks like Treehouse won this veto essentially. So we'll see how prepared non-Americans are to play on Breeze.
We'll see how this goes. I think the last time I saw the non-Americans play, I don't remember who, but somebody ran Viper, and I will say that a controller would be quite essential on a map as open as Breeze can be. So hopefully we'll see that again.
I know last tournament Miko was playing quite a bit of Viper, and it still shows that Viper is kind of their main agent. So we'll see if
Mhm.
we see them pull that out, or if they decide to do something different here. Sure, we can
Very
be
good.
as long as the players are ready. I think we should be good to hop in so they can start selecting those agents.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. I can't sit still. That's how excited I am. You can't see it, but I'm.
Oh, it's fine. They're seeing me fidget just enough. I'm ready for this.
So you can make up for the both of us.
Well, there we go.
Got the ready check going. I like how all of Treehouse is
Looks
matching
like NA
cards.
needs just a second here, so we're gonna take a second here to point out the fact that between these two teams,
Mm.
Miko has a 20% headshot percentage, which is topping
Whew.
both teams there. But looking over onto Treehouse, you got Sarkopels and Angelic Tim both rocking almost a 19 across with
Mm.
both of them there. So they have equalizing firepower. So we'll see who brings it today.
We'll see.
I know
Sometimes it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like I say, I know last game, Angelic Tim showed that bringing out that ace.
I
So
saw that. I did see that one. That was really, really good.
we'll
I
see what
was.
happens when they get into it. It always depends who shows up and who feels more comfortable.
That's true. That's true. Miko has a good headshot. Well, the highest, as you said, the highest headshot rate on non-Americans. But I feel like the members of Treehouse kind of all have a little bit more consistency throughout there, as you had mentioned. So I guess we'll see. Sometimes, is it better to have one person with the highest, or is it better to have multiple people who are kind of on the same footing with each other in terms of aim like that?
So I'm also kind of now looking over the stats too. And I see Tapwater off of non-Americans. They have a 1.68 KD, which so
Mm,
they might not be tapping as many heads, but they're doing well staying alive. So that might help balance things out, make things a
that's
little
true.
more even.
And there are other ways to be helpful than aim. Aim is just always a good thing to
That
have.
that's also true. So we'll see who's put in more time and been working together.
Treehouse locks in Sky, Reyna, Chamber so far. Chamber was not even allowed in the last tournament, so I'm excited to see him played here. Killjoy locked in on NA side. Oh, and another Sky. Okay, both have a Viper.
So both have a Viper here. Both got Skies. So we're looking pretty even across the board until you roll into that Astra and KJ against the Sova and Chamber.
I am excited to see how NA rolls with having two controllers. I feel
this is a good map to have two controllers.
absolutely, and
The sites are so open, even after the updates. They're still
Very open, very scary.
They're kind of rough, but you know, if you get used to it, you know how to play around them.
That's true. I do think NA. I'm trying to remember if they were the ones who. I don't. This isn't really helpful, but the last time I watched them play with each other, they had a lot of like harmony and teamwork with each other. So seeing them run 2 controllers is interesting to me because I can just imagine the corners that they can force people into and get picks and stuff off of. Like realistically, they can pull off a lot of crazy stuff. And with them, are they the ones starting on defense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The non-Americans are here on starting on the defending side, setting up pretty aggressively here.
Ooh, Treehouse are strong attackers, but 2 controllers on defense could be pretty tricky to fight against.
So they're set up here for. Say they're gonna try and pop A here, get this orb. Viper shutting them down, playing inside their orb. We'll see who gets the first contact here.
Oh, they're shooting into the gas. The orb's down.
Orb's down, which now makes Viper still gets the kill. Miko gets one. Almost able to get safe and maybe get another. Now they're stuck behind an orb and another wall here. But the rotations have come in. But it looks like Treehouse is going to back out and rotate back and reassess.
Alright, both teams are down to only 4 players right now.
Tapwater going into mid here. Maybe going to catch off. Nope, they're going the long way around, so Tapwater's not going to see anything coming through on this rotate.
And the 2 members of Non-American are still leading towards A site, but all of Treehouse is on B side.
30 seconds left.
Gonna be getting the plant down and getting up into some strong post plants. Thane actually picking up Tapwater in mid there. Now you got 4v3 situation here. There's pretty strong post plants. Thane getting another kill.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Tim?
Angelic Tim showing that form.
Astra's left alone in arches.
This is very difficult to try and actually retake this. They can wait out the time, but you know what? Don't need to.
Well,
PR gets the
had
kill.
9 HP. It was a risky thing to push.
I liked seeing that once they Treehouse realized that they got stuck behind all the utility. They just rotated right out and were able to beat the rotations over. It is unfortunate that they decided to go the long way, so they weren't able to be spotted in mid there by the Reyna.
Yeah, there could have been a good chance to get some picks on, but for attacking side, that was pretty good for them, keeping as many people as they could up as they rotated.
Looks like it's gonna be a fast mid pop here from Treehouse. NA's not really playing much into mid, just kind of spotting it and falling back from there is the way this round's gonna look out. Give it up and then play their sights. They're letting that time come out and making Treehouse come to them.
Leading into A site, mid doors. Turbo's watching that. Oh, taken out.
Toxins going up.
Every member of Treehouse still standing committed onto site. They get the spike planted.
Tapwater getting a kill on Circle Bells. Angelic Tim trading one back. As long as they can keep their bodies up, they should be able to easily lock out this post plant. Times like this, you'll want to see an A come together. We're now down to a 3v1. Tapwater already on low health.
Myself, thank you.
Oh, there goes Tapwater. Bill Nye's Ares got him.
Kept it pretty clean. They only lost 2, so going into this essential bonus round, they actually have decent weapons already.
It's a good start off for them, a good econ to begin with, which is always preferable at the start of the game.
I would like to see, it's going to be interesting to see how non-Americans end up switching things up if stuff isn't working, but it looks like they're rolling into the same set here. And potentially going to be another mid pop here. Get that control and then go from there. This is another one of those maps where mid control is pretty, it's pretty huge and almost standard to get, for the sense that makes rotations big, and you can cut off so much once you have that control.
Absolutely. Mid here, you can either really dominate the map for mid or get absolutely squished in from every angle possible.
Thane with another good opening pick there. Miko coming up behind him though. How many are they gonna get? Gets 2 dinks. Doesn't get a clean one up though. And nobody is on that B site to stop this. So there's gonna be a 4v5 retake.
Teleport's broken.
Actually, they make it to a 4v4. Oh, the kill's coming in fast.
Wow.
They were able to turn this around before plant. Now it's down to a 3v1. It's all down to Sarcopels. See what they can do here. Gets the first, gets the dart off too, knows where the other 2 are.
Spike's down in the middle, they can easily guard it. Nobody has it. Tap water preparing to peek, possibly. Oh, oh! The killjoy. It's the final kill, wrapping up the round.
I just realized that myself that the spike was down. I thought they got the plant off before they got killed.
I think they almost did, but yeah, leaving it out in the middle like that.
That ended up making it real rough there for Sarcopels, having to figure out how to actually get out of that corner to try and either get the kills or get the spike.
Tap water's chilling up and nest of mid. It doesn't look like they're quite pushing towards mid. They're leaning towards A side on attackers.
I say, like I said, they're really just kind of just poking into mid, spotting if anyone's around, and then settling back and letting Treehouse come to them. When speaking of which, looks like Treehouse is going to be looking to hit A here, seeing if they can get around Miko's Viper stuff.
The orb's out. Bill Nye's dogging out onto site. Scout taken down. There are footsteps down in hallway, but no one's seeing anything yet.
They're really just kind of settling back. All of NA's already switched over, stacking up onto that A site, being ready for that retake. Now they're spawning in the mid. Miko getting picked off spot in mid, but does see, I think they saw at least 3 and maybe even saw that spike going, so NA is starting to shift over.
Tim's pushing up mid still.
Obviously now picking up that lurker over on that A site. Now the execute comes out onto B here and no one's here to stop it.
Will they get the plant off? There's the Viper ult.
Viper ult coming onto the site, that pretty much just locks it down there. It's gonna be rough for him to get in.
Tim's got a Hawkeye trained on arches where everyone is bundled up right now. They're going back and forth, no one's down yet.
He's choosing a rough choke point to try and come through to attack this. They do get the first pick, making it 3v3. They don't have much utility to try and clear these out.
There's Astra. 1v2. Ult's still up.
Looks like they're running out just to save their weapon here and take it into the next round and hopefully get something done with it.
It's not a bad decision to make.
That Viper ult was huge there on site because it they got the kills coming back in on that retake, but once they got to the ult, they couldn't do anything because they had nothing to be able to clear into it with, so they just had to face check it, which did not work out well.
Yeah, the ultimate changed everything. I don't think maybe it would have been a much closer round if that ult hadn't been up blocking so much site, but with that ult and with the amount of walls that have been added to B site pushing onto there, it's not always easy. There's way too many corners to check that you can't easily see because the ult is up blocking everything.
For you,
so it might go B this time.
You want to play? Let's play.
Vayne with the chamber ult trained on B site.
The chamber ult's gonna be huge. You know, if they are able to keep up late round, it's huge in the post flanks because it's so strong. Because you can always switch off of that to, you know, whatever you happen to have as your primary. Really just becomes your secondary. It's stronger than having a secondary pistol.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim's pushing up into nest.
That's what I mean here. This mid control, they can top so much. Yep.
Spike down B.
Yep,
he getting taken down there. Almost had 2-piece there though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, now
we're down to
Spike planted.
Miko versus 3 here. Are they gonna be expecting Viper here close in the archway?
Looks like BR might be. No? Watched in the wrong angle? Miko's trying to get a pick from mid.
He's able to get it silently, but unfortunately the Vandal there gets the best of the Marshall there. So coming in now, score 4-1. It's kind of looking a little rough for the non-Americans. They kind of they seem to almost be playing too passive. I'd like to see them get to try and find some information because they don't have any way of doing that other than they have the Skydog and the KJ turret, which really are very limited in how much information they can get.
Right.
I'd like to see him play a little more aggressively.
It looks like they're going to try and push into A again this time. Dogging out first to check site. Dog doesn't seem to find anything. Miko's got the entrance all blocked off. Util.
Miko's push up into a pretty strong spot here as long as they don't get checked, because I don't know if they made noise pushing up, but it doesn't seem like Treehouse is quite ready for it. They don't appear to be even considering the fact.
BR pushing up, but oblivious to that angle.
Toxins going up.
Sarcopel's getting a pick there. I think that's up in tube.
Ooh, and Miko
is behind him. This was that aggression that hopefully can pay off. It's one. Doesn't get two. That's unfortunate. They were in such a strong spot there behind, being able to slip behind. Their utility coming up at perfect timing to pass through, unnoticed. But now we have a 2v3 retake coming in, and again, gonna be another kind of hard one to crack with the crossfire set up by Treehouse.
Now Astra does have Util and their ults up. Doesn't seem to be going for anything. Taken out by Thane. There's another. Thane is
strong around there. They're doing so good on these, on these rounds, finding the first pick, and then going from there, slowing down and not over rushing themselves, just keeping the pace nice, calm and collected, and just being able to actually work together and clear things out, and without overwhelming anybody.
Treehouse has always played together very strong. You can tell they have good chemistry, but they have good communication too.
So that's something that's kind of seems to be lacking from non-Americans right now. It seems to be just people trying to make individual things happen, and it's not going in their favor.
Astra's alone on B site.
Using
all members of Treehouse pushing in. And she pulls off.
And that's free B side. There's Sarcopel's getting one kill with the ult.
Throwing in a recon bolt. Bang getting another pick.
Treehouse just has so much utility to be able to lock out the site that these 4-spot weapons of the non-Americans had no chance to be able to hold them out.
Flawless. And they just have water finishing out the round.
As I said, it's showing in the flawless round there that they had no chance to be able to catch anything.
I'm worried. Non-Americans kind of has a more defensive play. I would like to see them be able to pick things up.
So that's really what they're gonna have to do. Is they're gonna have to pick either one of the sites, and they're gonna have to just play aggressive. They're playing almost essentially too passive, and they're getting rotated on, over-rotated. Part of it's, I think, Thane's just actually having a good read on what they're doing and what Treehouse needs to do, but in some way you need to see the non-Americans adapt.
They can cut.
Yuppie's right by A entrance. They're pushing in. Trying to flash, but the wall won't be broken through.
Here's some of that aggression that I was wanting. Non-Americans are already pushed down into mid instead of rotating to spawn, so they might be able to catch one out here as Tapwater picks up Thane in the tube. Miko's close down in mid. If Treehouse starts running past, they'll hear it and be able to call out. Right now, it is just all noise cut for Treehouse.
Toxins going up.
At least hopefully get a pick or two if they do push in through here. There's been no plant made. Maybe they'll try to go back A. It doesn't look like they're fully committed to rotating yet.
I would say at this point in time, it seems that they're gonna wait out a little more. Hopefully, find some of this aggression that's coming in. But it seems like the non-Americans are just stopped. Yep, here it comes. The A-pop. Angelic Tim running out. BR getting the first pick there onto Yuppie.
The Killjoy ult's gone
30
up.
seconds left.
Spike's going down, and they'll be able to defend and then be able to set up.
Ooh, picked off by Killjoy. Another Viper ult.
Tapwater making spam there. Not too far off, but not making the connections either. Miko, though, finding a pick onto Bill. Now it is just the last two that are sitting inside this Viper ult. See how they're able to crash.
Tapwater's throwing in a blind to peek.
Last player
There's a
standing.
recon bolt.
One enemy
Looks like
remaining.
Another. Ooh, wow.
Come down to a 1v1. But VR has the positioning, being able to see farther in that than Abu Snail is. Just taking that positioning advantage.
Oh, the flick on Miko, that was...
That was a nice shot on the Miko, and that was a real crucial one to hit. I'm confident enough to say that if they miss that, Miko's able to get that kill.
Honestly, they may have. So they're gonna go for B this time after a successful run through A. Or mid? Leaning towards mid? No one seems to quite be watching the mid on NA side aside from Reyna peeking out from Nest.
Yep. Because they did use that Skydog to get information out from B, and now this guy's also rolling into mid.
Yeah,
Being ready for this mid.
Ooh.
If Reyna there wanted to be a little aggressive, I think they would have had a gap in that orb. Thane's gonna be peeking on this guy. Ooh.
Wow.
Great shot by Thane.
Beautiful. Thane pushing into Nest.
Thane now taking mid, getting a second kill. But now it just comes down to if his teammates can find the Astra hiding there on B. And they do, but Thane also gets found by Miko. Some good shots coming out on both sides here.
Left down to a 3v2. They get the plant off on B site.
Sky Out comes out, letting Treehouse know where the last two are. But it's down to a 2v2. Let's see if NA is able to push in and here this.
One enemy
Gets
remaining.
the dink and the pick onto Sarkopels.
Miko's left on 9 HP. Be very careful about this. Wow.
Comes up behind Bill. Bill just caught completely unaware with that. Had the bird out, ready to flash.
Spike diffused. And Sky, I believe Sky was facing forward, aimed as if to kill Miko, and that's how the Reyna got them from behind. That's the kind of coordination that I'm used to seeing with NA, so I'm very glad to see that come out again.
Funds to spare?
So I'm hoping mainly that the NA here can get a few more rounds just to make things a little closer. Right now it's looking rough, and you definitely want to have that wiggle room when you switch halves.
Yeah, I hope that win has picked things up a little bit for them. Because losing that much, it can be dangerous to come back from, but even more dangerous for morale. You look at that kind of score and it's like, oh, what's the point, you know?
It's just rough though when, you know, people on the other side just seem to not be missing. I know how those games go. It gets in you mentally, and Tapwater is finding a good pick onto Thane. Finding another one on an Angelic Tim. That's going to be a good boost for Tapwater. Hopefully they can keep carrying on and turn this half around.
There we go. Sarkopel's gonna get pick on Killjoy ASAP.
Toxins going up.
There's still hold up in caves. Looks like they might be pushing off in favor of a rotate.
Looks like they might either be waiting to catch someone on a flank or to sit and wait for the utility to be back up and then try and take side again. But it is a 3v4 right now in favor of the defending side.
Looks like they might be trying
But
to push back to A.
NA's all rotating into mid and over to B. There's gonna be nobody on A. But Trigger Happy has Trigger Happy. Wow. That's the wrong game. That's my game in Counter-Strike.
30 seconds.
The Treehouse here actually catches the window. They had no information on this, but they catch the window of nobody being on site, able to stop them coming in.
That's exactly what they wanted by pulling off. They wanted to clear that air, and they got it.
Bill Nye getting spanned out. Almost like it was through the wall.
One enemy
Miko
remaining.
here coming around, able to get around. Tap getting another kill on the round.
Wow.
Miko getting one with the molly. That was a good round up by them, but especially just on tap water there. Got most of that round done for him.
After winning that last round, it looks like NA is finding their magic again. I like to see it. I love to see it.
It looks like they were just taking a little bit to warm back up into it. They sat for a little bit and got cold.
Yeah, see, Treehouse just won a game, so they're still scalding hot right now. Oh, timeout. Looks like they're taking a brief timeout. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Treehouse taking this pause there. I wonder if Thane's just talking to him, making trying to get them calm down a little bit more, because it seems like they're almost seeming to start doubting themselves. Because I know at least last round there, Bill was kind of in the. I think they were trying to find where they're getting shot from Miko, but they're kind of just in the open, just kind of spinning, just seeming lost. They didn't know where to go, and I wonder if Thane's just trying to get that back under control, or if someone else sees something that they want to try and are speaking up.
Well, now is a good time to, because with NA picking back up, it can be dangerous if Treehouse doesn't figure out how to adapt to this and get their groove back. The timeout's almost over. Only 2 seconds left on the clock.
I say, or on the other end of it, I know Sarkopel believes strong in that 9-3 curse. So they might be saying, "Hey, win this one, then throw the next." We'll see what they end up doing here, though.
9-3 curse is real. I attest to it. It's like we're heading to B side this time. We're done with A right now. Setting up a few traps on flank. Thane's keeping an eye on that. The ult's coming out next too.
Also,
I was kind of curious what Thane was going to do there this round, because they only had the classic, so makes sense to see the ult coming out.
Bill Nye's on the aggressive, getting 2 picks for their team entering in.
Heal up, squad.
Only 2 members of NA are left standing, and both are back in arches. Oh, the turret's out. It's 3. My bad. 3 players on the NA side with a turret. It's taken right back out.
Yeah, this is a great take there by Treehouse.
One enemy remaining.
There's that ult finally coming into play by Thane. Good shot. It is just rough.
Last round in the half.
They took that site so clean, making it into a 5v2 in their favor so fast that NA they had no chance to get back into that unless they found a couple free picks. But but Treehouse was playing it so, not necessarily passively, but so just smart in where their positioning was, that they either had someone else covering with them or were able to be in a position where they weren't taking more than one angles of aggression.
Yeah, watch out for that 9-3 curse now, though. Treehouse at 8.
Early Viper ult coming out on that B site, that's gonna kind of just lock that down until it's gone. But Treehouse is deciding instead just to walk into mid, and it looks like they're gonna go for an A split here into the 4 players stacked over. Here it comes, we got Tim coming in from mid. Markfeld's getting the first pick there.
They know where Astra is.
And again, it's looking like another clean take here. As long as they can find this Astra.
Last
Obviously,
player
I'll also go
standing.
down. Yep. Clean.
Oh,
Clean take.
5v1. I think Miko can ace it out. I think it's not unwinnable. It's just very scary. That's all it is.
I know Miko. Oh, I was about to say, I know Miko would have the aim to do it, but the issue with this game is you get tagged, it becomes so hardening because you end up dying so fast when multiple people are on you. And it's so hard to get fast multi-kills. But he doesn't even take one down with them.
Well, now they're at 9-3 with Treehouse defending now. We see NA on the attacking side. I'm not sure how two controllers could be pretty helpful on the attacking side. Definitely won't be as easy to utilize, I think, as defending might be. But we'll see. With how aggressive Treehouse could be, cutting off some of their angles and lines of sight could be very helpful for them.
Thane playing up on top. This is such a dirty angle to be on.
They have only been killed by a chamber once from up there, and it was the most shell-shocking, what on earth are you doing up there experience of Valorant, aside from sage walls and mid.
First time I died from that was I didn't even know you could get up there. Thane not finding one from the perch though, so falling back, and looks like they're gonna be pressed up on here. Miko coming,
pushing in on site.
pushing, clearing out the orb, coming around it.
Uh-oh, the chamber trap, Thane knows.
Toxin screen down.
They're aware of each other being here.
Ooh, hey.
Thane had some help there from Angelic Dim. Get the bailout. Spike is down and they're in for the post plant.
Thane's only on 3 HP, it's not looking too good.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, maybe it is. Okay, Drows.
So a lot of those kills came in really fast, but it seemed like non-Americans were just trying to play that post plant, and it did not go in their favor. They just got pushed up too hard, and everyone was playing so close together they couldn't get anything without a trade happening or just getting picked off because they had 2 bodies to the 1. That's one thing that I'm seeing a lot about Treehouse right now that looks so scary going forward in this tournament, that they individually are hitting shots, but they're also playing so well together that if you get one, you're going down.
Yeah, they're very close to each other. Very, very close to each other. The coordination that they conduct themselves with is like almost fascinating to look at how easily they get trades and stuff.
Looks like a bit of a broken pusher. Only Miko being out on the site has none of their teammates behind him. They're just all falling back now. That was a rush gone wrong.
Oh,
Thane in a
thanks.
great position. Just only gets 2. Now falling back, play smart, play with their team.
Stuck on 44 HP, being pushed quickly on site.
And they just rotated into that, just a shooting gallery. They had no chance.
Oh, running to their sky for heals.
That's unfortunate. Now all that damage done is just all reverted.
We're watching like a hawk for caves for any single cave.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, a third.
Spike down A.
Such a rough position for him to be in.
Turret down.
Let's get one though. Gets another dink off.
11 and 3.
Not too bad of Nico. It's just unfortunate that it seemed that rush was just kind of hesitant. It seems like non-Americans are just they're kind of scared. It almost seems.
You gotta be careful. You definitely have to be cautious, but being too hesitant is making them pay a little bit too much in this scenario. It might be worth it to just take a risk and push sometimes.
Come.
It looks like they're gonna try going mid now. They went A, lost post plant, started B, ended up A, lost again, so now they're trying mid. There's like a mid to B coming out here. Wonder if Sarkopel's gonna be able to spot over that wall. Miko getting the first kill. Clean shot. Sarkopel's getting one with the shock dart.
Bill Nye's blinding them as they push in tunnel. Out the
Bill Nye just has a frenzy though.
Ooh.
That's just being out-weaponed.
Toxins going up.
In favor of NA.
That was some good aggression coming out from NA there. Good opening by
It was
Miko.
very good. I think that's exactly the change of pace that they needed.
It seemed to, for the most part, kind of catch Treehouse off guard.
Placing swarm grenade.
Bombs down on Spike. Pushing in from tunnel together.
This B site's so hard to crack in a retake. There's so many strong post plant positions, and you're stacked up instead of being spread like the defense.
One enemy remaining.
Oh wow!
But that being said, Thane getting a double spray down. Now Thane just needs to hold it here while being covered.
I didn't actually think that would work.
Already at match
Miko,
point, Treehouse.
Miko a little slow to get that molly down.
Match point.
It's unfortunate that they end up losing that, but that spray down from Thane there, getting into 2, getting the double on that. just cracked that open so easy.
It
Even
was-
the reaction from Thane afterwards just seemed surprised that they got it.
Yeah. Pleasantly surprised, I'm sure. Something they were
they're-
glad to have.
They're gonna be they're smiling about that after that.
See, full push on A, Spike's going there, Miko throwing in a lineup, possibly. I don't know any lineups on Viper, I'll be honest.
I do know all of them don't cover that, but Thane does go down, but gets 2 tags off, but gets healed back because it is Lorena.
I dropped the spike.
There's Molly's guarding A site heavily, it's hard to push in.
Poison's off.
All the defense has rotated over, but is it going to be enough? Is a 5v4. Spike is now going down.
Spike
And
planted.
they get the plant off.
And now we're into the post plant here. We'll see how strong the positions are going to be out of NA. Miko going to do dash. That's
Bill Nye taking them down.
That's gutsy.
It's very gutsy.
If he trades 1 back, he trades 2 back. BR though.
Player
BR.
standing.
Oh.
One enemy
Barely
remaining.
missing the second one. Now we're into a 1v1. Archibald is coming on the flank. He gets a kill. And that's going to be the game.
Already? Oh my goodness.
That was a dominant performance there from Treehouse. It's not at all what you expect it to be. I wonder
Defenders win.
how non-Americans are going to end up reacting about that, but that was...
Oh.
That's a frustrating one to lose.
Yeah, that was hard. That's why I'm telling you, Breeze, there is something laced in that map that is inherently evil. I don't like it.
I don't know. I'm definitely gonna say I bet Treehouse is gonna play that map more in this tournament because that was dominant from them.
Oh, after a game like that, that was smooth. Absolutely. If it's not broken, don't fix it, you know.
So now Treehouse again picking somebody to send in here. I wonder. Looks like they might be sending in Bill Nye here, so we'll be having that post game interview as soon as they're ready.
Bill Nye had a lot of really good shots in that game. All right, yeah, Bill's coming in for sure. Hello.
How's it going?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Great, actually.
After a game like that, I'm sure. I'm sure you're doing awesome.
Yeah.
That was such a dominant game from you guys. That was.
It was
Were there-
a really fun team to go against. They were really fun and really good.
That's a. You guys kind of seem to come into that game with a vengeance, just ready to
Right.
kind of just put your foot down and take control. You took it early, but
I
so
suppose.
kind of walk us through kind of what. So I'm assuming Thane was calling that game again for you guys. So how was
Yeah.
was he mainly just keeping you all in check, making sure you weren't going too rampant?
I suppose it was more like a guidance. He was like guiding us, and we were working as a really cohesive team and stuff.
I know that was something I was kind of saying to Roxy here is that no matter where you guys seem to have been, if someone missed a kill, one of you were there to trade it, and that was just you were playing trades so well in that game that the non-Americans they didn't have a chance to get double kills.
Yeah.
So is that basically all how he was keeping you guys going, making you go?
I suppose yes. It's important to trade because you wanna keep the teams even.
All right. It
So,
is a team-based game after all, yeah.
That is true. I guess so. Give us a little insight about how you felt. How did you feel? Did you feel that it was kind of they were having the thing was having good reads against them, or just simply happened to be right place, right time?
I think it was a mix of both, honestly, because I genuinely just think it was a mix of both. Yeah.
That's fair enough. So having gone against them now, and just getting out of that game, who do you feel, was kind of giving you guys some issue there on the non-Americans? The little bit of resistance that you guys got.
I'm not sure because they were all really good team players. and I was kind of nervous with all of them.
I was gonna say it
Personally.
can't. It seemed to have just come down to who got the shot off first, which was kind of unfortunate that they were on the higher end of the ping. But
Yeah,
I guess,
but
how do
like
you guys feel going on now to tomorrow? You went 2-0 through the stage.
I think we can do it. I genuinely think we could do it. I think it'll be a
I
challenge.
like
We
the
can do it.
optimism. That's the energy to have.
All right, now here's the big question from Group 2. Who do you want to face the most? Who do you hope gets that top seed over there?
The goblin.
Oh.
Goblin Gang? Alright.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
No, I just like the name.
No. Thank you.
They just want to come after you, Roxy.
Me specifically. I don't know what I did, but knowing me, I probably did something.
Well, you're about to find out, I guess. Well, I guess
Ooh.
thank you for hopping in here for this interview. You guys had a good game. Go celebrate a little bit and enjoy the rest of the matches.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, it looks like we're gonna go another break. We're gonna take a little break here while the next teams get set up. I know I need to go get ready to play. I was observing last game while fixing some PC issues, so I gotta go warm up a little bit before I hop in.
All right.
Can you hear me? We could be
Legend.
I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real.
Escape reality. Hardwired.
We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars.
This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it.
The end is in our sights.
The future is already here.
No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed.
Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself.
I can see the end inside.
Three, two, one. Hardwired. Disconnect.
Yes, we in the building. Pour out the bubbles, we holding our liquor down. If it's a problem, I'll go to the bar and I shut it down. Get out my section, don't bother with lames. I'm watching these bunnies bounce. Shorty a 10, a rubber band, come off with 100 pounds. All of this talk, but don't run a mouth. I'm trying to be out. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving. All I really wanna know, when we leaving. All I really need to know is when we leaving.
Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. We just finished with Group 1. We're now headed into Group 2. Our 3 teams are Goblin Gang, Mac and Cheese, and Noble Essence. Mac and Cheese is a returning team from the last tournament, whereas Goblin Gang and Noble Essence are new challengers. They've got some members from some of the old tournaments, but they're new teams now, and I'm really excited to see how they play. I'm Sarkopelis. I'm on the desk with Miko.
Hi, Miko.
Welcome. We are already at $550 raised for the charity. So thank you guys so much. Make sure to press !Tiltify to donate. Help us hit that $800 goal. But we're gonna get into this match. I'm really excited to see how it goes. We are playing Ascent. It looks like we're already in the agent select screen. Yeah. So we've got Mac and Cheese on the defense and goodness, Goblin King on the attacking side. Who do you think's gonna take this one, Miko?
I think it's gonna be really interesting, especially seeing what agents they're hovering with maybe a Viper solo smoke coming in, and not only Killjoy as the only sentinel on both teams. On Ascent, probably both gonna play towards B. It's gonna be interesting. Probably A, the preferred side where most fights are gonna happen. So,
for sure.
It'll be interesting to see the matchup between the Breach Initiator and the No Flash comp.
Mm-hmm. Definitely interesting compositions, but exciting too, where I'm getting that Sova. We don't have a lot of Sova players in the tournament, so I'm really excited to see what Kenny has. And it looks like they're gonna get into the buy phase. Right now.
Looks like the attacking team is going towards B. Interesting. Killjoy is setting up on B as well, as I predicted. So, interesting to see on pistol round with their turret doing a lot of damage and hard to destroy. So, probably be
how this first pistol round plays out. We're gonna get into this first pistol round.
No early peek by the defenders. Just over that coming out. Fast flash. He's over. Drop. Trades are starting. White peek by Circle. It's an interesting hold with no cover there.
Looks like they're gonna back out of B main and start to make their way over to A. Realize that most of the teams are headed that way, but we're getting a rotate back. Good forward position though by Toby to be able to, catch off some of these rotates. Evo and Toby had a bit of a, crossfire. We'll see who wins that fight first.
Toby getting one of that lurk, going into Astral form. That takes
one enemy remaining.
Not prepared for that swing and the Viper Molly. All left on to Pretty Cowboy, but not able to do it. And the pistol round goes in the favor of Mac and Cheese. And we actually are probably going to take a brief tech pause here to fix some caster audio.
Gun here.
Just real quick. So we're going to cut to just a very brief tech pause, try to figure out some of the audio, since right now we are not getting game audio, which is totally fine. Just want to fix that super quickly. So it's going to take us just a second. But we will hopefully be back in just a second. All right, we're back into the round. We'll possibly pause it in just a sec, but we're gonna continue on the second round. The force buy up from Mac and Cheese.
Like they're trying out A this time. Try to the pistol round. Stage wall already broken, but a lot of delay. So slow ops. Maybe even forcing a rotate.
Looks like they're just going to back out of that. Don't really want to push that much utility. It's going to be too hard to take. Woodrow on Reyna.
Again, looks like defending team is predicting a rotate before it even happens. It's interesting to see.
Really good discipline by them both to be able to sit and, not over-rotate. Flash is good, though. Able to force Stevo back. And able to take down 2, and Jet Set Radio able to get the trade. But it's a 2v3.
Only 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Now going in, the turret is broken. one is on
enemy
site,
remaining.
one main, and the spike is
Spike
still in
down
main.
B.
Probably gonna go to the defenders. Yep, there it is. Warping
Circle
headshot.
stop by taking out red, but a good, you know, eco round from them. We're gonna take pause the match timer and take just a super brief tech pause, see if we can fix this audio issue. The stream can hear the game sounds, but our casters are not able to, so we're just gonna fix that super fast.
Placing swarm grenade.
Give it another quick
Placing
try.
swarm grenade. Placing alarm
Sorry
bot.
about that, everyone. In the next round already. And it looks like we're good. Audio's working, so we're gonna get into this now. Red with a huge opening pick onto Star. Woodrow sneaking up cat. Well,
Marshall in close range in 3. That'll be interesting. Maybe a no-scope. Tries it, but sprayed down by Jet. Devo.
cross up first, but definitely difficult to take that fight with the, you know, more far-range weapons. Star
for you.
That heal. I realize Star's actually going on stage. That's my bad. But Gypsy Radio able to get the trade onto Kenny. Devo's out and
one enemy
ready
remaining.
for this. Gets one.
Spike down mid.
But Ross able to get the trade.
Got the spike.
The Spectre grabs Spike. Ross in a 1v2.
30 seconds left.
Running to B. Can he make it in time?
Time is definitely running out. Let's see. Maybe could use the Fortnite to stall the rotate or something. But looks like Goblin Gang isn't picking up on it yet.
10 seconds
Popping the
left.
mollies.
Is he gonna have time?
Definitely gonna go fast.
Oh,
but I
can't
don't
make
think
it.
there's enough time.
Just misses it. Able to get over in
Doesn't
time, but
take
the good
spike.
stalling from Mac and Cheese to be able to like hold down that site, and they convert the bonus. That's a big deal for, you know, Mac and Cheese to be able to take that bonus round on the weaker weapons. Although it looks like maybe Goblin Gang tried to force up that round, but you know, I think they can bring it back this one. You know, both teams are on a full buy, so this is where everything starts to really even out, and they can kind of come back into this round.
They keep clawing at our wall.
And everyone's gonna have to forgive me. I mixed up some names here today, but it's all good. We're getting in the flow of things. Looks like it's gonna be a mid push, mid split.
Just spike going up cat. Just maybe the first one in.
Pulling them
Zack connecting, but no peek.
Look at that opening pick on Beta. And again on Stevo, that's a huge way to open up the round. Not able to get the third, but still brings it low, and Red comes through with the trade. And B-side's opened up for them, and they know it. They're gonna push on and try to get that bomb down.
Right there.
Toby again, just waiting for people. Problem is, Toby has the bomb. So,
A little bit of a tricky position. But they actually think the rotate's going back A. And Toby has that information.
Or are they just trying to save the off maybe? On a 4v2, maybe? That's the plan? I'm not sure.
Oh, it looks like maybe they're playing for exits.
Yeah, I think they're just sitting around, waiting for the time to go down now.
Saving together. Having a little bit of a dance party there. Trying to hang on to those weapons.
Some ice cream.
Some ice cream. Getting that gelato. And we're gonna have, you know, the members of Goblin Gang start to slowly back their way out of sight. Toby actually going on the roam to try to find these last two players, see if, you know, maybe they can get some of those guns out of the hands of Mac and Cheese. But based on how far away they are, might not be so lucky. But that's the first round on the board for Goblin Gang. So it's going to be, a good way to, stop this from spiraling really quickly into the side of Mac and Cheese and start to, take some of these rounds together.
Definitely. Maybe we can have a look at the economy or something, because I think the not winning the winning the bonus round for Mac, but losing the round after definitely puts them in an interesting spot. They probably have money right now. Soon they might run out.
Blocking vision concealment.
Mixed buy on the side of Mac and Cheese. It's gonna be a mid take for Goblin Gang.
Evo with the ults.
That pick just takes Woodrow out that headshot with the Blade Storm. Super impactful.
Give me those back.
Gets another one. Going for that third.
Woodrow did.
Takes a third! Absolutely disgusting. And at least the last two players of Goblin Gang trying to figure out what to do.
Last player standing.
Not able to get that pick in the circle, but Jesse Radio gets the trade. But the 4K from Stevo. Disgusting with that op. I believe Stevo has one of the highest headshot percentages of anyone in this tournament, and boy does it show. That operator is a dangerous thing to, worry about if you're playing against their team. It's gonna put Goblin Gang on an eco round. Or actually, they're forcing. I thought I saw that they were gonna go for the pistols. It's a light buy from one player. It's not the strongest of buys, definitely not what you want.
Gonna go with an ult from the chat though.
I need a stop.
So basically everyone has rifles.
Would you able to get that trade? Kenny backside trying to hold it down, but Woodrow with those entries has been so critical to opening up these sites, and the rotates are going to start to come through. Keeping this close. Entry through market, making sure they're peeking together while one, comes through CT.
It'll be difficult to retake with an AWP against an Astra ult 4v3. Definitely gonna be a challenge.
Trying to find a way back in. I don't know where the other players are. And it's a spray down. Toby and Woodrow taking down the members of Mac and Cheese. A really good crossfire played along that wall. You can see that there's, that discipline there to, play those crosses, not get too aggressive, not try to swing through the wall. Just, hold carefully and wait for them to push on either side. But keeping it close, keeping them in this. But Mac and Cheese still has the lead. And, they still have the economy. It's definitely a make or break round for them, though. So I think this round is going to be a really important one.
Looks like it's going to be a fast A hit. Maybe the Viper can delay a little. But they're just going to flash through and run out. Default lane.
To get down one. Trying to anchor, trying to get down the bomb.
Gonna stay at one though. Pushing into 3. Canceling the ult.
Gets one. Just out. Woodrow.
Lockdown destroyed. It's huge. Huge brain out here.
Take on the Woodrow absolutely tearing it apart. He knows that one's cat. Trying to get rid of the Sage. Sage is backing out, trying to hang on to that weapon. Doesn't want to have to play the next round, knowing they're going to be, struggling with their economy. Wants to hang on to that weapon.
Like they're both in agreement that they just want to keep their guns.
Makes sense. This is a huge round for figuring out the economy and trying to hang on to it. And the shorty to get one. Star's able to leave the pick. What else can you ask for? I think with how bad both economies were, and another one goes down. It's actually might be bad for both teams as far as the economy goes.
That was an AWP lost.
That's true. Fortunately, we are able to get a buy out for Goblin Gang. It's actually doing all right, but they are a bit uneven. We're going to see that Astra off, I believe, a little bit interesting there, but makes sense when you've kind of got, these two really cracked players in Woodrow and Toby having, those two kind of spearhead it. And actually, looks like they went back down to the Vandal. But definitely the economy on their side now. They're going to be doing an A main push with Jet watching mid. Trying to get on that info. Devo smoked off. Skid able to take down Woodger. That's a huge opening pick, but Toby able to get the trade. And now the A site is going to be under control for the side of Goblin Gang. The drone coming in from Kenny to try to figure out where these players are. The whoop for Kenny able to get a pick, but Red takes circle down the trades. And another one with the op. It's a 2v3. And can Stevo and Star make this happen? The ult goes down. Trying to figure out how to get back in. Play to try to secure this. Sage wall. Star. Red able to hit the op, and the last player falls. Radio. And that's going to be the 4th round on the board for Goblin Gang. Really, really, really well played to kind of fight back into this round after the early momentum went in the favor of Mac and Cheese. So really well done by them both. But, you know, ultimately it's going to be Goblin Gang starting to fight back into this. And this round really is the make or break round, I think. You know, it's 4-4. The economies are both set, especially for Mac and Cheese. This is a must-win round. Start to get this back in their favor.
Overlord instantly broken, revealing no information other than there's someone there. Not knowing how many, could just be a lurker. So the drone gets used as well. Let's see. Any more information gained? Nothing.
Smart play to out, wait for the drone, playing that information game.
It's like
Reyna
remaining is an interesting stat.
sitting in spawn. Toby got in this really forward position, you know, here in mid. They've been playing that mid position a lot. I believe Toby is their IGL and really likes working that mid. They're gonna have an arrow come in through Kenny that's gonna start to ping players out, and we know that there's at least some B main aggression spamming through the areas, and they're gonna run A, but Mac and Cheese is already wise to the rotate coming through and is gonna start to send players back. Mac and Cheeses have had really good rotates so far. Your fault. Devo gets 2 in mid! 30 seconds left, and Kata's there to stop the push on.
This one custom dice. Let's see. Still defend.
Kata back side, can't do it all. You know, trying to anchor that site, but ultimately it's not enough. Cowboy gonna go close the door, try to hold.
Seconds left. Last player
It goes down into 2v1. A lot of players follow.
Can Stevo get the ace? Stevo knows. Ah. That gets the left.
Able to come from heaven and get that trade. But a close round again, and again a must-win for Mac, but they're able to get it. You know, start to keep that economy from, you know, being forced back into another save, keep that lead that they had from the start. But, you know, super back and forth with both of these teams, you know, to try to maintain that, you know, control over the economy. This definitely seems like one of those games where these teams are going to go back and forth in rounds and are going to need that, like, to be really conscious of how they manage their economy. Since one misstep and it could totally spiral the game out of control.
I mean, this is a very close game, so every eco, every 3 rounds basically is a lot right now. It's, yeah, just one apart. So maybe let's see if Mac can pull away now.
Woodger able to get those trades, but Stevo able to take down Pretty Cowboy and back out with his life. Try to anchor the B site. The rotate's coming over. Woodger doing what he can to get those opening picks. It's just the 2 of them. Starting to back out. Are they prepared for Star
Shorty.
with the shorty?
One enemy remaining.
Gets one!
Again. Another one. Oh.
Ready to get another pick. Waiting. trying to figure out where these last two players are. Knows that one is mid, but isn't quite sure. 42 seconds on the clock. Gonna run A, and Star's gonna meet with the shorty again.
Oh no.
30 seconds left.
Radio maybe hit a reload down? I think Radio did. But it doesn't
But
matter.
ultimately, the shorty versus the Vandal, and you know, I wouldn't put my money on it all the time, but in that case, the shorty's gonna take that victory there. Star with those shorty kills has been a menace, but, you know, still very recoverable for Goblin Gang. You know, they've been close, really smartly done by Radio, despite not getting that initial kill. Despite not winning that fight to the shorty. You know, good map awareness, showing really good game sense to think, I think I heard a player reload here. We're gonna, you know, try to molly this off and protect against that. It's gonna be an A hit though.
Evo in that high position, not giving away. Gonna be at least 3 kills. Yes.
One enemy remaining.
Almost a 4.
But ultimately, that really nasty position from Stevo, and
last round before the switch.
Being able to break kill 3 is enough, even after they finally get Stevo down. You know, and finally, Mac and Cheese has started to build that momentum back in. And 7-4. I mean, this is a defense-sided map, so that's what you'd expect your defense side to be able to kind of build in more rounds. So I think if Goblin Gang is able to get this round, that'll help them a lot. The Viper World's going to go down on the site that Goblin Gang wants to hit.
Pretty sure to counter maybe, but kinda gets taken down instead. Not even counter. Pushing forward, goes nice, gets taken down by Stevo from heaven.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Kenny able to help save, able to help save Stevo there, but Stevo's low on a 1v3 Woodrow. Can he do this? Put this close onto 7-5.
Thought about breaking the glass, maybe not. Let's see.
For an agent who want to be in a 1v3, it's Reyna. You know, having that heal and that dismiss. But
not gonna check for Kenny.
Not prepared for Kenny to be sitting in that angle. And it's gonna be an 8-4 half for Mac and Cheese. A really astounding half from him. That operator from Stevo causing them, you know, huge amounts of problems. So, but again, we talked about this earlier. It's a defense-sided map, so hopefully we will get to see Goblin Gang start to fight back in this a little bit better. I think that they absolutely can do it. They have a lot of really good players on their team. So as long as they can just kind of recuperate themselves, shake off that half, you know, say, this is recoverable, defense-sided map, I think they can build back into this. They have the right ideas. I think they're just getting a little bit unlucky. Stevo's taking some really nasty positions on that jet. So definitely tricky, but there's the potential there.
Being a start us off. Smoke dash in. And person holding this corner gets taken down by Stevo.
Stevo with that friendly.
Inside side. Evan gets walled off. No chance to contest.
It's gonna be a tricky retake.
Spike still isn't down. Maybe now.
Grounded.
Stevo again in a weird position. Gets the kill.
One enemy remaining.
Just set Radio in a 1v4. Can she do it? Trying to find these last few players. So many of them are low, but the heals from Sage, and Dave's just gonna have to back out, try a different angle. Will she be prepared for Stevo to be here?
Stevo again, waiting for someone to come and just killing them.
Stevo once again, getting those picks. But a noble effort from Goblin Gang. Unfortunate that, you know, it was almost such a fast take that they couldn't hold it down. And when that Sage wall blocking them off, not quite able to get those kills. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that it's Jet and Stevo on Jet, they might have had that there. But unfortunate, one of the reasons why Jet is such a good agent. But hopefully they can shake it off. Still very winnable. Needs to hold on.
Dodge each other. And Stevo just walking in, getting through. Second one. Oh, third. Gonna be.
So onto Star Child. Stevo just hunting for these other two players.
Spike planted.
Toby searching. Pistol, not enough. Take that fight. And the ace for Stevo. Stevo's on a tear right now. Absolutely just rolling 28 and 7 and
just walked at them, they couldn't shoot back.
Yeah. But you know, still really good ideas coming out of the side of Goblin Gang. They have those setups. I think I'd like to see them maybe challenge a little bit more for space. I think part of the reason they're struggling is that Mac and Cheese is just kind of running in, and if they're able to kind of contest that, you know, use that breach utility especially to kind of force them back and then take those early fights, I think that they would stand a really good chance. But we're actually going to see Mac and Cheese play this really smart and slow down a little bit and already start to early rotate off. The read is wrong.
It's pulling a lot of attention there on B. The ult popped, probably some just used. It's getting all the attention, and A is fully free.
Figured they play the retake, but Stevo able to get the first pick on the red. Sight open. They take it down. Circle getting in that plant. They're able to take down Stevo. It's a 4v4, but the site's free, and they have so much time to reposition. This is going to be tricky. That fake out was really well played. It's going to be a hard site to break into. Circle all angles of this site locked down. It's going to be a rough retake, but not impossible by any means.
A lot of Sage delay coming out again.
Woodger going to be looking for that first pick. Woodger's been so good at getting like opening kills, just knowing how to take fights. Gets the first on the Star. Kenny though, taking out the Cowboy. Woodger able to get another. Toby, it's a 1v2. They've turned this around. Woodger sticking.
One enemy remaining.
And Circle with the clutch. Not enough time. Able to line up those two players and, you know, get that last kill. So close, but Circle ultimately able to hold it down. A really good retake though from Goblin Gang, a little bit faster, and they would have had that. It was unfortunate that the time was running low, so they had to stick, and they couldn't go hunt down Circle playing in a main. But other than that, really well done. Those frags coming in from Woodger, especially on the Reyna, have been really, really good, along with the breach utility to kind of, you know, stun them out and push them out of position. So
revealing area.
There's definitely potential here. All they need to do is keep their head in the game. Toby with that opening pick onto Stevo. That's going to open things up really well.
Nice shot from Stevo in chat, acknowledging that Marshall play was really good. But looks like Radio only has a Sheriff. They don't have too much guns coming in right now. So the defense could still be hard, even if in a 4v5.
Star waiting with that shorty for someone to try to push B main. They're expecting to rotate. Might have heard noise to keep them there. The drone comes out and they know that there's a lean toward B.
Hide from the drone. Tend to not be there.
Circle though gets a pick onto red, and that's gonna prompt the push. But the breach util is so good, concussing all those players. Stall things out. Jet set, different gun, maybe a different fight, but it's now down to a 4v3. Have to play that retake carefully.
Will we Marshall do more, or was it just Stevo? And he takes it down. 4v2.
Woodrow to get
Player
one,
standing.
not the other, and Ross left in a 1v3. Spectre in hand, trying to clear those angles, figure out where those last two players are, or last three players are, and gets one! Are they prepared for the swing out wall? No! And Star will close it out to put Mac and Cheese on the match point. Looking really strong here. And this is going to be a long battle for Goblin Gang to be able to make this up. But I believe, you know, comebacks happen. We all watched 100 Thieves at Berlin making some of those wild comebacks. So I think if they can just start to find that momentum back in their favor. They're on a full buy, which is what you want. So deep breath, no tilt, trying to get these picks. Toby gonna play aggressive on the Astra. Gonna get slowed.
Nowhere to run!
Bit of a default. Toby's in a tricky spot with this ult. But the ult misses. Toby.
They're holding him from...
Woodrow able to get that kill, but Star able to finally take out Toby.
Like, be lean again. But Woodrow is just in main.
Another one.
Killing people. Using up for information.
Able to take out. And Woodrow doing everything to keep them in this game. They're gonna run A, but the rotate's already coming through from the players of Goblin Gang. Trying to get onto the A site. Knows where the hit's coming through.
One enemy remaining.
Wallbang!
Spike down
and
A.
Steve-O with that op.
Grounded.
Able to get one. Runs for the bomb.
1v2. That's the Vandal.
Last player
Then
standing.
1v1.
30 seconds left.
Evo.
Will Steve-O be ready?
Spike planted.
Woodrow
Woodrow with the 4K.
keep in this game. This, I believe, a 3K, maybe a 4K. Absolutely going huge that round. 21 and 14. Disgusting from Woodrow, knowing exactly how to push forward, but not, you know, give up too much space. Gonna take this op and give it to their team. Keep them in this game. Keep them going. But, you know, the economy has been really good for Mac and Cheese so far, so they're going to be able to, you know, invest into those rifles again. In fact, doesn't look like there's another op coming out from their side, so they won't have to worry about an opping jet, but still a little bit tricky. And actually, the economy from the picks that Mac and Cheese did get is a little shaky, but it's still doable. Still going to be...
Play on defense, you can do a lot of those cheaper guns.
Pulling them in.
For sure. Maybe that ult to try to get him in.
Maybe that's why they try to force the retake of the Kiko.
Steve-O able to get that opening pick with the jet knives, just pushing into heaven. Complete confidence.
Give me those back.
Short range left click.
Breach ult, trying to retake the site, trying to keep them in this. It's a 3v5. Can they do this?
Spike planted.
Right, not able to win the shot on Steve-O. Steve-O takes
Steve-O
another
four.
one, and it's Ross in a 1v5.
Steve-O ace.
Steve-O
Again.
2 aces this game, and that's going to be 13-5 in favor of Mac and Cheese, pitting them up for the first map in this tournament, or first game in this group for the tournament. My bad, struggling with words. So a huge, really, really well played by Steve-O, 37 and 10, absolutely tearing it apart. And that's going to be, like that first map. We're going to have an interview with one of the players from Mac and Cheese, talk about that absolutely incredible game from them both. Figure out who's coming in from them now. But yeah, we will have them in a second. Really well played by both teams, but ultimately, hard to deal with a jet that's just feeling themselves like that. But well played by both teams. A lot of ideas coming out from both sides. It seemed, like both teams have really practiced and done their considering how they're going to play off each other. But again, it's hard when a player is just having a really good game like Steve-O was. We talked about Steve-O being a really big threat in these tournaments. or in this tournament, having one of those really high headshot percentages, being, a really good player in this game. But, well played by both. Woodrow looked fantastic on the side of Goblin Gang. Red got some of those critical op kills. Toby with really good smokes. The breach utility was really strong as well. And obviously, like Killjoy able to lock down those sites. Like all players did a really, really good job. It looks like we are going to have an interview with Stevo. Absolutely disgusting out there. How are you feeling after that map?
I'm feeling, first off, thankful for Cicada hopping in there and subbing in for us. It was kind of a late ask there. We had some things come up, so it was nice of them being able to come in. But as for how the game went, I was surprised at how well things were just going in our favor.
Played by you. What do you think are some of the things that helped you, take this victory? It was, a really strong performance from your team, especially you. Looked really, really strong. Looked for a second like you were playing deathmatch out there. Yeah. What do you think are some of the things that helped your team take this victory?
What helped was first just kind of shaking off the nerves the first couple of rounds and getting everyone actually into the game and listening to, what I was asking of them to try and help get them into positions to do good, or help kind of get me where, because they all rely on, I shouldn't say rely on me, but they all joke about me being the hard carry, which I guess isn't as much of a joke as it is, but I definitely try to get them to be in positions where they're comfortable either supporting one another or to be supported. And they were doing very good listening and actually being active in what was being told.
Well, it definitely showed. What were some of the things that you think your team struggled with?
A little bit with the post plants, just kind of over aggressive a couple times. I know. I think it was Circle's clutch. That one kind of became a little iffy, just kind of over peaking here and there, and just being a little too, we're ahead, getting a little too relaxed.
Kept a good job with that momentum. How are you feeling? Because you have another map right after this. How are you feeling headed into the next map?
I feel as long as we're able to keep our heads up and just keep the vibes high, we'll be fine.
All right. Well, we're excited to see you play in just a sec, but we're going to cut to a 10-minute break, get that next game going, let you return to your team and prepare for your next map. Congratulations on the victory, and good luck.
sound, back to the sound. sound, back to the sound.
And we are back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. We are here in Group 2, Map 2. So this is going to be Noble Essence versus Mac and Cheese after we just had a decisive win by Mac and Cheese on their first map against Goblin Gang. We've already beaten our goal of $500, but we've raised the goal to $800. So make sure to bring up that exclamation mark Tiltify to donate. And yeah. Toby, are you ready for this game?
Absolutely. I mean, I was on the receiving end of that mac and cheese last game, and it was quite decisive. So I'm excited to see how Noble Essence handles it. We've got some pretty big, swingers on that team from Oman. So hopefully that'll kind of help cancel out that Stevo sort of domination that we were seeing last game. So
yes, I'm very
really
curious
excited
to see if Stevo can keep up the
out.
momentum from last game.
Absolutely. It looks like we're going to be on Bind as well. So I'm really excited to see kind of a fresher map. Old school, one of the more original maps from the game. So see how these teams kind of handle this. We had Ascent last map. We've had Ascent earlier in the tournament as well. And it kind of ended up being pretty similar. So it's going to be interesting to see how everyone handles out this map. I'm excited to see what the picks are going to be. Obviously, we're going to have these competing jets, but other than that, it could go either way.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I haven't seen much of Noble Essence's play, so I'm really curious. This is the first time I'm seeing them play right now. But I think that, there's also been those recent changes to Bind. I'm really curious to see what attacking looks like for them. With that, they took away the one way on a short. So I'm really curious what things are going to look like here.
If any of these players are similar to myself, the little ratty Viper mains or whatever, they might be able to find out that there is still a one way on that A short. So let's see if something like that comes out. See if anybody has some trickier stuff to pull out of their pockets here. Looks like we're going to be loading into that map in just a second. We'll get into these picks right about now.
Here we go. We have Noble Essence. Yeah. Oh, we got the Yoru hover. Perfect.
Classic.
That's what we like to see.
Playing around a little bit, having a little bit of fun.
Oh, that's a KO lock already. All right. It's interesting. I don't really
that yet.
Yeah, I don't really associate KO with Bind very much. Okay. All right, so it looks like from Noble Essence, we have an interesting comp here. They have two controllers. They're running a Viper and an Astra, so that'll be really interesting.
This is a pretty strong comp and high-level play. You get so much control on either side of the site. You don't have to spread the
Astro Stars is thin, so they can be used in a more aggressive way. You can put down 4 stars on one site, and then just have a Viper holding down the other site with a wall and an orb and a couple of Molotovs to hold off a push. So
It's true. There's going to be some really interesting. I'm curious to see if they can take advantage of this Raze Astra combo that we saw
Choose
quite a
your
bit during
agent.
Champions, and they've got Viper too, so which also kind of combines pretty well with Raze. So I think we might see some really interesting play there.
Absolutely. Maybe some of these Astra pulls, the Gravity Well and Grenade, you know. I don't know if that it's going to go to breaking down any util, as it looks like the pick that we're seeing from Mac is pretty straightforward. There's not a lot of util to throw down. We're talking about a wall, knives.
They actually are also running Astra and Viper together, which is interesting.
This is going to be a pretty chopped up game. We see a lot of smokes coming in. Maybe some tricky play here. I know Star was running that last game a lot with shorties. So
yes, that was a big play.
You know, maybe some orb pushes with a shorty. Anything here.
So it's looking like we're interested in doing kind of a mid-A situation here, but they've already looks like there's some sort of wall set up in hookah already. It's like actually it's more of a default.
Defense.
Yeah, they're pushing out already.
Bringing it off with a little bit of pace. They've already got the suppressed out. They know that the Viper and they know that the Sky are there. There's 3 pulling back on a B. They got that info, and then they pulled it back. There's still 3 on A. Hoping to bait out the rotate, which we're already seeing come through. From the Viper pulling off of A, there's only one shot Steve.
Adrian's clearing this.
Able to figure out that there was at least that one, but they don't know about these rotates yet. Looks like the Viper's starting to come back. They've got these suspicions. We're already seeing Sky and Viper on attack, though. Push into hookah. This could really go either way. So much information to be seen.
Here comes
One
the
goes
pick.
down. Midnight takes out Cicada. That's the Viper on attack down. No more smoke walls, no more orbs, no more Molotovs for post plant. Pushing in for an A. Steve-O in the smoke takes out Syntax, but gets shot out by Omen. Nice quick push.
30 seconds left.
Still have yet to plant.
Last player
Penny takes down
standing.
Adrian. Omen straight down to a 1v3. And then they close it out. That was pretty quick.
It was interesting because it looked almost like some sort of indecisiveness coming through from the attackers there, but almost, you know, they got onto that A site. It looked like they were just kind of losing their fights once they were on there. They didn't really have as quite a strong a hold as they would have liked. But yeah, this will be interesting to see now they're kind of switching over. It looks like they might be gearing up to do just a strong B push right off the bat, but we have the KO and the Sage already up in hookah again, ready to have that really aggressive defense, which will be interesting.
Hale's gonna get aggressive on this knife. Oh, and I think the hope is get a wall up.
The knife. We got the fight coming on Reaper.
Get trades all over the place. Steve picked 2. Circle got 1 as well. Only a trade got 1 for 3.
Last player
Still
standing.
10 dead. 1v4. All the way down. Midnight closes it out. They didn't even need to put up the wall. They got the info. They broke the knife, but they just pushed out, won the duels, closed it out. That's interesting because there were a lot of brute fights there. The attackers just could not capitalize. There wasn't enough
They
trading.
weren't ready for that aggressive defense, really. Like, they just pushed right out of hookah. I guess maybe Noble Essence wasn't expecting the fight to come out there, and so they just suddenly were taken completely off guard, you know. But now it looks like we're going for a mid-A sort of situation.
Shutting them down.
The pressure on A short here. We take a more passive stance on B, but nobody's there. Starting to get this info. They're taking these shoulder peeks. They're smoking things out. They know they're pushing up A short. They know that they want to be aggressive about this. I already see the rotate come through from KO. 4v5 on this side. these close angles on Bass to hold down this door. Last time that really messed up the attackers. They had one deep into showers. 1v1 Kenny taking a big chunk out of the attacking rays. Star is holding this angle for your life. Being a
Spike down A.
By Stevo. Stevo takes 2 in short. Solos goes down by Kenny from U-Haul. Now the attack is reconsidered. 2v4.
30 seconds left.
Looks like Mac might not be picking. Oh, there they go. Looks like they're heading across, waiting for this. Here come the rotates.
Cut off the short, so they already know that if they're going to get on the site, they have to go long. They knew that Midnight came through. They knew that somebody came through the teleporter. But are they going to
10 seconds left.
Smoke will do it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they were so
much damage
Spike
onto the plant there.
down
They
B.
stopped that plant. Now it's a 1v4. No time left. Syntax hold this rifle. Takes one out. Takes the rifle into the next round.
It's interesting to see. You know, it looks like Mac's defense is looking as good as ever, especially now that they've got all 5 of their players together. You know, I'm interested to see if, you know, like we're kind of seeing just tiny bits of poking through, but it almost feels as though Noble Essence should be pushing harder. You know, getting onto those sites, but it feels like as soon as they hit any sort of resistance, they pull away, and then they need to reaggress.
We're not seeing a lot of flashing through these smokes or anything like that. So
yeah,
once they hit that smoke wall, try to slow down. We're going for another quick B push. Only KO is going to contest. This is almost the whole team pushing up the short.
And that sees one at long. Going to pass that information along. And it looks like the rotates are going to start coming through.
Getting so aggressive with these flashes, but they know that they have this gun advantage. They do take one, they get up the heels, they fall back. Another quick take by Midnight. Shutting down the rays. A Viper sky to attack. Have to come through. They want to push onto these sites. They left 1A. They're already starting to play CT now. They're pushing onto this map very quickly.
R gives up position. Looks like it's going to be a full floor hold.
Spike down A.
Bath. Now they're Molotov off. Syntax is
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Flawless.
Syntax loses the rifle. It's really looking like... yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, all you.
It's really looking like... It's really looking as though, you know, like Mac just had... Every time that Noble Essence starts to push somewhere, there's always 3 or 4 from Mac just waiting for them. And you know, in that last round, there was that moment where there were two of the Noble Essence people pushing up long, and then there were only 2 on site, but they took so long that basically everyone had rotated over already anyway. It feels like they need to be going faster if they're going to try and, you know, fake and beat up on rotates.
Or at least countering out this aggression. Again, you've got the KO knife, protected 4 people, a B short push. This KO knows this time, hey, let's pull back to this, but we're still going to hold down the Suko. We got a quick push up long. Unfortunately, Circle takes out Oman. That's the Sky gone. No more info, no more flashes. Some nice little Molotovs for under window coming out, but Circle wants to get aggressive around this. Circle's playing with no mercy. The bomb is down in long. Takes out Cicada. Midnight takes out Raze. We're really looking.
One enemy remaining.
Syntax alone again. B5 and Hookah.
And they know his position too. It's not looking good.
Good random shots. Midnight takes 3 that round.
Really looking like the you know, this is now twice that Syntax has been last man standing, and we come across again like it. Maybe, you know, their economy's not great. Like, it could be better. They have some buys coming out, but it's not going to be a full buy. They have 2 sheriffs. Maybe they should be, you know, waiting, saving out those whatever guns they can get. You know, it's twice now Syntax had the opportunity to maybe save, but they opted to not. So we'll see if they can, you know, make something happen with this economy. It's kind of half
like
by.
a big Bath push here. Stevo takes one out though. That's 4 people leaning towards Bath. One of them gone already. Now they're starting to split up. 2 short, 2 Bath. This KO is getting so much information every round, and they are not punishing it. I think a huge issue here is that Mac can just get aggressive, and Eni is not punishing that aggression.
Still in sight.
No anti-flashes, no trades.
There we
Stevo
go.
finally gets taken down for the aggression. That's a punish. That's what we need to see. There's still somebody watching Bath from heaven. KO is still aggressive on the shower. Moment takes them out.
Cage triggered.
2 left on site to get this plant down.
Spike down A.
Star takes one through the smoke. Trades it back. We still don't have a plant out. Coming out now from Omen.
Spike planted.
It's a 2v3 situation. We're finally to a post plant. Midnight takes out 1, 2v2. Both players on attack are by U-Haul.
I've got your trail.
1 enemy remaining.
Ultimate coming out. Kenny takes out Raze. It's 2v1. At full HP, 95.
Gets the dink, but doesn't quite get the kill.
Unfortunate.
Okay.
That's going to make it 6 rounds. Now Noble Essence can only hope for a 6-6, or maybe a 9-3, you know, depending on your beliefs.
Your beliefs there.
Yeah.
We should see a full buy come out here, so we're kind of trading off these rounds. They have to save up 1 round. They have to do a full buy the next. If they get broken that round, they're going to have to save up again.
I think a really big thing to keep an eye on here is that Star has that judge, you know, kind of giving me some flashbacks to the shorty that she was running last game.
Not the mid push, not the mid push. Definitely a scary thing. Let's see if we get some aggression out of that. I'm already seeing it. We're trying to play that A cubby, but the attackers are on the other side. But we're still seeing aggression come out from B long. They finally figured it out. Solus takes 2. Both Stevo and Circle, the most aggressive players on the team, get taken out in B long. Pushing down this wall, they've really figured it out. They want a W key. Midnight, back of sight. 1 HP. Healing up. Gets taken out by Raze. Kenny trades out to the
player standing.
Kenny takes 2. Green takes
Spike planted.
out Kenny. We're back into a 1v3. For Star, this might be the round. Only a judge did not pay off. He takes out Star.
Strategy's not going to work
Kenny
for
gets that first round.
All right, so now I'm very excited to see what Eni can make out of this little bit of leeway they've gotten, just a tiny little bit. But if they can open this up, you know, capitalize on that, you know, punishing that aggression, I'm really curious to see if Mac's going to continue that constant forward aggression, because in some sense it's been winning them rounds, but it just lost them that one.
I think they've waited this long to say, you know what? We've got all this money now. We finally lost a round. Instead of getting super aggro on all of these corners, we're going to buy it out. We're going to start playing a little more passive. All coming in from defense side. Still one. Out this side. We're going to have to be careful. They know that. They should know. I believe they saw before the wall went up that this op is on the other side.
Good attempt.
1 for Midnight with the op. It's already paying off. Let's see if we can get them going. They're starting to pull away from this. Adrian trades out Circle in Hookah. They're wanting to switch sites on this. They say, hey, we know this op is over on B. Let's just run away from it. Let's take out this A site. We've got Star here alone. Vandal in hand,
Star's inside them.
Oh, there it is. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for
Spike
Star.
planted.
They did get pulled out of that, but she did try with Shorty. She did get a headshot. It just wasn't enough. Stevo takes Syntax out. Stevo's one to be worried about here. Pushing up on the site, trying to clear out the double box. Cicada's very low. The wall saves Cicada there. Stevo unable to finish the job. Trying to take U-Haul. Takes
standing.
1. Stevo takes the other. Green takes Kenny. Stevo trades it out. back in Mac's hands.
Yeah, that's
little
a
bit
really
sucky.
big one for them. Yeah. It's interesting to see, you know, it looked like NE had a good start there when they got that pick on the KO, but then they kind of gave up all that space they took. They headed straight back over to A, and while that was a good call on their part, because it was only Star on the Viper who was just anchoring that site, they gave enough time for Star to say, hey, I hear like 3 or 4 people coming over here, and it was almost bad. It didn't actually end up happening, but Star was inside of Syntex's Cypher cage with the shorty. So while it didn't work out, that was almost really unfortunate. But they won the round anyway, so I suppose it didn't matter.
Back to a B push on attack. The suppress comes out. Notates 2 people there. Midnight's still holding this B line when they're not, but now they know. Circle's still holding this hookah very aggressively with Stevo. Circle gets taken out. Let's see if they can push Stevo out of hookah. Jumps out of the window. They've taken Garden. Now Midnight's forced back into this position in back sight to watch the Garden door with this pop. Takes one out. Kenny took one as well. And gets traded out by the Rays. Midnight takes
Spike
2.
down B.
Gonna jump out to this window. If Midnight doesn't look left, this Rays is gonna counter.
Last player standing.
Star there to save the day. The op stays alive. It's a 3v1. The res comes out. Stevo, star player on Mac, gets revived. Only Omen to defend this site. An aggressive without Midnight, but not without losing his life.
So that was a very close round. You know, it doesn't quite look it. There's a 3v1 right at the end there, but for a minute that could have been a 2v1 in favor of Noble Essence. You know, if Syntax was that Adrian, had managed to get the pick on Midnight, it would have been a very different story, but the timing just didn't quite come through.
Circle there just to support, to save, Midnight there. You know, maybe a couple of better place shots might have taken Midnight out in 1 or 2, but unfortunately there wasn't enough to be seen there. We're going to default back to this spot. Max figured out what they want to do. Midnight wants to cover the long, KO wants to cover hookah. They're going to be aggressive about it. Stevo's there for backup on Midnight this time. There's one. Solace, no more smokes. Well, you've got the Viper still. Hope it's enough. Very slow play. They don't want to agitate. They don't want to give or tell anything. We've got 2 players on A. They're leaning towards this A. They're going to start clearing it out. Cicada's holding onto this wall still. Starts throwing out some Molotovs, slowing down the push. Now we're seeing rotate. These are the 2 players you don't want it to be. Midnight and Stevo. But it looks like NE's committed. Pushing out of back alone. We have an ult from Rays. Adrian.
Last player standing.
Next.
Spike
Star,
down
Kenny,
A.
Midnight all take one. 1v5 again. Can't close it out.
Mac is looking
takes another for a 9.
Looking extremely dominant here. It's really scary, honestly, to watch them play this out, because it like I said, it really feels like every single time that, you know, maybe in that round NE got a little bit panicked there. It felt like they were, you know, the walls were closing in around them, because it's interesting. I haven't really seen a lot of flanking coming out from Mac's defense, but it almost seems like NE is scared of it, because they play it slow. They have someone, you know, ready to take care of that, but then they don't. It never comes through. It almost wastes their time. It's like a Yoru TP that never comes through.
For one in our lives, Mac, she's not the dish we want to eat today. It's the monster under the bed. Don't want.
Blocking vision. You want to fight it? Pulling them in. I've got your trail.
Site. So much utility now. Viper wall. Splitting the site in half. In 4 ways. Got a full X on the site.
Full 5v5 on site here.
Astra util. And he goes down to Solus. Only had a
enemy removed.
Huge shot.
Midnight takes one. Stevo takes one. Takes 2. 1v2. Stevo's alone. NE takes another. We're up to 2. That was
last round in
fast,
the half.
aggressive, and full of utility.
It was good to see Any really just come into that confidence, ready to just take the site. You know, they maybe they weren't aware, but all 5 of the defense players were on the site and they said, "We don't care. We're going in. We need to get this round," and they got it. You know, that chaos. Maybe Mac just wasn't ready for it because they're so used to Any playing slow. I'm really liking Any's adaptive play here. They're kind of changing it up, but I feel like it's not quite quick enough. We can see maybe when the sides switch if it's going to be a little luckier for them.
We're going to see a little op duel here in B long. So let's pick up the op last round. We're going to see this last go in. See if we can trade it out.
No more charges left.
We got one for Solus. The op on defense is... We do have to be worried about Circle, who picked up an Ode in this round. It pays off. This is a full rotate.
Spike
again,
down B.
Everyone is on. Smokes are up. Flashes are out. Eden takes one. Eden takes one. Kenny back to Syntax. Emo takes back on Viper.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
These rounds are starting to get fast.
Switching sides.
We're swapping now. See if Kenny can pull it back.
And he really had all the ingredients for a really successful round there, but it's just right at the end they didn't capitalize. They were waiting, trying to take those fights, and they lost a couple of them, and then that cost them the round. Now I'm curious to see if Mac has a really interesting and adaptive defense. Are they going to start off their attack really strong, or are they going to play it nice and slow? I mean, we'll have to see, but it looks like we have the Cypher on the Astra locking down A, and then the Viper, the Raze, and the Sky on B. This is an interesting setup. You don't really see Cypher on A as much on this map, I feel like. As a Cypher
Astra, it might be a good combination because you've got the stars, you've got some pulls. You know, you can go through a tripwire and then you can get pulled into a pull, and then what? We're looking like a fast push towards the UV
Yeah.
We're splitting up the team. 3 hookah. Big nade. Should get some damage done, especially on pistol round. It's damage we cannot afford. Circle takes one though. Perfect shot.
Ooh.
Another perfect shot over the shoulder of their own Viper. Adrian here, pulled behind this wall, takes one, gets pulled out by Midnight. They said there's one behind that wall. Go. Last 2 are stuck in the CT, so this is starting to creep over towards elbow. Now they're going to have to. Syntax is knifing this wall that Midnight just put up.
Oh,
Pulling down. Midnight jumped up on this wall. Solus takes 2. Midnight is one shot on site.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, Solus.
Steve-O closes it out. Solus almost coming in clutch for NE there.
Solus really picked apart their kind of post plan of that site by just going around elbow. It didn't seem like there was anybody watching it, and it's sad that they didn't quite complete it. But they had everyone watching Sage's wall, which is really interesting.
I found that really interesting because Syntax was just knifing the wall, and I said, well, we would think that, all right, well, it's a pistol round. It's gonna be hard to get through this wall. Maybe we just both go elbow, but it paid off. Everyone was looking at that wall. And Solus was just able to take one after the other, But we're switching it up. Nade comes out, flashes. Tripwire. They got it broken. Stevo's in U-Haul. Trades out Adrian, no problem. Kenny putting down these stars. Stevo takes another. Really aggressive here. Circle trading out positions for Stevo, so Stevo can go back. The aggression not paying off for Circle. Runs with a Guardian straight up to heaven and almost gifts that gun to them. Take control here. Takes out Stevo with a stinger in U-Haul. Midnight, none the wiser.
One enemy remaining.
Kato takes out another. Takes out one more.
Enemy remaining.
The 1v1.
This is not
star of these lineups. It's a no-go. We're seeing it go from Mac again. Syntax stays alive for all about 3 HP, but all you're taking with you is
match point.
You gotta ask if that Spectre was really worth it, or if he should have just died to the bomb. But I was really interested to see that Stinger play in that last round, like they're saying in the chat right now. I'm having flashbacks to the Stinger meta days. But it looks
Nothing
like Circle's gonna.
WP.
Yeah, Circle saw that and said, you know what, I gotta run this. I gotta run this stinger as well. And Circle's aggression in this game has really been paying off. So I'm really curious, except for that in that last round, whether Circle's gonna be able to make something of that stinger.
We're gonna have to see the biggest comeback in almost Valorant history here. Steve takes one, and he or Max rather, is still pretty broken. He's got 0 right begins. Gotta hope it pays off. Max takes one. Cheeky little spot there.
Nasty Cypher Cage.
Steve-O is pulling defenders over to B, leaving only one to cover A while the rest of the team works on this plan. And we know that Star is going to play this post plant position. The stinger pays off. Circle takes out Cicada and trades up for a Phantom. Only 33 HP left, but that's all you need to land a couple shots.
Things are looking very
now
dire.
Seeing the full rotate come through. Star's got these lineups ready. And all Steve-O and the team need to do is hold out for a couple. Steve-O takes one. Adrian with a snipe with a Sheriff.
One enemy remaining.
Fortunately, couldn't take Steve-O out. Steve-O free here. So we've got lineups from both KO and Viper. This is the game. Solo takes one on the way out. Can't close it out.
That goes 2-0 in
one
group
enemy
2.
remaining.
That is terrifying to see, if I'm being honest.
Terrifying, dominant, whatever you want to call it. This is the team to beat right now.
Yeah. It's definitely, Mac has definitely made themselves now the team to watch and kind of the team with a target on their back a little bit. You know, it's kind of scary, but now I feel like everyone who's thinking about facing them in the semis tomorrow is going to say, okay, we should probably go back, look at what kinds of plays they're doing, because that attack was really scary. But honestly, the defense was way more terrifying. They always had the read. I really want to know who their IGL is, because whoever is making those calls are doing incredibly.
Who do we have here for? We've got Kenny for our interview. How was that game for you, Kenny?
It was pretty exciting because I know that the people on the opposite team are like really good, but it was just really exhilarating playing against them.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of tension, even though the scoreline seems so decisive, 13-2. I mean, casting this thing, there was so much push and pull on almost every execute. It was honestly something to watch. Who is calling the shots on your team that's really making these pieces come into play? You all seem to be really independent. There seems to be a lot of aggression coming from everybody. But is there something that's pulling you guys together?
I
Into
definitely
these games?
I definitely think that Chris is like the glue and also like the knife that's like sort of going into that sort of like
sometimes you don't have to be the controller.
Yeah, like Chris is definitely calling a lot of the shots that have caused us to win rounds, even if just by a little bit.
And so Chris, that's Steve-O, right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. So that was really interesting to watch you guys play. I'm really curious. You know, you had a lot of, I feel like one of the things that really defined your play style in that game was you all had a lot of like early aggression on the defense side, and you were always like pushed up into places they weren't quite expecting you to be, taking fights like outside of hookah, for example. Was that kind of part of your guys' game plan? Like, how much were you adapting to what you saw the other team doing?
It's more of like what worked last time was the sheer aggression, because in previous games, us going like too far back was a cause for us to lose because we allowed them to push on, and then retaking was too hard.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. You were playing control of that game, right, Kenny?
Yes.
How did you feel in that position as a support for all of these more aggressive plays? I caught a couple of things in B long where we were getting more aggressive pulls. How did you feel holding that position also with a Viper on your team? Because you were running, both teams were running Viper and Astra. Do you feel like having both controllers on that team really helped you guys in any particular way?
I definitely think that because of having multiple controllers, that one could be on each site, or if we definitely felt confident, that they were going on a certain site, we could prepare for that ahead of time and have both controllers on that site. It definitely aided us a lot.
Absolutely. Do we have any other questions? Then you have another one.
Yeah, I do have one more question, which is just like, do you guys have sort of a, I guess, like what are the comms looking like in your game? I'm just really curious. Like, are you guys, constantly calling out like everything you see, or are you kind of more independent? Like, I know you mentioned that Chris was kind of, you know, binding you guys together, but like, I'm curious, are you guys kind of constantly calling out like, I see this util, I see that util, or are you just independently getting those frags, together, being like, we're gonna double peek this? Like, what does that look like on your team?
I think it's a lot of suggestions and like making sure that we have everything covered. Like we usually have one person lurking on the opposite site while trying to do every take or trying to everybody have people rotate onto a different site, which definitely helped us out a lot. And there were like loads of other things like mostly where people were, it definitely helped us.
Absolutely. Well, it was a great game to watch. Thank you for the interview, coming to chat with us. Definitely excited to see how Mac plays tomorrow. We were just saying how Mac's got to be the team to beat now. We're looking like a pretty solid contender to take it all. Who might be able to step up to challenge you guys? So thank you for coming on. I think we're going to be moving on to a break shortly, whenever we're ready for that.
One shot. One chance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot. Brace yourself for the Vegas. One shot. For the Vegas. Got one
Legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired.
We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars.
This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it.
The end is in our sights.
The future is already here.
No matter how hard we tried, we are doomed.
Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself.
I can see the end inside.
Three, two, one. Hardwired.
One shot, 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 shot. One chance, 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 chance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one move, one dance. One shot, one chance, one.
And welcome back to the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. Here we are at the end of Group 2. This is now the third game. We have Noble Essence versus Goblin Gang. Both of these teams just got absolutely stomped by Mac and Cheese. So, it's going to be a really exciting game to see how the two of them face off against each other on Ascent. By the way, don't forget, we are we have Tiltify, !Tiltify, donate to the cause. For the Trevor Project, we have reached $600 out of our goal of 800 raised from the original, I think, 100. So we really are pulling in the big bucks for the Trevor Project, which is really exciting. But anyway, so Nikki, as the team captain for Mac and Cheese, you just beat both of these teams. How are you feeling about this?
Well, sadly, I wasn't there for the first one, so I was able to play against Noble Essence, and that's really it. But
I saw the game for Goblin Gang, and I saw the potential that they have to win. And I think this game could really just go either way. I am gonna root for Noble Essence though, because I do feel kind of bad for beating them.
Fair enough. Although maybe the rest of your team feels bad for both of them. But
Yeah, maybe.
in any event, I'm very excited to see. We already saw Goblin Gang facing off actually against Mac and Cheese on Ascent. So this is now their second Ascent game. There were some really interesting plays. There was Toby was often had a lot of plays of moving up mid and getting into like really advanced positions and capitalizing on rotates coming in. So I'm really curious to see how that play comes through. I'm also curious about Noble Essence though. Do you have any insight, maybe having played against them, how you think they might play on this map?
Well, I know that on their team they have very strong players, and they certainly have two players that they try to have lead the team, and the rest follow and try to back them up and trade them out, and those players are really Adrian and Omen, with both of them being an insanely good shot, with Omen having one of the best headshot percentages in this tournament, even.
Phoenix Hover's coming out. Oh no.
Phoenix and Yoru.
I would love to see 5 Brims versus 3 Yorus and a Phoenix. That would be really exciting.
Oh, 3 Phoenixes.
But yeah, I mean, I'm actually really curious. I think we've seen 0 Brimstone in the tournament so far. I mean, obviously, we've also seen 0 Phoenix and 0 Yoru. That's less interesting, though. But it feels mostly as though Astra has really been the controller of and Viper, of course, have really been the picks of choice. So it looks like we have
lock-in.
Yeah, this is interesting. So they have Viper as their main controller, and then they've got a double duelist. This is interesting.
This really is. You see
your agent.
often that Raze is used very good on this map with the height differences and the amount of area she can clear with her nades and the small corners. So that'll be an interesting pick to see.
It looks like they've switched up, Goblin Gang has switched up their comp a little bit. Last time we had Toby on Astra, but now they're playing Viper, so that's interesting. It looks like, and then we had Radio used to be on Killjoy, now on Sage. Woody and Cowboy are the same, and I think Red was also on Jet. So this is just a slight variation of their comp, switching up their controller and their Sentinel, and I guess we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah. But yeah, the first round I feel is going to be very important to see what happens, especially with how they react after the first round.
Yeah, this is going to be where the teams get their look at each other. They've seen each other play potentially, but they haven't played against each other, so they get to see now what the kind of interactions are going to be between their play styles. And then I honestly think a big part of this game is going to come down to which of these two teams can be more reactive. And I think both of these teams, well, Noble Essence especially, had some trouble being adaptive on the last map. So I'm curious to see if they can, bring that forward into this one, learn their lesson, and really play around what they see Goblin Gang doing.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like we're getting a B push with Syntax and Killjoy. Yeah, pushing up into Garage together. But we've got Radio on site ready with a slower for CT. Or a heal, actually, my bad. But with some of the team also going to market. We've got Adrian moving their way into backside into Boathouse.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it looks like most of the team is staying on site, trying to stay safe and watching their angles tight. Cowboy peeks out, gets one, but gets killed by Cicada. Syntax stuck in Boathouse. Tries to move their way. Yeah, and get a different angle on the team.
Last player standing.
Toby tries to peek and fails. And Syntax gets the last kill there.
Syntax gets Woody and Toby right there, the 2 leaders of Goblin Gang, right at the end of that round. That's a really good start for Noble Essence. It's looking as though we're going to get an A push here from Noble Essence. Looks like actually the Goblin Gang has no one playing on site. Oh, here we go. Now we have Toby pushing back onto site. we've got a very even layout from Goblin Gang. Let's see how they react to the intel of lots of footsteps, a flash. Okay, they clear out that one. Now the rotates are starting to come through. We've got 2 people potentially on the flank, both Woody and Cowboy in mid. And now looks like they're pushing in.
Toby. Adrian gets the flank.
One enemy remaining.
But it looks like Syntax is
player
our last
standing.
one standing. Oh my goodness!
Another clutch in a row.
That is, they really lined up for Syntax there, but Syntax really just tore them apart with a 4K. It was absolutely disgusting. Syntax is 7-0 right now. And 0 assists as well. Really just tearing apart the enemy team. It's really interesting to see how that's coming, like just absolutely tearing them apart at every single juncture. I really want to see how Goblin Gang can kind of play around this and maybe like, I don't even know. It really feels as though Syntax is just winning those gunfights when they need to be.
Syntax is really just taking these fights and using the aggression and winning. But
Bomb buddy out.
Syntax pushing into garage again with a boom bot.
Oh, we get the pick at mid from Oman.
They throw a swarm into market. Radio's taken on site.
Spike planted.
They get the plant down. And now they're just holding their tight angles like they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Viper Wall splits up the site right down the middle. We'll see if they can capitalize on that.
See if Toby can retake.
Last player standing.
But can't get Syntax down.
There we go. Syntax, really this team's X factor right now. Still has not died. This attack is looking really good for Noble Essence. I'm very curious to see what things are going to look like for them on the defense side, just because, you know, they've got a pretty attacker kind of leaning team with just 1 Sentinel and 1 controller, and then they've got the Sky, who's basically a duelist, and then the Jet and the Raze. So, you know, I feel they have an interesting buy coming out here. You know, Noble Essence a little bit bonusing, but they do have 3 rifles and 2 Spectres, so we'll see what they can make of that. Red's holding this angle nice and tight. It looks like
Blinded on has to dash back. Looks like Syntax and Omen are trying to take more space and push up, but there's a Viper rally there.
rotates are coming through so quickly. We have a 5v5 on site unless they decide to leave.
Yeah.
Blinded.
Lots of utility right away, and it might be a bait for Noble Essence to rotate to B side or even mid and try to take it from a different way.
Looks like Goblin Gang has the read. They're heading right back over to B.
Mm-hmm. Radio peeks down, gets the kill on Omen.
Out of charges.
Syntax sticks with their Spectre. Or no, they pick up the Vandal and keep moving in. They see the two of them, they keep moving.
30
Pops
seconds
the
left.
ult,
Ooh,
and gets
the
a kill
kill.
on Woody.
Bye.
Red gets the tap on Syntax, finally takes them down.
One enemy
Poison's
remaining.
gone.
Gets another on Cicada,
Got one.
but Adrian takes him out.
Finally shuts it down.
Spikes down.
Gets snapped down, now they're just waiting for them to peek.
Alarm bot out. Killed my bot.
They don't know where to go back to. They get the kill on Toby. Kick again. And then they get double swarmed by Cowboy and Red. Or Radio, sorry.
An excellent attempt by Adrian. It really looked like he might be able to lock that down, but the teamwork from Radio and Cowboy comes through. And they get their first round. That's the first round on the board for Goblin Gang, so it's looking good for them.
Yeah, it seems like they have very fast rotates, and that can be good and bad, depending on who you ask. So.
Now, the economy is looking very interesting. A pretty uneven buy on the side of Goblin Gang. They kind of have, they have the 3 rifles, and then it looks like, yeah, they'll be able to get 4, but they have 1 player who's kind of left out in the cold. Woodrow, as a matter of fact. It's looking as though... Oh, there we go. We got the Spectre. So now Red is hearing that there's someone at A.
Flash the gun, but doesn't dash. Then 3 peeks, sees Omen and dashes away. Don't get in my way! I'll be caught. Just waiting for them to push in. But it seems like it's going to be a rotate from Noble Essence again. Might be another walk-up cat.
We have all 5 of them in mid. And we have the Cowboy might be able to see what's going on here and get a pick. Oh, he's seen
Gets
one.
Him intro and sees them, but they also see him. They throw a nade and then stun him. But nobody...
Definitely asking for help.
Yeah. Sadly gets taken out by Omen.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Woody's here for
Just
this.
Waiting for them to walk out. Woodrow gets the kill on Syntax and dismisses away. They put the turret down.
10 seconds left.
And Adrian gets Woodrow. Cage is watching Market but gets
Placing alarm bot. Alarm bot down.
Now you have to wonder if they're going to pull out the Killjoy ults here to make sure they secure this round. Oh.
Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and we see that the sky is wrapping here.
Hawk out.
They flash out. And they get Toby. But Red watches them and goes souls.
Beautiful play from Goblin Gang there. You know, they seem to be kind of picking up how to do these retakes. They're still having trouble with that sort of initial hold. It seems like it's unclear if they're kind of purposefully giving it up so they can play the retake. It seemed a little bit more like they generally are over-rotating because all 5 of Noble Essence's players are somewhere at the beginning of the round. You know, like this has happened a few times where Toby's been on A alone and then says, hey, I hear a bunch of people in A main, and then suddenly the whole team is there. And then that gives Noble Essence the chance to just rotate right through mid, get through market, and take the site. So we'll see if Goblin Gang can really do a proper site hold now.
It seems like they've really just been retaking and going after the site spike point. Hopefully Radio can watch this and get a good pick off. Or maybe even a few. They get the head tap on Omen. But they get swung by Syntax with a stinger. That's rough. Seems like they got multiple stingers this round too.
Toxin screen down.
Gotta get the point down.
They will cover.
Red waits for Woodrow, another teammate. They spray the wall.
One enemy remaining.
Toby gets Adrian and Woodrow.
There we go.
Woodrow's another kill on Solus and Pohouse.
And just like we were talking about, that that reactivity, it seems like Goblin Gang is really starting to figure it out. In this last round, I kind of picked up on. So they had the same sort of fast rotate going on, and they did still let them kind of take the site, but they had 3 of their players rotate through mid, guaranteeing that if Noble Essence was to pull out and try and go somewhere else, they'd be able to just crunch right down on them and punish them for it. So it's looking like, Syntax is still at the top of the leaderboard, 11-3, but is definitely not as hot as maybe they were 3 rounds ago. Yeah. So now we have a decent buy from both teams. We've got the Guardian on one side, the Spectre on the other, but it's looking like a solid buy. This is going to be an interesting thing to see here.
Ooh, Omen peeks on Tubby kills him right away with a 1-tap from mid. They walk out looking for another person, but can't find anyone.
Pull cat!
Because they're all
Blinded.
A. Except for Adrian going to mid, trying to pick up where Omen covered. Toby swings to get
Spike down mid.
Throws a mollies in case anyone else wants to peek. As Red gets a kill on Adrian.
Blinded.
Ooh, Soul's
I
just a
got this
flick on the
spike.
Toby.
Whoa. This round has turned around.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Red gets the kill on Cicada, but can't turn through to Solus. Now it's Cowboy versus Solus. Two initiators on A site. Like Cowboy's going towards heaven. When Solus gets the plant down.
Spot planted. Seek them out.
Big ult for Solus.
Solus
Found
knows
one.
where they are and is chasing them. Cowboy gets the kill on the jellyfish.
Certainly looking like Cowboy might just be looking to play for the exit on this. Oh, wait, maybe.
Or pushing in. And
Wow.
they get the kill on Solus hiding in the corner.
An excellent round from Goblin Gang. You know, that I think they're kind of finding their niche to play against Noble Essence here because they had this mid-aggression that we've never seen. That's kind of the missing piece. Is like, oh, we keep on pulling back and playing the retake. What do we do? So they just start pushing out. They get onto mid. They get that early aggression. Toby's pushed up Cat and gets the spike down at top mid like 15 seconds into the round. That's huge for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now it looks like we have the attackers heading right on over to A site. Now, once again, it looks as though, generally speaking, Goblin Gang generally has, you know, their A hold is more leaning towards tree than leaning towards heaven. Toby generally playing right inside of sight. Oh, but here we go. They're now in hell for the first time I think we've ever seen them do that.
They get the flash off of Toby right away. So the wall goes up and both mollies down.
Toby's just stalling it so they can get the rotates to come over.
Toxin screen down.
This might be huge from Woody. Woody gets the pick at top mid. This is that mid aggression we talked about. And here they are pulling out. With Woody and Cowboy ready to punish them if they try to go through mid.
Looks like they're going through spawn this time.
Forever!
And they're expecting the mid again, so... Some people are stranded in mid, just waiting for them to peek, but they never do. And they just walk away.
We get 2 picks.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Like I said, Radio gets the pick on Omen.
Flawless.
And gets the last pick on Cicada.
An interesting round. You know, if you'd asked me halfway through the round how I felt about that, I would have told you that Goblin Gang misplayed it. It really seemed like, you know, they had the mid-aggression, that was great, but then suddenly we have all of Noble Essence running through spawn, and they had 2 of their players in mid, but it didn't seem like they were didn't feel like they wanted to push up into tiles, take that aggressive position, and maybe take down a few of the players as they ran into sight. They just played it super passive. Toby got 2 of the kills anyway, and then they, you know, just tore it all apart, and then we had 1 player left back on B, but still, it was a really interesting round from Goblin Gang. Once again,
Got the stinger again, but Woodruff peeks mid and gets Omen right away.
We once again have that tree-leaning A-hold.
Yeah. But it seems like you got others are going towards heaven or just closer on the
Placing
site,
swamp grenade.
wherever they can, outside of Killjoy. And the all catch nobody.
Spike planted.
So the Reds are trying to find somewhere to watch what they're at.
One enemy
Radio
remaining.
gets 2 kills, and they take no space. Until Woodrow gets the last one on Syntax and they get the defuse.
Wow. Radio has really been coming alive these last few rounds. Really, like, it feels like every time I see her, she's getting 2 kills, 3 kills. It's really been, I mean, it's really good. Goblin Gang is really going out ahead now. This is now their 6th round in a row, I think.
Yeah, it is.
And so now Noble Essence.
See their momentum going.
Yeah.
Them getting their shooting down.
Exactly. Now the onus is on Noble Essence to figure out what to do, to adapt, to see, okay, Goblin Gang, they're now figuring out that if they push us, we're going to kind of crumble under that. And this is actually not unlike what we saw from them in the last map against Mac, which is that, if there's that early aggression from the defenders, they can probably get a pick or two, pull back immediately. And then they're coming in with a 4-man or a 3-man push.
Which is tries to get an early pick, but your humility just runs away, getting blinded in the process.
Cutting their vision.
But Radio gets killed. And sadly nobody else gets taken up by Adrian and Boathouse.
Finished.
Soul sneaks up against Woodrow though.
Oh, we got a big flank here.
My world.
Looks like the rest of the team's coming through with Garage. Gets Solus off the cat. Trying to find their footing of where to stand now.
Last player standing.
I guess
one enemy remaining.
So they can't find Kobe.
They're gonna play a little ring around the rosy. Ooh.
Kobe eventually winning against Adrian.
Tracing the circle out. Lovely. That was a very, very good round from Goblin Gang. Once again, it seemed like in the mid-round things were kind of falling apart for them, but then they came right back together. They got the Viper's Pit down, and then suddenly it was just the 1v1. And Toby, that was a really interesting, because you see, like, especially in pro play, a lot of that game of ring around the rosy in the backside of B on this map.
Yeah.
And Toby just said, you know what, no, I'm not playing this game. And just run all the way around the side and gets the kill. So
yes.
That definitely, we knew this, but Toby is the one to watch. 12-5, now beating out Syntax.
Syntax. With those kills from earlier on, with Syntax sadly not getting any more in the last 7 rounds. They dog out to didn't see anybody though, hiding. But they get the flash off of Toby. And the button is over there, so they're gonna keep that right away. Toby and Ridley put a big cross right here.
Here comes the party!
This is Radio and Toby getting 2 good shots.
Ooh. Read extremely low.
And the Ray's out getting nobody.
Got a big flank from Cowboy here.
One enemy remaining.
Gets 2.
Spike down A.
Goes for the reload.
Syntax knows they're not in a good spot.
And gets abused by Cowboy.
An absolutely stunning 3K with the Odin from Cowboy.
Last round before the switch.
And here we are, ready to see. Maybe we can get a 9-3 curse going here. Who's to say? But so now, of course, Goblin Gang having won the last, 8 rounds in a row. They've got plenty of money. They're hanging out. But it looks like Noble Essence also has a good buy as well. So this will be a really interesting round.
They're lucky it's the last round.
Yeah, exactly. They've all got almost no money left.
Yeah,
so
Soul's on 150. By a shorty.
Here we go, red walking mid.
And they don't get the pick, sadly.
Here.
Gives Sky an ult.
Ult and flashes into Garden. Finds the up, but doesn't pick it up. Cowboy just sitting in Odin again. And he does and then Radio sneaking up and gets Solus in the back. Trying to retreat.
One enemy remaining.
Killing Woodrow. And finally they get another round after 8 rounds.
There we go. Noble Essence kind of figured it out. It almost looked like Radio's pick and tree was really going to tear it apart. Because that was almost driving a spike right into the middle of what their kind of plan was. But no, I think those last few picks came in right around mid. So that was a great round for Noble Essence. Now we'll be very
on the defense, which will be fun to see with their lack of an ability to hold spike even when they got it down.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see. And especially on the other side, we also have, now we're going to get to see Red and Woody as the duelists supported by Cowboy's flashes. This will be really interesting to see if they can now come alive. Sage and Viper, they've done their jobs, they've defended. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see what they do with right off Woodrow running and shooting the beam that while running and looks like blind out to all of the teams fight. They get the kill on Cicada on Heaven. So they're trying to made it to get a kill on Tower too. They get the down and regular walls out tree. Syntax is trying to find a way to come in. Gets flashed by their team.
Last player standing.
And watch them get kicked off by Syntax.
There we go. First round on the board for Noble Essence. That might even be 2, you know, if they play this eco right, if they force it, and they've got just better guns, they may be able to turn this into an 8-6. And then, you know, 8-6, that's basically 8-8. That's basically, you know, they've got the momentum. 13-8. 8's all they get.
It seems like Noble Essence is a very good pistol round and the round's following, but when it comes to everybody having equal guns and trying to play an even field, they struggle and can't really force their way through the other team.
Yeah, you're right. If they can get Goblin Gang, you know, on the bad buys and they can force them to make some bad economic decisions, then they're going to be able to maintain that lead. But if Goblin Gang is smart about it and they save their money, then it's going to be really tough.
Which it looks like they are, except with one of them buying a Marshall and picking mid. Reggie gets the pick off. So the rest of the team on A main trying to push in, you know, seeing what they can do. We'll have to see. Looks like it's leaned more towards a catwalk slash mid push.
Blinded. Time to hunt.
Rotate.
Scout destroyed.
That doesn't work. And Butcher just caught the reload by Syntax.
Toxins going.
One enemy remaining.
Radio left alone with the bomb. We'll see if she can make something out of it.
With Omen with the advantage as well. If we get a pick off on him, then it might be good. Sadly, I don't think that wall completely covers and can jump over that.
Time out.
Or they don't, they just put the head on top. Also works. Trapped in the trying to find a way to do this. He gets taken up by Omen.
One goes down, and that's all it takes. You know, this is interesting now. You see the difference between Noble Essence and Goblin Gang's defenses. Because as we were saying, you know, Goblin Gang's weakness in the earlier rounds was that they were all full rotating as soon as there was someone there. But Noble Essence is just consistently leaving someone to anchor. They had one mid, they had one B, and then they had the rest, you know, the other 3 over at A. So it'll be very interesting to see if, you know, maybe, like, it looks like as though the fakes are not going to be quite as useful against Noble Essence's defense. But, and also Syntax has kind of come back online a little bit, got another, like, 5 kills since the last time we checked in. But now let's see how this A push goes.
It's taking him as a to close to the Spectre.
Found them.
Red trades him out. Adrian and Tree.
Blinded.
Controls in Heaven.
Time to find.
Trying to find where they are and see how they can get from that. Tree in Heaven.
3.
There we go. Solace putting the pressure in Tree.
One enemy remaining.
Red gets the ace.
You should have seen your faces.
Huge for Red. That's really great to see. You know, she's a very, very good player, and I've really been waiting to see her just pop off, and that was it. That was the round. So you know, it was looking worrisome. Goblin Gang got those first 2 rounds, or sorry, Noble Essence got those first 2 rounds, and it was looking like it might snowball. And Red said no more. I'm putting a stop to this.
Yeah, Road with that hold on the spike was really good. Just reminded me of how good their defense was and just holding down the site, but instead this time it's with the spike.
Turret out. Go for another A push. We have the Viper wall down.
Toxins going up. Hopefully that Woodrow won't get killed by the Spectre close this time. Make sure we're checking that. But none of them pushing and then early rotate.
Extremely quick rotate.
Their spawn. Cowboy get taken out Omen. And Woodrow taking out Omen.
You will not kill my ally!
Kobe takes their eyes off the mid for one second by Adrian. Ooh, and Radiant taken out by Cicada. But it looks like they're leaning more towards a B push, with Woodrow going mid.
You need to suffer.
Get Cicada. And they've got Syntax just hiding on B and mid and never trying to find somebody to take.
"30 seconds left."
Radio gets the kill on Syntax.
That was extremely clutch kill.
One enemy remaining.
Mid
Wow. 4K from Woody.
Once Radio gets
You know, that whole round really kind of rested on Woody being just in places that they weren't expecting him to be, but that was almost an incredible round from Noble Essence. I think the really big thing to note there especially was Oman's flank around into spawn really tipped the tides in their favor, because really the big thing about that was, yeah, okay, there's one kill that comes through and then he dies. Okay, that's fine. But really the big thing is that stalled, that made everyone who was pushing back through spawn to rotate pause for a sec, get worried, and then that gave the defense time to rotate back to B.
Yes, 100%. Seems that this team really likes A site and they keep pushing it and just trying to get onto that side and hold it. But
blinded.
It's been hard for them in the last time, so maybe they can it up in the next. But we've got two going to mid. They get the blind out on Solus so they can stop. But and Kobe gets the kill on Cicada. Red swing zone gets Solus. But Owen runs in with the knives and gets Toby.
Give me those back.
Oman just wants out of there.
Yeah. Owen's looking like he's in a sticky situation that he doesn't want to be in and keeps getting stuck in all these,
Last player standing.
There we go, Adrian coming through with a desperate ult, doesn't quite do the job. Now we're on to 11-6. Now, economically, you know, there's a really big thing going on here, which is that, you know, if we can just basically, like, if Goblin Gang can get onto match point, they've got plenty of money, they've got themselves a cushion, and, you know, the Noble Essence economy is looking way shakier. You know, they're gonna get all of their rifles this round, but if they lose, they're on match point and it's not looking good.
Exactly. But it looks like they're switching up with a full B push this time, with only one person on B side, and Solus in market. But they got the fast rotate for spawn. And Omen getting the one kill real quick.
Stay down.
Like, getting another on Toby. Doesn't get the third on Omen.
Last player standing.
Alright,
It looks like Noble Essence retake is better than we expected.
That's a really big round for Noble Essence. That was very impressive on their end. That Raze ult was really huge for shutting down all the aggression coming back from main that they were going to have on their minds. You know, if they're pushing into main, they're going to be saying to themselves, like, oh, I got to be worrying about my back. They got to maybe sacrifice a player to watch it, but they shut it down. They collapse onto site. They make it look easy, honestly.
Double swing with Raze and Killjoy there.
Yeah.
That was very impressive and very coordinated too. So now it looks like Goblin Gang has to force up and giving them less of a cushion going into match point if they do get there and they lose their guns even.
Now looking as though we're gonna have that A push come back in, even though B just worked for them, and it looks like Goblin Gang is I'm sorry, Noble Essence is expecting it. They have 3 players on the A side, and just Jet over on B.
When you go one side enough times, you're gonna expect going that way.
Out of charge.
And Cowboy's ult comes in.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
With Cicada and Adrian taking out 3 of the players. She gets the ace. Or not the ace, but the clutch, and that may not happen.
That was a good round for them. You know, this is really looking like Noble Essence is really getting their feet back. They're really getting, you know, just a much more solid hold on the situation. You know, Syntax is looking good, but honestly, Adrian and especially Oman have been looking really good in these last few rounds. And Cicada as well in this last one was able to, you know, have that wall. Yeah. Well, they had that wall that kind of, you know, cut off the sightline to A main, and they fit themselves in a little tiny triangle just close right on A main. That got them 2 kills as the other team pushed in.
It looks like they're trying B again with one of them on catwalk, but Toby gets taken out. And I'm just desperately trying to hold this like it's getting up by radio.
4v4 retake.
They don't have the fight in the head basically, but 2 flashes go out, so now both teams just flash. Cicada gets killed and also got right to Cicada.
Last player standing.
Radio and Owen both flash.
There we go.
There.
Yet another round for Noble Essence. This is now, I think, their 3rd round in a row that they've managed to pick up. Just really taking apart Goblin Gang.
Yeah. Trying to hope that the last doesn't go.
You know, Goblin Gang.
Like the last 3 in a row.
Yeah, Goblin Gang has been getting onto the site and just, you know, sometimes just barely getting the bomb down. But really, it's the retake situation that they're having trouble with, keeping people out of the site. It seems like they're not really trading off of each other enough when they need to be. Now we have a buy. It's certainly a buy coming out from Goblin Gang. You know, they have the Guardian, but their money does not look good. They really need to win this round, or Noble Essence is going to be in a position to take it.
It looks like they're trying to get a B push this time because they know they put less people on B. But are they going to check Boathouse when they first enter? I don't think they will, and they're just going to ignore it. Omen gets the 1 kill, but gets traded by Toby.
Welcome to my world.
The style goes
You will not kill my ally.
And Radio Res is red. Seems like it's a big ult round, pushing most of the Goblin Gang and go back with Boathouse, so they know where they are, and they just have to push it and take space from there. Still up. Adrian getting
1 enemy remaining.
But Toby and Wood were getting the last 2 kills and finishing off the round, bringing us to match point.
That was extremely well played by Goblin Gang, especially playing around that Killjoy ult with their Viper ult, because, you know, and Noble Essence is thinking, all right, we've pushed them into the back of sight. We know that they're all there. Toby, the minute that they can, jumps right back into the Viper ult and jumps all the way around right next to lane, so that as soon as the other people are jumping down into sight, trying to get into that Viper's pit, they're right there, and then they just pick them right apart. So, you know, this has been a very interesting match to see these 2 teams playing against each other, and now it might be over.
Yeah. Looks like they're going with their A push again. Seeing as how many times it's worked for them in the past, but Cicada gets the ult off right away, denying them entry. Was red anyway, trying to get the kill on Cicada, killed by a shorty. Woodger gets the trade out for red, and they keep pushing on without the Viper all in the way. The hunt begins! On Adrian and Tree. Some of them getting scored. Adrian getting the 2k on Woodger and Kobe. And Omen coming.
Spike planted.
Not knowing the Cowboy.
Last player standing.
Radio just trying to get the kill on them, but the solos with the Odin.
It was a very interesting round because I definitely wouldn't have called it a good idea to push the Viper ult, and they did eventually get the kill on the Viper and get the bomb down. But you have to ask, was it really worth the price of Red, one of your star players? That's really someone you need. Who we saw how good she is at locking down the site and defending the bomb when she needs to. But if she dies on the way into the site, you just don't have that at your disposal.
Sadly, it looks like Syntax accidentally used their Ray Satchel in the pre-round.
Oh no.
We have to survive with only one.
And now it looks like we have Goblin Gang heading back over towards B. Kind of a less conventional thing for them. Looks like they're only seeing one or maybe two people who's ready to defend against them.
The flash would be right away, getting right out of it, but not too much. So they just keep running this in, and Soul's desperately just trying to play this out and waiting for the Woodrow comes to the stairs and gets them from behind.
Toxin screen down.
With Toba getting Cicada as well. Syntax goes to
Spike
CT,
planted.
which is Toby in mid though, with Omen getting Cowboy as well. Now Omen's just trying to enter in.
Satchel out.
And then waiting for the
Finish.
When
One enemy
remaining.
Last player standing.
Adrian trading them out.
Huge
Radio
pick.
finishing off the game.
Now to mend what we have broken.
An extremely well-played game from both teams. That was a really interesting match to watch because it feels like, I'm just kind of figuring it out now. The main thing that sets these two teams apart is kind of their balance of risk and reward. In that last round, you saw it was definitely tenuous. Like Goblin Gang made it, but there was for example, Toby pushed almost all the way up to CT and died. Now, that's a great play in theory. If Toby can get that kill and continue to place pressure on the CT people, then they win the round. Easy. But Toby died. So that's a very high risk play, and there was a lot of that from Goblin Gang. And I'm not, that it worked for them sometimes and sometimes it didn't. Whereas Noble Essence, especially, this was a thing we saw, in the other games, there was much more safety, and that worked out for them as well. But anyway, do we have? It looks like we have Roxy here for an interview.
Hello, Roxy.
Hi.
Well, first we just want to say congratulations on winning the game, and
Thank
very
you.
good job with your performance in it.
Thank you. I'm much more satisfied with that than my first game, trust me.
I would expect.
So first question, I guess, what's kind of how did you feel playing against this team, and what kind of it seemed like, we were observing there was a bit of adaptiveness coming out from your side against Noble Essence. So what did you feel were kind of the main key observations that helped you guys shift that really early lead they had into you guys just dominating for most of that first half?
It was just a lot of like you said, adaptability, playing by ear, just usually, if they're pushing as a group, then we should be retaking as a group. If we're only hearing one or two people, we don't need the whole team to rotate for one or two people, that type of thing. And just trying to get used to some of the corners that they come out of, especially when you watch certain angles. It's like, okay, if they're going to come on site, they can only come from certain directions. So I know where I need to be looking. But, having that reaction time and tracking where their heads might be are completely different skills. And sometimes it's just pure luck. Sometimes they're faster, but, all you can do is try your best and hope it works.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So a kind of a curious thing was also, it seemed like, you were kind of coming alive a lot more in that second half of the game. Do you feel like there was a certain shift in your mentality, or was it like it really felt like once you guys were getting into your groove in that first half and a little bit in the second half as well, every time that we were checking in with you, you were getting 2 kills or 3 kills on the round.
Yeah. Playing the proper role of a sentinel there.
Thank you. I believe in Battle Sage supremacy, honestly. A lot of it is like you said, mentality. My first game, I went in kind of nervous, and then, it's easy to be discouraged easily. And this is every tournament I've done beforehand, I've been eliminated within the first round. So I'm very used to being taken out early on. So when I went into it, it was like, you shouldn't, obviously, if you think you're going to lose, you'll lose. But you can't help but think things always go that way. So no matter what I do, I'm worried that that's what's going to happen. And when we went into the second game, it was kind of honestly, we offhandedly mentioned oh yeah, if we lose this, we're out of the competition. We didn't even really think about it and dwell on it. We were just let's just play. Let's just have a good time. Because even if we do get kicked out, let's just like get kicked out playing a game that we at least had fun playing, you know.
Which luckily you weren't kicked out because you guys managed to pull through and win this round.
Sure. It's whoever had the RGX skin, I'm telling you. That was some good vibes in that one.
So would you say that the vibes in the Goblin Gang call were good? Your spirits were high?
Yeah, I will say there was one incident in practice, on Ascent, actually. Woodrow is going to be listening to this cackling at me because we were on B site and we were practicing together as a team, and I was playing KJ instead of Sage, who I played earlier, but I don't know. I didn't really feel like doing it again, and switching off of it was ultimately for the best. And I got pushed by an ulted Neon, and I got hit, and I was on 1 HP, and I was like, "Hey, Woodrow, can you help me?" Because Woodrow was playing Duelist, and Woodrow is on the opposite side of the map with the enemy jet having a date on Ascent where the little gelato stand is. So I died. Every single time that I was left alone on B, I would reference that, and he was like, "You know what? I got you." You know, he doesn't want to let me down again.
Woody was vibing.
It was vibing. We do a little vibing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
exactly.
very much seemed like there was good vibes and good synergy, like overall with your team and knowing how to push together and knowing how to retake and all that.
It was awesome, and we just had a lot of fun, even like through practicing and getting to know each other more. It's just been nice to talk to them, and I definitely feel like I'm a very shy person. So when I'm in a big server, even though, like, of course, I'm happy to be here, but it's hard to talk to people and get to know people. But now I kind of feel a lot more a part of the picture now that I've joined the tournament and gotten to be with them more consistently.
Great. I have one more, but Nikki, do you have any questions?
I do not.
So I guess one last question for you then. You're moving on. Who would you say? Which team would you say you are most excited to play against, and which one are you most scared to play against? They can be the same team, but
I don't know. It's a good question. Honestly, I'm not gonna say afraid. I think afraid is a strong word. I am moderately intimidated by Treehouse after casting the game, but um it seems like as long as I keep my vibes up, no one can do anything to me. So I'm gonna just keep my vibes up high, keep my spirits up high. I also do want to fight Bozo Brigade because I think their name is funny.
that's fair. Well, thanks for coming in for the interview. I think that'll be all for today. That finishes out the group stage of the Gaylorant Charity Gauntlet. So we have, from Group 1, we will have Treehouse and Bozo Brigade moving on. And then as from Group 2, we have Goblin Gang and also Mac and Cheese moving on. So we will have those 4 teams facing off tomorrow in the semifinals, and only one will come out on top. One last reminder before we end the stream, make sure you donate to our Tiltify, !Tiltify, because we are trying to reach that $800 goal.
We really want to get this done because it's a cause close to most people in the tournament's heart, and we want to make sure we can help as much as we possibly can. And thank you very much to the people who have already donated and supported in any way by sending the link to someone that could donate or in any way.
And thanks for watching. That'll be all for today.